Chapter 19 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 19, Services and Sermons. Next morning, the atmosphere of the camp was serene and cordial. Old Auda, his difficulties over for this time, embraced me warmly, invoking peace upon us. At the last, whilst I was standing with my hand on my couched camel, he ran out, took me in his arms again, and strained me to him. I felt his harsh beard brush my ear, as he whispered to me windily, "Beware of Abd al-Qadir." There were too many about us to say more. We camped for lunch and for a midday rest. The soldiers had to have 3 meals a day. Suddenly, there was an alarm. Men on horses and camels appeared from the west and north and closed quickly on us. We snatched our rifles. The Indians, getting used to short notices, now carried their Vickers and Lewis mounted for action. After 30 seconds, we were in complete posture of defense. It was a picture that the party made. I was admiring ourselves, and Sharif Ali was exhorting us to hold our fire till the attack became real, when Awad, with a merry laugh, ran out towards the enemy, waving his full sleeve over his head in sign of friendliness. They fired at or over him ineffectually. He lay down and shot back, one shot, aimed just above the head of the foremost rider. That, and our ready silence, perplexed them. They pulled off in a hesitant group, and after a minute's discussion, flagged back their cloaks in half-hearted reply to our signal. One of them rode towards us at a foot's pace. Awad, protected by our rifles, went 200 yards to meet him, and saw that he was a Sukuri, who, when he heard our names, feigned shock. They were a raiding party from the Zeben Sukur, who were camped, as we had expected, in front at Bear. Ali, furious with them for their treacherous attack on us, threatened all sorts of pains. They accepted his tirade sullenly, saying that it was a Beni Sakr manner to shoot over strangers. Ali accepted this as their habit, and a good habit in the desert, but protested that their unheralded appearance against us from 3 sides showed a premeditated ambush. The Beni Sakr were a dangerous gang, not pure enough nomads to hold the nomadic code of honor, or to obey the desert law in spirit, and not villagers enough to have abjured the business of rapine and raid. Our late assailants went into Bear to report our coming. Mifle, chief of their clan, thought it best to efface the ill reception by a public show in which all men and horses in the place turned out to welcome us, with wild cheers and gallopings and curvettings, and much firing of shots and shouting. They whirled round and round us in desperate chase, clattering over rocks with reckless horsemanship and small regard for our staidness, as they broke in and out of the ranks and let off their rifles under our camels' necks continually. Clouds of parching chalk dust arose, so that men's voices croaked. Eventually, the parade eased off, but then Abd al-Qadir, thinking the opinion even of fools desirable, felt it upon him to assert his virtue. They were shouting to Ali ibn al-Hussein, "God give victory to our Sharif," and were reining back on their haunches beside me with welcome orants, harbinger of action. So he climbed up his mare, into her high Moorish saddle, and with his 7 Algerian servants behind him in stiff file, began to prance delicately in slow curves, crying out, "Hoop! Hoop!" in his throaty voice, and firing a pistol unsteadily in the air. The Bedou, astonished at this performance, gaped silently, till Mifle came to us and said in his wheedling way, "Lords, pray call off your servant, for he can neither shoot nor ride, and if he hits someone, he will destroy our good fortune of today." We offloaded by the ruins. Beyond us, the black tents of the Beni Sakr were like a herd of goats spotting the valley. A messenger bade us to Mifle's tent. My men whispered excitedly that sheep had been seen to die behind it, high on the knoll above the graves. Hawaitat feasts had been wet with butter. The Beni Sakr were overflowing. Our clothes were splashed, our mouths running over, the tips of our fingers scalded with its heat. As the sharpness of hunger was appeased, the hands dipped more slowly, but the meal was still far from its just end when Abd al-Qadir grunted, rose suddenly to his feet, wiped his hands on a handkerchief, and sat back on the carpets by the tent wall. We hesitated, but Ali muttered, "The fella," and the work continued until all the men of our sitting were full, and the more frugal of us had begun to lick the stiff fat from our smarting fingers. Ali cleared his throat, and we returned to our carpets while the second and third relays round the pans were satisfied. One little thing, of 5 or 6, in a filthy smock, sat there stuffing solemnly with both hands from first to last, and at the end, with swollen belly and face glistening with grease, staggered off speechlessly, hugging a huge unpicked rib in triumph to its breast. In front of the tent, the dogs cracked the dry bones loudly, and Mifleh's slave in the corner split the sheep's skull and sucked out the brains. Meanwhile, Abd al-Qadir sat spitting and belching and picking his teeth. Finally, he sent one of his servants for his medicine chest, and poured himself out a draught, grumbling that tough meat was bad for his digestion. He had meant by such unmannerliness to make himself a reputation for grandeur. His own villagers could no doubt be browbeaten so, but the Zebun were too near the desert to be measured by a purely peasant measure. Also, today, they had before their eyes the contrary example of Sharif Ali ibn al-Hussein, a born desert lord. So poor Abd al-Qadir was not understood. He took himself off, and we sat in the tent mouth, above the dark hollow, now set out in little constellations of tent fires, seeming to mimic or reflect the sky above. It was a calm night, except when the dogs provoked one another to choral howlings, and as these grew rarer, we heard again the quiet, steady thudding of the heavy guns, preparing assault in Palestine. To this artillery accompaniment, we told Mifleh that we were about to raid the Daraa district, and would be glad to have him and some 15 of his tribesmen with us, all on camels. After our failure with the Hawaitat, we had decided not to announce our plain object, lest its forlorn character dissuade our partisans. However, Mifleh agreed at once, apparently with haste and pleasure, promising to bring with him the 15 best men in the tribe and his own son, Turki. Dark had fallen long before our caravan left Bear, after watering. We chiefs waited longer still while the Zebun got ready. Mifleh's preparations included a visit to Asad, the supposed ancestor of the clan, in his bedecked tomb near Anad's grave. The sheikh thought the occasion warranted his adding another head cord to the ragged collection looped round Asad's headstone, and characteristically asked us to provide the offering. I handed over one of my rich red silk and silver Mecca ornaments, remarking that the virtue lay with the donor. The thrifty Mifleh pressed upon me 1/2 penny in exchange, that he might plead purchase, and when I came past a few weeks later, and saw that the goud was gone, he cursed loudly in my hearing the sacrilege of some godless Sharari who had robbed his ancestor. Turki would have told me more. A steep old pathway took us out of Wadi Bear. Near the crest of a ridge, we found the others camped for the night round a fire, but there passed no talk or coffee-making for this time. We lay close together, hushed and straining the ears to catch the throbbing of Allenby's guns. They spoke eloquently, and sheet lightning in the west made gun flashes for them. Next day, we passed to the left of the Talaith Ukwat, the 3 sisters whose clean white peaks were landmarks on their lofty watershed for a day's journey all about, and went down the soft rolling slopes beyond them. The exquisite November morning had a softness in it, like an English summer, but its beauty had to be fought off. I was spending the halts and riding the stages in the ranks of the Beni Sakr, teaching my ear their dialect and storing in my memory the tribal, family, or personal notes they let drop. At nightfall, We camped in an affluent of Wadi Jesha, by some bushes of faint grey-green foliage, which pleased our camels and gave us firewood. That night the guns were very clear and loud, perhaps because the intervening hollow of the Dead Sea drummed the echoes up and over our high plateau. The Arabs whispered, "They are nearer. The English are advancing. God deliver the men under that rain." They were thinking compassionately of the passing Turks, so long their weak oppressors, whom, for their weakness, though oppressors, they loved more than the strong foreigner, with his blind, indiscriminate justice. We were up early, meaning to push the long way to Amari by sunset. About noon, a party of trotting camels appeared over the ridge, moving fast and openly towards us. Little Turkey cantered out on his old she-camel, with cocked carbine across his thighs, to find what they meant. "Ha!" cried Mifle to me while they were still a mile off. "That is Fahad on his sha'ara in the front. These are our kinsmen." And sure enough they were. Fahad and Adhub, chief war leaders of the Zeben, had been camped west of the railway by Ziza when a Gomani came in with news of our march. They had saddled at once, and by hard riding caught us, only halfway on the road. Fahad, in courteous fashion, chided me gently for presuming to ride their district on an adventure while his father's sons lay in their tent. Fahad was a melancholy, soft-voiced, little-spoken man of perhaps 30, with a white face, trim beard, and tragic eyes. His young brother, Adhub, was taller and stronger, yet not above middle height. Unlike Fahad, he was active, noisy, uncouth-looking, with a snub nose, hairless boy's face, and gleaming green eyes flickering hungrily from object to object. His commonness was pointed by his disheveled hair and dirty clothes. Fahad was neater, but still very plainly dressed, and the pair, on their shaggy, homebred camels, looked as little like sheikhs of their reputation as can be conceived. However, they were famous fighters. At Amari, a high cold night wind was stirring the ashen dust of the salt ground about the wells into a haze, which gritted in our teeth like the stale breath of an eruption. And we were ungrateful for the water. It was on the surface, like so much of Sirhan, but most of the pools were too bitter to drink. One notable one, however, called Bir el-Emir, was thought very good by contrast. It lay in a little floor of bare limestone among sand hummocks. The water, opaque and tasting of mixed brine and ammonia, was just below the level of the rock slab, in a stone bath with ragged undercut lips. Its depth Daoud proved by hurling Faraj fully dressed into it. He sank out of view in its yellowness, and afterwards rose quietly to the surface under the rock edge, where he could not be seen in the dusk. Daoud waited a strained minute, but when his victim did not appear, tore off his cloak and plunged after, to find him smiling under the overhanging ledge. They were dragged out, and then had a wild struggle in the sand beside the water-hole. Each sustained hurt, and they returned to my fire dripping wet, in rags, bleeding, with their hair and faces, legs, arms, and bodies covered with mud and thorns, more like the devils of a whirlwind than their usual suave, delicate presences. They said they had been dancing, and had tripped over a bush. It would be like my generosity to make them a gift of new clothes. I blasted their hopes, and sent them off to repair damages. The wind became faint at dawn, and we moved forward for Azraq, half a march ahead. Hardly, however, were we clear of the drifts beside the wells when there was an alarm. Mounted men had been seen in the brushwood. This country was a Tom Tiddler's ground of raiding parties. We drew together in the best place and halted. The Indian section chose a tiny ridge hacked about with narrow ruts of water channels. They couched camels in the hollow behind, and had their guns mounted in due order in a moment. Ali and Abd el-Kader threw out their great crimson banners in the intermittent breeze. Our skirmishers, headed by Ahmed and Awad, ran out to right and left, and long shots were exchanged. All of it ended suddenly. The enemy broke cover and marched in line towards us, waving their cloaks and sleeves in the air and chanting their war march of welcome. They were the fighting men of the Sirhan tribe on their way to swear allegiance to Feisal. When they heard our news, they turned back with us, rejoicing to be spared the road, for this tribe was not ordinarily warlike or nomadic. They made some little pomp over our joint entry to their tents at Ain al-Baida, a few miles east of Azraq, where the whole tribe was gathered, and our reception was loud, because there had been fear and lamentation among the women that morning when they saw their men march away. The chief men distributed our party among their tents for the privilege of entertainment. Ali, Abd al-Qadir, Wood, and myself were taken in by Matir, the paramount sheikh of the tribe, an old, toothless, friendly thing, whose loose jaw sagged in his supporting hand all the while he talked. He gave us a fussy greeting and abundant hospitality of seethed sheep and bread. Wood and Abd al-Qadir were perhaps a little squeamish, for the Sarahens seemed primitive in food discipline, and at the common bowl there was more splashing and spluttering than was proper in the best tents. Afterwards, by constraint of Matir's urgency, we lay on his rugs for the one night, round our fresh bodies, for the change of food, collected all such local ticks, fleas, and lice as were sick of a diet of unmitigated Sirhan. Their delight made them so ravenous that with the best will in the world I could not go on feasting them. Nor apparently could Ali, for he too sat up and said that he felt wakeful. So we roused Sheikh Matir and sent for Mifla ibn Bani, a young, active man, accustomed to command their battles. To them we explained Feisal's needs and our plan to relieve him. Gravely, they heard us. The western bridge, they said, was quite impossible. The Turks had just filled its country with hundreds of military woodcutters. No hostile party could slip through undetected. They professed great suspicion of the Moorish villages and of Abd al-Qadir. Nothing would persuade them to visit the one under the guidance of the other. For Tel el-Shahab, the nearest bridge, they feared lest the villagers, their inveterate enemies, attacked them in the rear. Also, if it rained, the camels would be unable to trot back across the muddy plains by Remthe, and the whole party would be cut off and killed. We were now in deep trouble. The Sarahen were our last resource, and if they refused to come with us, we should be unable to carry out Allenby's project by the appointed time. Accordingly, Ali collected about our little fire more of the better men of the tribe, and fortified the part of courage by bringing in Fahad and Mifle and Adhub. Before them, we began to combat in words this crude prudence of the Sarahen, which seemed all the more shameful to us after our long sojourn in the clarifying wilderness. We put it to them, not abstractedly, but concretely, for their case, how life in mass was sensual only, to be lived and loved in its extremity. There could be no rest houses for revolt, no dividend of joy paid out. Its spirit was accretive, to endure as far as the senses would endure, and to use each advance as base for further adventure, deeper privation, sharper pain. To be of the desert was, as they knew, a doom to wage unending battle with an enemy who was not of the world, nor life, nor anything but hope itself, and failure seemed God's freedom to mankind. There could be no honor in a sure success, but much might be wrested from a sure defeat. Omnipotence and the infinite were our two worthiest foemen, indeed the only ones for a full man to meet, they being monsters of his own spirit's making. And the stoutest enemies were always of the household. In fighting omnipotence, honor was proudly to throw away the poor resources that we had, and dare him empty-handed, to be beaten, not merely by more mind, but by its advantage of better tools. This was a halting, half-coherent speech, struck out desperately, moment by moment in our extreme need, upon the anvil of those white minds round the dying fire. and hardly its sense remained with me afterwards. For once my picture-making memory forgot its trade, and only felt the slow humbling of the Sarahen, the night quiet in which their worldliness faded, and at last their flashing eagerness to ride with us whatever the bourne. Before daylight, we called old Abd al-Kader, and taking him aside among the sandy thickets, screamed into his dense ear that the Sarahan would start with us, under his auspices, for Wadi Khalid, after sunrise. He grunted that it was well, and we said to one another that never, if life and opportunity were prolonged for us, would we take a deaf man for a conspirator again. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 20, Racing to the Bridge. Exhausted, we lay down a moment, but were astir again very early to review the camel-men of the Sirhan. They made a wild and ragged show, dashing past, but we thought them loose riders, and they blustered too much to be quite convincing. However, they were the force we had, so there was an end to it, and at 3 p.m. we mounted for Azraq. Abd al-Kader and his servants mounted their mares, as sign that the fighting line was near. They rode just behind us. It was to be Ali's first view of Azraq, and we hurried up the stony ridge in high excitement, talking of the wars and songs and passions of the early shepherd kings, with names like music, who had loved this place, and of the Roman legionaries who languished here as garrison in yet earlier times. Then the blue fort on its rock above the rustling palms, with the fresh meadows and shining springs of water, broke on our sight and halted us. At last, Ali shook his rein, and his camel picked her careful way down the lava flow to the rich turf behind the springs. Our puckered eyes opened wide with relief that the bitterness of many weeks was gone out of the reflected sunlight. Ali screamed, "Grass!" and flung himself off the saddle to the ground on hands and feet, his face bowed down among the harsh stems which seemed so kindly in the desert. When we turned again to business, there was no Abd al-Kader. We looked for him in the castle, in the palm garden, over by the spring. Eventually, we sent our men away to search, and they came back with Arabs, who told us that from just after the start, he had ridden off northward through the flaky hillocks towards Jebel Druze. The rank and file did not know our plans, hated him, and had been glad to see him go, but it was bad news for us. Of our 3 alternatives, Qais had been abandoned. Without Abd al-Kader, Wadi Khalid was impossible. This meant that we must necessarily attempt the bridge at Tel el-Shahab. To reach it, we had to cross the open land between Remthi and Dera'ah. Abd al-Kader was gone up to the enemy, with information of our plans and strength. The Turks, if they took the most reasonable precautions, would trap us at the bridge. We took counsel with Fahad and decided to push on nonetheless, trusting to the usual incompetence of our enemy. It was not a confident decision. While we took it, the sunshine seemed less lambent, and Azraq not so aloof from fear. Next morning, we pushed on for miles over perfect going, through rich country for the camels, till at Abu Sawana we found a flinty hollow, brimful of deliciously clear rainwater in a narrow channel 2 feet deep and perhaps 10 feet wide, but half a mile long. This would serve as starting point for our bridge raid. To be sure of its safety, we rode a few yards further, to the top of a stony knoll, and there found ourselves looking down upon a retreating party of Circassian horsemen, sent out by the Turks to report if the waters were occupied. They had missed us, to our mutual benefit, by 5 minutes. At dawn, We marched leisurely until the desert ended in a 3-foot depression at the edge of a clean plain, which extended flatly to the metals of the railway some miles off. We halted for dusk to make its crossing possible. Our plan was to slip over secretly and hide in the further foothills below Daraa. We made our halt another opportunity of food, for we were recklessly eating all we could as often as we had the chance. It lightened our stores and kept us from thinking, but even with this help the day was very long. At last, sunset came. The plain shivered once as the darkness, which for an hour had been gathering among the facing hills, flowed slowly out and drowned it. We mounted. 2 hours later, after a quick march over gravel, we came to the railway, and without difficulty found a stony place where our caravan would make no signs of passage. The Turkish rail guards were clearly at their ease, which meant that Abd al-Kader had not yet caused a panic by his news. We rode the other side of the line for half an hour, and then dipped into a very slight rocky depression full of succulent plants. This was Gadir al-Abyad, recommended by Mifleh as our ambush. We took his surprising word that we were in cover, and lay down among our loaded beasts for a short sleep. Dawn would show us how far we were safe and hidden. As day was breaking, Fahad led me to the edge of our pit, some 15 feet above, and from it we looked straight across a slowly dropping meadow to the railway, which seemed nearly within shot. It was most inconveniently close, but the succour knew no better place. We had to stand to all the day. Each time something was reported, our men ran to look at it, and the low bank would grow a serried frieze of human heads. Also, the grazing camels required many guards to keep them from straying into view. Whenever a patrol passed, we had to be very gentle in controlling the beasts, since if one of them had roared or ruckled, it would have drawn the enemy. Yesterday had been long, today was longer. We could not feed, as our water had to be husbanded with jealous care against the scarcity of tomorrow. The very knowledge made us thirsty. Ali and I worked at the last arrangements for our ride. We were penned here until sunset, and must reach Tel el-Shahab, blow up the bridge, and get back east of the railway by dawn. This meant a ride of at least 80 miles in the 13 hours of darkness, with an elaborate demolition thrown in. Such a performance was beyond the capacity of most of the Indians. They were not good riders, and had broken up their camels in the march from Aqaba. An Arab, by saving his beast, could bring it home in fair condition after hard work. The Indians had done their best, but the discipline of their cavalry training had tired out them and the animals in our easy stages. So we picked out the 6 best riders and put them on the 6 best camels, with Hassan Shah, their officer and greatest-hearted man, to lead them. He decided that this little party would be fittest armed with just 1 Vickers gun. It was a very serious reduction of our offensive power. The more I looked at it, the less fortunate seemed the development of this Yarmouk plan of ours. The Beni Sakr were fighting men, but we distrusted the Sarahin. So Ali and I decided to make the Beni Sakr, under Fahad, our storming party. We would leave some Sarahin to guard the camels, while the others carried the blasting gelatin in our dismounted charge upon the bridge. Ali ibn al-Hussein took 6 of his servants, and the party was completed by 20 Beni Sakr and 40 Sarahin. We left the lame and weak camels behind us at Abiyad, in charge of the balance of our men, with instructions to get back to Abu Sawana before dawn tomorrow, and wait there for our news. Just at sunset, we said goodbye to them, and went off up our valley, feeling miserably disinclined to go on at all. Darkness gathered as we rode over the first ridge and turned west for the abandoned pilgrim road, whose ruts would be our best guide. We were stumbling down the irregular hillside, when the men in front suddenly dashed forward. We followed and found them surrounding a terrified peddler, with 2 wives and 2 donkeys laden with raisins, flour, and cloaks. They had been going to Mafraq, the station just behind us. This was awkward, and in the end we told them to camp and left to Sirhani to see that they did not stir. He was to release them at dawn and escape over the line to Abu Sawana. We went plodding across country in the now absolute dark till we saw the gleam of the white furrows of the pilgrim road. It was the same road along which the Arabs had ridden with me on my first night in Arabia, out by Rabeg. Since then, in 12 months, we had fought up it for some 1,200 kilometers, past Medina and Hadiyah, Jizad, Mudawara, and Ma'an. Some shepherd or other scattered these calculations by firing his rifle at our caravan, seen by him approaching silently and indistinctly in the dark. He missed widely, but began to cry out in extremity of terror, and, as he fled, to pour shot after shot into the brown of us. Mifle El Goman, who was guiding, swerved violently, and in a blind trot carried our plunging line down a slope, over a breakneck bottom, and round the shoulder of a hill. There we had peaceful, unbroken night once more, and swung forward in fair order under the stars. The next alarm was a barking dog on the left, and then a camel unexpectedly loomed up in our track. It was, however, astray, and riderless. We moved on again. Mifle made me ride with him, calling me Arab, that my known name might not betray me to strangers in the blackness. We were coming down into a very thick hollow when we smelt ashes, and the dusky figure of a woman leaped from a bush beside the track and rushed shrieking out of sight. She may have been a gypsy, for nothing followed. We came to a hill. At the top was a village, which blazed at us while we were yet distant. Mifle bore off to the right, over a broad stretch of plough. We climbed it slowly, with creaking saddles. At the edge of the crest, we halted. Away to the north, below our level, were some brilliant clusters of lights. These were the flares of Daraa Station, lit for army traffic. And we felt something reassuring, perhaps, but also a little blatant in this Turkish disregard for us. It was our revenge to make it their last illumination. Daraa was obscured from the morrow for a whole year until it fell. In a close group, we rode to the left along the summit and down a long valley into the plain of Remthi, from which village an occasional red spark glowed out in the darkness to the northwest. The going became flat, but it was land half ploughed, and very soft with a labyrinth of coney burrows, so that our plunging camels sank fetlock in and labored. None the less, we had to put on speed, for the incidents and roughness of the way had made us late. Mifle urged his reluctant camel into a trot. I was better mounted than most, on a red camel I had bought from the Adham. She was a long, raking beast, with a huge piston stride, very hard to suffer, pounding, yet not fully mechanical, because there was courage in the persistent effort which carried her sailing to the head of the line. There, all competitors outstripped, her ambition died into a solid step, longer than normal by some inches, but like any other animal's, except that it gave a confident feeling of immense reserves in strength and endurance. I rode back down the ranks and told them to press forward faster. The Indians, riding wooden like horsemen, did their best, as did most of our number. But the ground was so bad that the greatest efforts were not very fruitful, and as hours went on, first one and then another rider dropped behind. Thereupon I chose the rear position, with Ali ibn al-Hussein, who was riding a rare old racing camel. She may have been 14 years old, but never flagged nor jogged the whole night. With her head low, she shuffled along in the quick, hang-kneed Nejid pace, which was so easy for the rider. Our speed and camel sticks made life miserable for the last men and camels. Soon after 9 o'clock, we left the plough. The going should have improved, but it began to drizzle and the rich surface of the land grew slippery. A Sirhani camel fell. Its rider had it up in a moment and trotted forward. One of the Beni Sakr came down. He also was unhurt and remounted hastily. Then we found one of Ali's servants standing by his halted camel. Ali hissed him on, and when the fellow mumbled an excuse, cut him savagely across the head with his cane. The terrified camel plunged forward, and the slave, snatching at the hinder girth, was able to swing himself into the saddle. Ali pursued him with a rain of blows. Mustafa, my man, an inexperienced rider, fell off twice. Awad, his rank man, each time caught his halter and had helped him up before we overtook them. The rain stopped and we went faster, downhill now. Suddenly Mifle, rising in his saddle, slashed at the air overhead. A sharp metallic contact from the night showed we were under the telegraph line to Mezarib. Then the gray horizon before us went more distant. We seemed to be riding on the camber of an arc of land, with a growing darkness at each side and in front. There came to our ears a faint sighing, like wind among trees very far away, but continuous and slowly increasing. This must be from the great waterfall below Tel el-Shahab, and we pressed forward confidently. A few minutes later, Mifle pulled up his camel and beat her neck very gently till she sank silently on her knees. He threw himself off, while we reined up beside him on this grassy platform by a tumbled cairn. Before us, from a lip of blackness, rose very loudly the rushing of the river, which had been long dinning our ears. It was the edge of the Yarmouk Gorge, and the bridge lay just under us to the right. We helped down the Indians from their burdened camels, that no sound betray us to listening ears, then mustered, whispering, on the clammy grass. The moon was not yet over Hermon, but the night was only half dark in the promise of its dawn, with wild rags of tattered clouds driving across a livid sky. I served out the explosives to the 15 porters, and we started. The Beni Sakr under Adhub sank into the dark slopes before us to scout the way. The rainstorm had made the steep hill treacherous, and only by driving our bare toes sharply into the soil could we keep a sure foothold. 2 or 3 men fell heavily. A little further, and at last, below our feet, we saw a something blacker in the precipitous blackness of the valley, and at its other end a speck of flickering light. It was the bridge, seen from this height in plan, with a guard tent pitched under the shadowy village-crested wall of the opposite bank. Everything was quiet, except the river. Everything was motionless, except the dancing flame outside the tent. Wood, who was only to come down if I were hit, got the Indians ready to spray the guard tent if affairs became general, while Ali, Fahad, Mifle, and the rest of us, with Beni Sakr and explosive porters, crept on till we found the old construction path to the near abutment. We stole along this in single file, our brown cloaks and soiled clothes blending perfectly with the limestone above us and the depths below, until we reached the metals just before they curved to the bridge. There the crowd halted, and I crawled on with Fahad. We reached the naked abutment, and drew ourselves forward on our faces in the shadow of its rails, till we could nearly touch the grey skeleton of underhung girders, and see the single sentry leaning against the other abutment 60 yards across the gulf. Whilst we watched, he began to move slowly up and down before his fire, without ever setting foot on the dizzy bridge. I crept away to bring the gelatin bearers. Before I reached them, there was the loud clatter of a dropped rifle and a scrambling fall from up the bank. The sentry started and stared up at the noise. He saw, high up, in the zone of light with which the rising moon slowly made beautiful the gorge, the machine gunners climbing down to a new position in the receding shadow. He challenged loudly, then lifted his rifle and fired, while yelling the guard out. Instantly, all was complete confusion. The invisible Beni Sakr, crouched along the narrow path above our heads, blazed back at random. The guard rushed into trenches, and opened rapid fire at our flashes. The Indians, caught moving, could not get their vicars in action to riddle the tent before it was empty. Firing became general. The volleys of the Turkish rifles, echoing in the narrow place, were doubled by the impact of their bullets against the rocks behind our party. The Sarahan porters had learned from my bodyguard that gelatin would go off if hit, so when shots spattered about them, they dumped the sacks over the edge and fled. Ali leaped down to Fahad and me, where we stood on the obscure abutment unperceived but with empty hands, and told us that the explosives were now somewhere in the deep bed of the ravine. It was hopeless to think of recovering them, with such hell let loose. So we scampered without accident up the hill path through the Turkish fire, breathlessly to the top. There we met the disgusted Wood and the Indians, and told them it was all over. We hastened back to the cairn, where the Sarahan were scrambling on their camels. We copied them as soon as might be, and trotted off at speed, while the Turks were yet rattling away in the bottom of the valley. Tura, the nearest village, heard the clamor and joined in. Other villages awoke, and lights began to sparkle everywhere across the plain. Our rush overran a party of peasants, returning from Daraa. The Sarahan, sore at the part they had played, or at what I said in the heat of running away, were looking for trouble, and robbed them bare. The victims dashed off through the moonlight with their women, raising the ear-piercing Arab call for help. Remthi heard them. Its mass shrieks alarmed every sleeper in the neighborhood. Their mounted men turned out to charge our flank, while settlements for miles about manned their roofs and fired volleys. We left the Sarahan offenders with their encumbering loot, and drove on in grim silence, keeping together in what order we could, while my trained men did marvelous service helping those who fell, or mounting behind them those whose camels got up too hurt to canter on. The ground was still muddy, and the plowed strips more laborious than ever. But behind us was the riot, spurring us and our camels to exertion, like a pack hunting us into the refuge of the hills. At length, we entered these and cut through by a better road towards peace, yet riding our jaded animals as hard as we could, for dawn was near. Gradually, the noise behind us died away, and the last stragglers fell into place, driven together, as on the advance, by the flail of Ali ibn al-Hussein and myself in the rear. The day broke just as we rode down to the railway, and Wood, Ali and the chiefs, now in front to test the passage, were amused by cutting the telegraph in many places while the procession marched over. We had crossed the line the night before to blow up the bridge at Tel el-Shahab, and so cut Palestine off from Damascus, and we were actually cutting the telegraph to Medina, after all our pains and risks. Allenby's guns, still shaking the air away there on our right, were bitter recorders of the failure we had been. The grey dawn drew on with gentleness in it, foreboding the grey drizzle of rain which followed, a drizzle so soft and hopeless that it seemed to mock our broken-footed plodding towards Abu Sawana. At sunset, we reached the long water pool, and there the rejects of our party were curious after the detail of our mistakes. We were fools, all of us equal fools, and so our rage was aimless. Ahmed and Awad had another fight. Young Mustafa refused to cook rice. Faraj and Daoud knocked him about until he cried. Ali had 2 of his servants beaten, and none of us or of them cared a little bit. Our minds were sick with failure, and our bodies tired after nearly 100 strained miles over bad country in bad conditions, between sunset and sunset, without halt or food. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 21, To Catch a Train. Food was going to be our next preoccupation, and we held a council in the cold driving rain to consider what we might do. For lightness' sake, we had carried from Azraq 3 days' rations, which made us complete until tonight. But we could not go back empty-handed. The Beni Sakr wanted honor, and the Sarahin were too lately disgraced not to clamor for more adventure. We had still a reserve bag of 30 pounds of gelatin, and Ali ibn al-Hussein, who had heard of the performances below Maan, and was as Arab as any Arab, said, "Let's blow up a train." The word was hailed with universal joy, and they looked at me, but I was not able to share their hopes all at once. Blowing up trains was an exact science when done deliberately by a sufficient party, with machine guns in position. If scrambled at, it might become dangerous. The difficulty this time was that the available gunners were Indians, who, though good men fed, were only half men in cold and hunger. I did not propose to drag them off without rations on an adventure which might take a week. There was no cruelty in starving Arabs. They would not die of a few days' fasting, and would fight as well as ever on empty stomachs, while, if things got too difficult, there were the riding camels to kill and eat. But the Indians, though Muslims, refused camel flesh on principle. I explained these delicacies of diet. Ali at once said that it would be enough for me to blow up the train, leaving him and the Arabs with him to do their best to carry its wreck without machine gun support. As, in this unsuspecting district, we might well happen on a supply train, with civilians or only a small guard of reservists aboard, I agreed to risk it. The decision having been applauded, we sat down in a cloaked circle to finish our remaining food in a very late and cold supper. The rain had soddened the fuel and made fire not possible, our hearts somewhat comforted by chance of another effort. At dawn, the remnant of us, some 60 men, turned back towards the railway. I led them to Minifir, whose recurved hilltop was an excellent observation post, camp, grazing ground, and way of retreat, and we sat there till sunset, shivering and staring out over the immense plain, which stretched map-like to the clouded peaks of Jebel Druze, with al-Jamal and her sister villages like ink smudges on it, through the rain. In the first dusk, we walked down to lay the mine. A culvert at kilometer 172 seemed the fittest place. While we stood by it, there came a rumbling, and through the gathering darkness and mist a train suddenly appeared round the northern curve, only 200 yards away. We scurried under the long arch and heard it roll overhead. This was annoying, but when the course was clear again, we fell to burying the charge. The evening was bitterly cold, with drifts of rain blowing down the valley. The arch was solid masonry, of 4-meter span, and stood over a shingle waterbed which took its rise on our hilltop. The winter rains had cut this into a channel 4 feet deep, narrow and winding, which served us as an admirable approach till within 300 yards of the line. There the gully widened out and ran straight towards the culvert, open to the sight of anyone upon the rails. We hid the explosive carefully on the crown of the arch, deeper than usual, beneath a tie, so that the patrols would not feel its jelly softness under their feet. The wires were taken down the bank into the shingle bed of the watercourse, where concealment was quick, and up it as far as they would reach. Unfortunately, this was only 60 yards. However, the ends happened to coincide with a little bush about 10 inches high on the edge of the watercourse, and we buried them beside this very convenient mark. It was impossible to leave them joined up to the exploder in the proper way, since the spot was evident to the permanent way patrols as they made their rounds. Owing to the mud, the job took longer than usual, and it was very nearly dawn before we finished. I waited under the draughty arch till day broke, wet and dismal, and then I went over the whole area of disturbance, spending another half-hour in effacing its every mark, scattering leaves and dead grass over it, and watering down the broken mud from a shallow rain pool near. Then they waved to me that the first patrol was coming, and I went up to join the others. Before I had reached them, they came tearing down into their prearranged places, lining the watercourse and spurs each side. A train was coming from the north. Hamud, Feisal's long slave, had the exploder. But before he reached me, a short train of closed box wagons rushed by at speed. The rainstorms on the plain and the thick morning had hidden it from the eyes of our watchmen until too late. This second failure saddened us further, and Ali began to say that nothing would come right this trip. Such a statement held risk as prelude of the discovery of an evil eye present. So, to divert attention, I suggested new watching posts be sent far out, one to the ruins on the north, one to the great cairn of the southern crest. The rest, having no breakfast, were to pretend not to be hungry. They all enjoyed doing this, and for a while we sat cheerfully in the rain, huddling against one another for warmth behind a breastwork of our streaming camels. The moisture made the animals' hair curl up like a fleece, so they looked queerly disheveled. When the rain paused, which it did frequently, a cold moaning wind searched out the unprotected parts of us very thoroughly. After a time, we found our wetted shirts clammy and comfortless things. We had nothing to eat, nothing to do, and nowhere to sit except on wet rock, wet grass, or mud. However, this persistent weather kept reminding me that it would delay Allenby's advance on Jerusalem and rob him of his great possibility. So large a misfortune to our lion was a half encouragement for the mice. We would be partners into next year. In the best circumstances, waiting for action was hard. Today, it was beastly. Even enemy patrols stumbled along without care, perfunctorily, against the rain. At last, near noon, in a snatch of fine weather, the watchmen on the south peak flagged their cloaks wildly in signal of a train. We reached our positions in an instant, for we had squatted the late hours on our heels in a streaming ditch near the line, so as not to miss another chance. The Arabs took cover properly. I looked back at their ambush from my firing point and saw nothing but the grey hillsides. I could not hear the train coming, but trusted, and knelt ready for perhaps half an hour, when the suspense became intolerable and I signaled to know what was up. They sent down to say it was coming very slowly and was an enormously long train. Our appetites stiffened. The longer it was, the more would be the loot. Then came word that it had stopped. It moved again. Finally, near 1 o'clock, I heard it panting. The locomotive was evidently defective. All these wood-fired trains were bad, and the heavy load on the up gradient was proving too much for its capacity. I crouched behind my bush, while it crawled slowly into view past the south cutting and along the bank above my head towards the culvert. The first 10 trucks were open trucks, crowded with troops. However, once again it was too late to choose, so when the engine was squarely over the mine, I pushed down the handle of the exploder. Nothing happened. I sawed it up and down 4 times. Still, nothing happened, and I realized that it had gone out of order and that I was kneeling on a naked bank with a Turkish troop train crawling past 50 yards away. The bush, which had seemed a foot high, shrank smaller than a fig leaf, and I felt myself the most distinct object in the countryside. Behind me was an open valley for 200 yards, to the cover where my Arabs were waiting and wondering what I was at. It was impossible to make a bolt for it, or the Turks would step off the train and finish us. So there I sat, counting for sheer life, while 18 open trucks, 3 box wagons, and 3 officers' coaches dragged by. The engine panted slower and slower, and I thought every moment that it would break down. But at last the end of the brake van slowly disappeared into the cutting on the north. As it went, I jumped up, buried my wires, snatched hold of the wretched exploder, and went like a rabbit uphill into safety. Mifflin was past tears, thinking I had intentionally let the train through, and when the Sarahan had been told the real cause, they said, "Bad luck is with us." Historically, they were right, but they meant it for a prophecy, so I made sarcastic reference to their courage at the bridge the week before, hinting that it might be a tribal preference to sit on camel guard. At once there was uproar, the Sarahan attacking me furiously, the Beni Sakr defending. Ali heard the trouble and came running. When we had made it up, the original despondency was half forgotten. Ali backed me nobly, though the wretched boy was blue with cold and shivering in an attack of fever. He gasped that his ancestor the Prophet had given to Sharifs the faculty of sight, and by it he knew that our luck was turning. This was comfort for them. My first installment of good fortune came when in the wet, without other tool than my dagger, I got the box of the exploder opened and persuaded its electrical gear to work properly once more. We returned to our vigil by the wires, but nothing happened, and evening drew down with more squalls and beastliness, everybody full of grumbles. There was no train. It was too wet to light a cooking fire. Our only potential food was camel. Raw meat did not tempt anyone that night, and so our beasts survived to the morrow. Ali lay down on his belly, which position lessened the hunger ache, trying to sleep off his fever. Kazan, Ali's servant, lent him his cloak for extra covering. I went downhill to connect up the exploder, and afterwards spent the night there, alone by the singing telegraph wires, hardly wishing to sleep, so painful was the cold. Nothing came all the long hours, and dawn, which broke wet, looked even uglier than usual. We were sick to death of railways and wrecking by now. I climbed up to the main body, while the early patrol searched the railway. Then the day cleared a little. Ali awoke, much refreshed, and his new spirit cheered us. Hamud, the slave, produced some sticks, which he had kept under his clothes by his skin all night. They were nearly dry. We shaved down some blasting gelatin, and with its hot flame got a fire going, while the Sukur hurriedly killed a mangy camel, the best spared of our riding beasts, and began with entrenching tools to hack it into handy joints. Just at that moment, the watchman on the north cried, "A train!" We left the fire and made a breathless race of the 600 yards downhill to our old position. Round the bend, whistling its loudest, came the train, a splendid 2-engine thing of 12 passenger coaches, traveling at top speed on the favoring grade. I touched off under the first driving wheel of the first locomotive, and the explosion was terrific. The ground spouted blackly into my face, and I was sent spinning, helplessly. Recovering myself, I hobbled towards the upper valley, whence the Arabs were now shooting fast into the crowded coaches. When the enemy began to return our fire, I found myself much between the two. Ali saw me fall, and thinking that I was hard hit, ran out, with Turki and about 20 men of his servants and the Beni Sakr to help me. The train was badly derailed, with the listing coaches butted end to end at all angles, zigzagged along the track. One of them was a saloon, decorated with flags. In it had been Mehmed Jamal Pasha, commanding the 8th Army Corps, hurrying down to defend Jerusalem against Allenby. We could see that our chances of carrying the wreck were slight. There had been some 400 men on board, and the survivors, now recovered from the shock, were under shelter and shooting hard at us. Mifflin and Adhub rejoined us on the hill, and asked after Fahad. One of the Sarahin told how he had led the first rush, while I lay knocked out beside the exploder, and had been killed near it. They showed his belt and rifle as proof that he was dead, and that they had tried to save him. Adhub said not a word, but leaped out of the gully and raced downhill. We caught our breaths till our lungs hurt us, watching him, but the Turks seemed not to see. A minute later, he was dragging a body behind the left-hand bank. Mifflin went back to his mare, mounted, and took her down behind a spur. Together, they lifted the inert figure onto the pommel and returned. A bullet had passed through Fahad's face, knocking out 4 teeth and gashing the tongue. He had fallen unconscious, but had revived just before Adhub reached him, and was trying on hands and knees, blinded with blood, to crawl away. He now recovered poise enough to cling to his saddle, so they changed him to the first camel they found and led him off at once. The Turks, seeing us so quiet, began to advance up the slope. We let them come halfway, and then poured in volleys which killed some 20 and drove the others back. The ground about the train was strewn with dead, and the broken coaches had been crowded. But they were fighting under eye of their corps commander, and undaunted, began to work round the spurs to outflank us. We were now only about 40 left, and obviously could do no good against them. So we ran in batches up the little stream bed to the hilltop. Each man there jumped on the nearest camel and made away at full speed eastward into the desert for an hour. Then, in safety, we sorted our animals. The excellent Rahel, despite the ruling excitement, had brought off with him, tied to his saddle girth, a huge haunch of the camel slaughtered just as the train arrived. He gave us the motive for a proper halt, 5 miles further on in Wadi Dulail, where was a barren fig tree. I bought another mangy camel for extra meat, paid rewards, compensated the relatives of the killed, and gave prize money for the 60 or 70 rifles we had taken. It was small booty, but not to be despised. Some Sarahan, who had gone into the action without rifles, able only to throw unavailing stones, had now 2 guns apiece. Next day we moved into Azraq, having a great welcome and boasting, God forgive us, that we were victors. The Druze Emir of Salkhad reached our old castle, just before we did. He told us the rest of the history of the Emir Abd al-Qadir, the Algerian. After stealing away from us, he had ridden straight to their village and entered in triumph, the Arab flag displayed, and his 7 horsemen cantering about him, firing joy shots. The people were astonished, and the Turkish governor protested that such doings were an insult to him. He was introduced to Abd al-Qadir, who, sitting in pomp on the divan, made a bombastic speech, stating that the Sharif now took over Jebel Druze through his agency, and all existing officials were confirmed in their appointments. Next morning, he made a second progress through the district. The suffering governor complained again. Emir Abd al-Qadir drew his gold-mounted Meccan sword and swore that with it he would cut off Jemal Pasha's head. The Druzes reproved him, vowing that such things should not be said in their house before His Excellency the Governor. Abd al-Qadir called them whoresons, Ingalls accidents, sons of a bitch, profiteering cuckolds and pimps, jetting his insults broadcast to the room full. The Druzes got angry. Abd al-Qadir flung raging out of the house and mounted, shouting that when he stamped his foot, all Jebel Druze would rise on his side. With his 7 servants, he spurred down the road to Daraa station, which he entered as he had entered Salkhad. The Turks, who knew his madness of old, left him to play. They disbelieved even his yarn that Ali and I would try the Yarmouk Bridge that night. When, however, we did, they took a graver view and sent him under custody to Damascus. Jemal's brutal humor was amused, and he enlarged him as a butt. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 22, Return to the World. The weather was now dreadful, with sleet and snow and storms continually. It was obvious that at Azraq there would be nothing but teaching and preaching in the next months. For this, I was not eager. When necessary, I had done my share of proselytizing fatigues, converting as best I could, conscious all the time of my strangeness and of the incongruity of an alien's advocating national liberty. The war for me held a struggle to sidetrack thought, to get into the people's attitude of accepting the revolt, naturally and trustingly. I had to persuade myself that the British government could really keep the spirit of its promises. Especially was this difficult when I was tired and ill, when the delirious activity of my brain tore to shreds my patience. And then, after the blunt Bedouin, who would thrust in hailing me, "Ya Orans," and put their need without compliments, these smooth townspeople were maddening as they crawled for the favor of an audience with their prince and bey and lord and deliverer. So I flung away from them in a rage, determined to go south and see if anything active could be done in the cold weather about the Dead Sea, which the enemy held as a trench dividing us from Palestine. My remaining money was handed over to Sharif Ali, and the Indians commended to his care. He and I took affectionate leave of one another. Ali gave me half his wardrobe, shirts, headcloths, belts, tunics. I gave him an equivalent half of mine, and we kissed like David and Jonathan, each wearing the other's clothes. Afterwards, with Rahel only, on my 2 best camels, I struck away southward. We left Azraq one evening, riding into a glowing west, while over our heads schools of cranes flew into the sunset like the outdrawn barbs of arrows. It was toilsome from the start. Night was deep by Wadi Boutum, where the conditions became even worse. All the plain was wet, and our poor camels slithered and fell time and again. We fell as often as they did, but at least our part of sitting still, between falls, was easier than their part of movement. By midnight, we had crossed the Gadaf, and the quag felt too awful for further progress. We slept where we were, in the mud, rose up plated with it at dawn, and smiled crackily at one another. The wind blew, and the ground began to dry. Until noon, we made poor traveling, for the camels still broke through the loose crust of flints and foundered in the red underclay. After noon, on the higher ground, we did better and began rapidly to close the white sky tents, which were the Tlaythaquit peaks. From the ridge at sunset, we looked back for an instant upon the northern plain as it sank away from us grayly, save that here and there glowed specks or great splashes of crimson fire, the reflection of the dying sun, in shallow pools of rainwater on the flats. These eyes of a dripping bloody redness were so much more visible than the plain that they carried our sight miles into the haze and seemed to hang detached in the distant sky, tilted up like mirage. We passed Bear long after dark, when only its latest tent fire still shone. As we went, we saw the stars mirrored in a valley bottom, and were able to water our breathless camels in a pool of yesterday's rain. After their drink, we eased them for half an hour. This night journeying was hard on both men and animals. By day, the camels saw the irregularities of their path and undulated over them, and the rider could swing his body to miss the jerk of a long or short stride. But by night, everything was blinded, and the march racked with shocks. I had a heavy bout of fever on me, which made me angry, so that I paid no attention to Rahel's appeals for rest. That young man had maddened all of us for months by his abundant vigor and by laughing at our weaknesses. so this time I was determined to ride him out, showing no mercy. Before dawn, he was blubbering with self-pity, but softly lest I hear him. Dawn and Jafar came imperceptibly through the mist, like a ghost of sunlight, which left the earth untouched, and demonstrated itself as a glittering blink against the eyes alone. Our shadows had no edge. We doubted if that faint stain upon the soil below was cast by us or not. In the forenoon, we reached Auda's camp and stopped for a greeting and a few Jowf dates. Auda could not provide us a relay of camels. We mounted again to get over the railway in the early night. Rahel was past protest now. He rode beside me, white-faced, bleak and silent, wrought up only to outstay me, beginning to take a half-pride in his pains. Even had we started fair, he had the advantage anyhow over me in strength, and now I was nearly finished. Step by step, I was yielding myself to a slow ache, which conspired with my abating fever and the numb monotony of riding to close up the gate of my senses. I seemed at last approaching the insensibility which had always been beyond my reach, but a delectable land, for one born so slug-tissued that nothing this side fainting would let his spirit free. Now I found myself dividing into parts. There was one which went on riding wisely, sparing or helping every pace of the wearied camel. Another, hovering above and to the right, bent down curiously and asked what the flesh was doing. The flesh gave no answer, for indeed it was conscious only of a ruling impulse to keep on and on. But a third garrulous one talked and wondered, critical of the body's self-inflicted labor, and contemptuous of the reason for effort. The night passed in these mutual conversations. My unseeing eyes saw the dawn goal in front, the head of the pass, below which that other world of rum lay out like a sunlit map, and my parts debated that the struggle might be worthy, but the end, foolishness and a rebirth of trouble. The spent body toiled on doggedly and took no heed, quite rightly, for the divided self said nothing which I was not capable of thinking in cold blood. They were all my natives. Telesio, taught by some such experience, split up the soul. Had he gone on to the furthest limit of exhaustion, he would have seen his conceived regimen of thoughts and acts and feelings ranked around him as separate creatures, eyeing like vultures the passing in their midst of the common thing which gave them life. Rahel collected me out of my death sleep by jerking the headstall and striking me, while he shouted that we had lost our direction and were wandering toward the Turkish lines at Aba el-Lisan. He was right, and we had to make a long cut back to reach Batra safely. The incident broke the tension between us, and chatting, we rode out upon the Gah. There, under the tamarisk, we passed the middle hour of the day in sleep, since by our slowness in the march over Batra, we had lost the possibility of reaching Aqaba within 3 days from Azraq. We rode in the early afternoon, easier now and exchanging jests with one another, as the long winter evening crept down. When we got past the Kuzel in the ascent, we found the sun veiled behind level banks of low clouds in the west, and enjoyed a rich twilight of the English sort. In Itam, the mist steamed up gently from the soil and collected into wool-white masses in each hollow. We reached Aqaba at midnight and slept outside the camp till breakfast, when I called on Joyce. Later came urgent orders for me to go up at once to Palestine by air. Croyle flew me to Suez. Thence I went up to Allenby's headquarters beyond Gaza. He was so full of victories that my short statement that we had failed to carry a Yarmouk bridge was sufficient, and the miserable details of failure could remain concealed. While I was still with him, word came from Chetwode that Jerusalem had fallen, and Allenby made ready to enter in the official manner which the Catholic imagination of Mark Sykes had devised. He was good enough, although I had done nothing for the success, to let Clayton take me along as his staff officer for the day. The personal staff tricked me out in their spare clothes till I looked like a major in the British Army. Dalmeny lent me red tabs, Evans his brass hat, so that I had the gauds of my appointment in the ceremony of the Jaffa Gate, which for me was the supreme moment of the war. Shamefaced with triumph, which was not so much a triumph as homage by Allenby to the mastering spirit of the place, we drove back to Shays' headquarters. It was the moment to ask Allenby what he would do next. He thought he was immobilized till the middle of February, when he would push down to Jericho. Much enemy food was being lightered up the Dead Sea, and he asked me to note this traffic as a second objective, if the effort to Tafileh prevailed. I, hoping to improve on this, replied that should the Turks be continually shaken, we might join him at the north end of the Dead Sea. If he could put Feisal's 50 tons a day of supplies, stores, and ammunition into Jericho, we would abandon Aqaba and transfer our headquarters to Jordan Valley. This idea commended itself to Allenby and Dawnay. Accordingly, we agreed. The Arabs were to reach the Dead Sea as soon as possible, to stop the transport of food up it to Jericho before the middle of February, and to arrive at the Jordan before the end of March. On our return to Aqaba, domestic affairs engaged the remaining free days. My part mostly concerned the bodyguard, which I formed for private protection, as rumor gradually magnified my importance. On our first going up country from Rabeg and Yenbo, the Turks had been curious. Afterwards, they were annoyed, to the point of ascribing to the English the direction and motive force of the Arab Revolt, much as we used to flatter ourselves by attributing the Turkish efficiency to German influence. However, the Turks said it often enough to make it an article of faith, and began to offer a reward of £100 for a British officer, alive or dead. As time went on, they not only increased the general figure, but made a special bid for me. After the capture of Aqaba, the price became respectable, while after we blew up Jemal Pasha, they put Ali and me at the head of their list, worth £20,000 alive or 10,000 dead. Of course, the offer was rhetorical, with no certainty whether in gold or paper, or that the money would be paid at all. Still, perhaps, it might justify some care. I began to increase my people to a troop, adding such lawless men as I found, fellows whose dash had got them into trouble elsewhere. I needed hard riders and hard livers, men proud of themselves and without family. By good fortune, 3 or 4 of this sort joined me at the first, setting a tone and standard. One afternoon, I was quietly reading in Marshall's tent at Aqaba. I lodged with Marshall, our Scottish doctor, as often as I was in camp, when there entered over the noiseless sand an Agili, thin, dark, and short, but most gorgeously dressed. He carried on his shoulder the richest Hassa saddlebag I had ever seen. Its woolen tapestry of green and scarlet, white, orange, and blue, had tassels woven over its sides in 5 rows, and from the middle and bottom hung 5-foot streamers of geometric pattern, tasseled and fringed. Respectfully greeting me, the young man threw the saddlebag on my carpet, saying, "Yours," and disappeared suddenly as he had come. Next day, he returned with a camel saddle of equal beauty, the long brass horns of its cantles adorned with exquisite old Yemeni engraving. On the 3rd day, he reappeared empty-handed, in a poor cotton shirt, and sank down in a heap before me, saying he wished to enter my service. He looked odd without his silk robes, for his face, shriveled and torn with smallpox, and hairless, might have been of any age, while he had a lad's supple body, and something of a lad's recklessness in his carriage. His long black hair was carefully braided into 3 shining plaits down each cheek. His eyes were weak, closed up to slits. His mouth was sensual, loose, wet, and gave him a good-humored, half-cynical expression. I asked him his name. He replied Abdullah, surnamed al-Nahabi, or the robber. The nickname, he said, was an inheritance from his respected father. His own adventures had been unprofitable. He was born in Burayda, and while young had suffered from the civil power for his impiety. When half grown, a misfortune in a married woman's house had made him leave his native town, in a hurry, and take service with Ibn Saud, Emir of Nejd. In this service, his hard swearing earned lashes and imprisonment. Consequently, he deserted to Kuwait, where again he had been amorous. On his release, he had moved to Hale and enrolled himself among the retainers of Ibn Rashid, the Emir. Unfortunately, there he had disliked his officer to the point of striking him in public with a camel stick. Return was made in kind, and after a slow recovery in prison, he had once more been thrust friendless on the world. The Hejaz Railway was being built, and to its works he had come in search of fortune. But a contractor docked his wages for sleeping at noonday. He retorted by docking the contractor of his head. The Turkish government interfered, and he found life very hard in the prison at Medina. However, through a window, he came to Mecca, and for his proved integrity and camelmanship was made post-carrier between Mecca and Jeddah. To this employ he settled down, laying aside his young extravagances, bringing to Mecca his father and mother, and setting them up in a shop to work for him, with the capital provided by commission from merchants and robbers. After a year's prosperity, he was waylaid, losing his camel and its consignment. They seized his shop in compensation. From the wreck, he saved enough to fit himself out as a man-at-arms in the Sharifian camel force. Merit made him a petty officer, but too much attention was drawn to his section by a habit of fighting with daggers and by his foul mouth, a maw of depravity which had eaten filth in the stews of every capital in Arabia. Once too often, his lips trembled with humor, sardonic, salacious, lying, and when reduced, he charged his downfall to a jealous Atabi, whom he stabbed in court before the eyes of the outraged Sharif Sharaf. Sharaf's stern sense of public decency punished Abdullah by the severest of his chastisements, from which he very nearly died. When well enough, he entered Sharaf's service. On the outbreak of war, he became orderly to Ibn Dakhil, captain of the Agail, with Feisal. His reputation grew, but the mutiny at Wej turned Ibn Dakhil into an ambassador. Abdullah missed the comradeship of the ranks, and Ibn Dakhil had given him a written character to enter my service. The letter said that for 2 years he had been faithful, but disrespectful, the want of sons of shame. He was the most experienced Agaili, having served every Arabian prince and having been dismissed each employment, after stripes and prison, for offenses of too great individuality. Ibn Dakhil said that the Nahabi rode second to himself, was a master judge of camels, and as brave as any son of Adam, easily, since he was too blind-eyed to see danger. In fact, he was the perfect retainer, and I engaged him instantly. In my service, only once did he taste cells. That was at Allenby's headquarters, when a despairing provost-marshal rang up to say that a wild man, with weapons, found sitting on the commander-in-chief's doorstep, had been led without riot to the guard-room, where he was eating oranges as though for a wager, and proclaiming himself my son, one of Feisal's dogs. Oranges were running short. So Abdullah experienced his first telephone conversation. He told the APM that such a fitting would be a comfort in all prisons, and took a ceremonious leave. He scouted absolutely the notion that he might walk about Ramleh unarmed, and was given a pass to make lawful his sword, dagger, pistol, and rifle. His first use of this pass was to revisit the guard-room with cigarettes for the military police. He examined the applicants for my service, and thanks to him and to the Zagi, my other commander, a stiff man of normal officer cut, a wonderful gang of experts grew about me. The British at Aqaba called them cutthroats, but they cut throats only to my order. Perhaps in others' eyes it was a fault that they would recognize no authority but mine. Yet when I was away, they were kind to Major Marshall and would hold him in incomprehensible talk about points of camels, their breeds and ailments, from dawn till night time. Marshall was very patient, and 2 or 3 of them would sit attentive by his bedside from the first daylight, waiting to continue his education as soon as he became conscious. A good half, nearly 50 of the 90, were Agale, the nervous, limber Najedi villagers who made the color and the parade in Feisal's army, and whose care for their riding camels was such a feature of their service. They would call them by name from 100 yards away and leave them in charge of the kit when they dismounted. The Agale, being mercenaries, would not do well unless well paid, and for lack of that condition had fallen into disrepute. Yet the bravest single effort of the Arab war belonged to that one of them who twice swam down the subterranean water conduit into Medina and returned with the full report of the invested town. I paid my men £6 a month, the standard army wage for a man and camel, but mounted them on my own animals so that the money was clear income. This made the service enviable and put the eager spirits of the camp at my disposal. For my timetable's sake, since I was more busy than most, my rides were long, hard, and sudden. The ordinary Arab, whose camel represented half his wealth, could not afford to founder it by traveling my speed. Also, such riding was painful for the man. Consequently, I had to have with me picked riders on my own beasts. We bought at long prices the fastest and strongest camels to be obtained. We chose them for speed and power, no matter how hard and exhausting they might be under the saddle. Indeed, often we chose the hard-paced as the more enduring. They were changed or rested in our own camel hospital when they became thin, and the riders were treated likewise. The Za'agi held each man bodily responsible for his mount's condition and for the fitness of his saddlery. Fellows were very proud of being in my bodyguard, which developed a professionalism almost flamboyant. They dressed like a bed of tulips, in every color but white, for that was my constant wear, and they did not wish to seem to presume. In half an hour, they would make ready for a ride of 6 weeks, that being the limit for which food could be carried at the saddle bow. Baggage camels they shrank from as a disgrace. They would travel day and night at my whim, and made it a point of honor never to mention fatigue. If a new man grumbled, the others would silence him or change the current of his complaint brutally. They fought like devils when I wanted, and sometimes when I did not, especially with Turks or with outsiders. For one guardsman to strike another was the last offense. They expected extravagant reward and extravagant punishment. They made boast throughout the army of their pains and gains. However, for the time, the Arabs were possessed, and cruelty of governance answered their need. Besides, my men were blood enemies of 30 tribes, and only for my hand over them would have murdered in the ranks each day. Their feuds prevented them combining against me, while their unlikeness gave me sponsors and spies wherever I went or sent, between Aqaba and Damascus, between Beersheba and Baghdad. In my service, nearly 60 of them died. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 23, Fighting for Tafileh. We waited in Ghurka for news of the opening of our operation against Tafileh, the knot of villages commanding the south end of the Dead Sea. We planned to tackle it from west, south, and east at once. The east opening the ball by attacking Jerf, its nearest station on the Hejaz line. Conduct of this attack had been trusted to Sharif Nasir, the Fortunate. With him went Nuri Saeed, Ja'afar's chief of staff, commanding some regulars, a gun, and some machine guns. They were working from Jafar. After 3 days, their post came in. As usual, Nasir had directed his raid with skill and deliberation. Jerf, the objective, was a strong station of 3 stone buildings with outerworks and trenches. Behind the station was a low mound, trenched and walled, on which the Turks had set 2 machine guns and a mountain gun. Beyond the mound lay a high, sharp ridge, the last spur of the hills which divided Jafar from Be'er. The weakness of the defense lay in this ridge, for the Turks were too few to hold both it and the knoll or station, and its crest overlooked the railway. Nasir one night occupied the whole top of the hill without alarm, and then cut the line above and below the station. A few minutes later, when it was light enough to see, Nuri Saeed brought his mountain gun to the edge of the ridge, and with a third lucky shot, a direct hit, silenced the Turkish gun beneath his view. Nasir grew greatly excited. The Beni Sakr mounted their camels, swearing they would charge in forthwith. Nuri thought it madness, while Turkish machine guns were still in action from trenches. But his words had no effect upon the Bedou. In desperation, he opened a rattling fire with all he had against the Turkish position, and the Beni Sakr swept round the foot of the main ridge and up over the knoll in a flash. When they saw this camel horde racing at them, the Turks flung away their rifles and fled into the station. Only 2 Arabs were fatally hurt. Nuri ran down to the knoll. The Turkish gun was undamaged. He slewed it round and discharged it, point blank, into the ticket office. The Beni Sakr mob yelled with joy to see the wood and stones flying, jumped again on their camels, and loped into the station just as the enemy surrendered. Nearly 200 Turks, including 7 officers, survived as our prisoners. After the looting, the engineers fired charges under the 2 engines, against the water tower, in the pump, and between the points of the sidings. They burned the captured trucks and damaged a bridge, but perfunctorily, for as usual after victory, everyone was too loaded and too hot to care for altruistic labor. Then, the weather once more broke. For 3 successive days came falls of snow. Nasir's force, with difficulty, regained the tents at Jafar. This plateau about Maan lay between 3,000 and 5,000 feet above sea level, open to all winds from the north and east. They blew from Central Asia or from the Caucasus, terribly over the great desert, to these low hills of Edom, against which the first fury broke. The surplus bitterness lipped the crest, and made a winter, quite severe of its degree, below in Judea and Sinai. Outside Beersheba and Jerusalem, the British found it cold, but our Arabs fled there to get warm. Unhappily, the British supply staff realized too late that we were fighting in a little Alp. They would not give us tents for 1/4 of our troops, nor serge clothing, nor boots, nor blankets enough to issue 2 to each man of the mountain garrisons. Our soldiers, if they neither deserted nor died, existed in an aching misery which froze the hope out of them. According to our plan, the good news of Jerf was to send the Arabs of Petra, under Sharif Abd al-Mayan, at once up their hills into the forest towards Shobek. It was an uncanny march in the hoar mist, that of these frozen-footed peasants in their sheepskins, up and down sharp valleys and dangerous hillsides, out of whose snowdrifts the heavy trunks of junipers, grudging in leaves, jutted like castings in grey iron. The ice and frost broke down the animals, and many of the men. Yet these hardy Highlanders, used to being too cold throughout their winter, persisted in the advance. The Turks heard of them as they struggled slowly nearer, and fled from the caves and shelters among the trees to the branch railhead, littering the roads of their panic with cast baggage and equipment. However, the advantage lay with Nasir, who leaped in one day from Jafar, and after a whirlwind night, appeared at dawn on the rocky brink of the ravine in which Tafileh hid, and summoned it to surrender on pain of bombardment. An idle threat, for Nuri Said with the guns had gone back to Guwara. There were only 180 Turks in the village, but they had supporters in the Muhazin, a clan of the peasantry, not for love so much as because Diab, the vulgar headman of another faction, had declared for Feisal. So they shot up at Nasir, a stream of ill-directed bullets. The Hawaitat spread out along the cliffs to return the peasants' fire. This manner of going displeased Auda, the old lion, who raged that a mercenary village folk should dare to resist their secular masters, the Abu Tayyi. So he jerked his halter, cantered his mare down the path, and rode out plain to view beneath the easternmost houses of the village. There he reined in and shook a hand at them, booming in his wonderful voice, "Dogs, do you not know Auda?" When they realized it was that implacable son of war, their hearts failed them, and an hour later, Sharif Nasir, in the townhouse, was sipping tea with his guest, the Turkish governor, trying to console him for the sudden change of fortune. At dark, Mastur rode in. His Motalga looked blackly at their blood enemies, the Abu Tayyi, lolling in the best houses. The two Sharifs divided up the place to keep their unruly followers apart. Feisal had delegated command of this push towards the Dead Sea to his young half-brother, Zaid. It was Zaid's first office in the north, and he set out eager with hope. As advisor, he had Jafar Pasha, our general. His infantry, gunners, and machine gunners stuck for lack of food at Petra, but Zaid himself and Jafar rode on to Tafileh. Things were almost at a break. Auda affected a magnanimity very galling to the Motalga boys, Metab and Anad, sons of Abtan, whom Auda's son had killed. They, lithe, definite, self-conscious figures, began to talk about revenge, tomtits threatening a hawk. Auda declared he would whip them in the marketplace if they were rude. This was very well, but their followers were 2 to every man of his, and we should have the village in a blaze. The young fellows, with Rahel, my ruffler, went flaunting in every street. Zaid thanked and paid Auda, and sent him back to his desert. The enlightened heads of the Muhazin had to go as forced guests to Faisal's tent. Diab, their enemy, was our friend. We remembered regretfully the adage that the best allies of a violently successful new regime were not its partisans, but its opponents. By Zaid's plenty of gold, the economic situation improved. We appointed an officer-governor and organized our 5 villages for further attack. Notwithstanding, these plans quickly went adrift. Before they had been agreed upon, we were astonished by a sudden try of the Turks to dislodge us. We had never dreamed of this, for it seemed out of the question that they should hope to keep Tafileh, or want to keep it. Allenby was just in Jerusalem, and for the Turks, the issue of the war might depend on their successful defense of the Jordan against him. Unless Jericho fell, or until it fell, Tafileh was an obscure village of no interest. Nor did we value it as a possession. Our desire was to get past it towards the enemy. For men so critically placed as the Turks, To waste one single casualty on its recapture appeared the rankest folly. Hamid Fakhri Pasha, commanding the 48th Division in the Amman sector, thought otherwise, or had his orders. He collected about 900 infantry, made up of 3 battalions. In January 1918, a Turkish battalion was a poor thing. With 100 cavalry, 2 mountain howitzers, and 27 machine guns, and sent them by rail and road to Karak. There he impressed all the local transport, drew a complete set of civil officials to staff his new administration in Tafileh, and marched southward to surprise us. Surprise us he did. We first heard of him when his cavalry feelers fell on our pickets in Wadi Hessa, the gorge of great width and depth and difficulty, which cut off Karak from Tafileh, Moab from Edom. By dusk he had driven them back and was upon us. Jafar Pasha had sketched a defense position on the south bank of the great ravine of Tafileh, proposing, if the Turks attacked, to give them the village and defend the heights which overhung it behind. This seemed to me doubly unsound. The slopes were dead, and their defense as difficult as their attack. They could be turned from the cast, and by quitting the village, we threw away the local people, whose votes and hands would be for the occupiers of their houses. However, it was the ruling idea, all Zaid had, and so about midnight he gave the order, and servants and retainers loaded up their stuff. The men-at-arms proceeded to the southern crest, while the baggage train was sent off by the lower road to safety. This move created panic in the town. The peasants thought we were running away, I think we were, and rushed to save their goods and lives. It was freezing hard, and the ground was crusted with noisy ice. In the blustering dark, the confusion and crying through the narrow streets were terrible. Diab, the sheikh, had told us harrowing tales of the disaffection of the townspeople to increase the splendor of his own loyalty. But my impression was that they were stout fellows, of great potential use. To prove it, I sat out on my roof, or walked in the dark up and down the steep alleys, cloaked against recognition, with my guards unobtrusively about me, within call. So we heard what passed. The people were in a very passion of fear, nearly dangerous, abusing everybody and everything. But there was nothing pro-Turkish abroad. They were in horror of the Turks returning, ready to do all in their physical capacity to support against them a leader with fighting intention. This was satisfactory, for it chimed with my hankering to stand where we were and fight stiffly. Finally, I met the young Jazi sheikhs, Matab and Anad, beautiful in silks and gleaming silver arms, and sent them to find their uncle, Hamd al-Arar. Him I asked to ride away north of the ravine, to tell the peasantry, who by the noise were still fighting the Turks, that we were on our way up to help them. Hamd, a melancholy, courtly, gallant cavalier, galloped off at once with 20 of his relations, all that he could gather in the distracted moment. Their passage, at speed through the streets, added the last touch required to perfect the terror. The housewives bundled their goods pell-mell out of doors and windows, though no men were waiting to receive them. Children were trampled on and yelled, while their mothers were yelling anyhow. The Motalga, during their gallop, fired shot after shot into the air to encourage themselves, and, as though to answer them, the flashes of the enemy rifles became visible, outlining the northern cliffs in that last blackness of sky before the dawn. I walked up the opposite heights to consult with Sharif Zaid. Zaid sat gravely on a rock, sweeping the country with field glasses for the enemy. As crises deepened, Zaid grew detached, nonchalant. I was in a furious rage. The Turks should never, by the rules of sane generalship, have ventured back to Tafileh at all. It was simple greed, a dog in the manger attitude, unworthy of a serious enemy, just the sort of hopeless thing a Turk would do. How could they expect a proper war when they gave us no chance to honor them? Our morale was continually being ruined by their follies, for neither could our men respect their courage, nor our officers respect their brains. Also, it was an icy morning, and I had been up all night, and was Teutonic enough to decide that they should pay for my changed mind and plan. First, I suggested that Abdullah go forward with 2 Hotchkiss guns to test the strength and disposition of the enemy. Then we talked of what next, very usefully, for Zaid was a cool and gallant little fighter, with the temperament of a professional officer. We saw Abdullah climb the other bank. The shooting became intense for a time, and then faded into distance. His coming had stimulated the Motalga horsemen and the villagers, who fell on the Turkish cavalry and drove them over a first ridge, across a plain 2 miles wide, and over a ridge beyond it, down the first step of the great Hessa depression. Behind this lay the Turkish main body, just getting on the road again after a severe night, which had stiffened them in their places. They came properly into action, and Abdullah was checked at once. We heard the distant rolling of machine gun fire, growing up in huge bursts, laced by a desultory shelling. Our ears told us what was happening, as well as if we saw it, and the news was excellent. I wanted Zaid to come forward at once, on that authority, but his caution stepped in, and he insisted that we wait exact word from his advance guard, Abdullah. This was not necessary, according to book, but they knew I was a sham soldier, and took license to hesitate over my advice when it came peremptorily. However, I held a hand worth 2 of that, and went off myself for the front to prejudge their decision. On the way, I saw my bodyguard, turning over the goods exposed for removal in the streets, and finding much of interest to themselves. I told them to recover our camels, and to bring their Hotchkiss automatic to the north bank of the gorge, in a hurry. The road dipped into a grove of fig trees, knots of blue snaky boughs, bare as they would be long after the rest of nature was grown green. Thence it turned eastward, to wind lengthily in the valley to the crest. I left it, climbing straight up the cliffs. An advantage of going barefoot was a new and incredible sureness upon rock when the soles had got hard by painful insistence or were too chilled to feel jags and scrapes. The new way, while warming me, also shortened my time appreciably, and very soon, at the top, I found a level bit, and then a last ridge overlooking the plateau. This last straight bank, with Byzantine foundations in it, seemed very proper for a reserve or ultimate line of defense for Tafileh. To be sure, we had no reserve as yet. No one had the least notion who or what we would have anywhere. But if we did have anybody, here was their place. And at that precise moment, Zaid's personal gale became visible, hiding coyly in a hollow. To make them move required words of a strength to unravel their plaited hair, but at last I had them sitting along the skyline of Reserve Ridge. They were about 20, and from a distance looked beautiful, like points of a considerable army. I gave them my signet as a token, with orders to collect there all newcomers, especially my fellows with their gun. As I walked northward towards the fighting, Abdullah met me, on his way to Zaid with news. He had finished his ammunition, lost 5 men from shell fire, and had 1 automatic gun destroyed. 2 guns he thought the Turks had. His idea was to get up Zaid with all his men and fight. So nothing remained for me to add to his message, and there was no subtlety in leaving alone my happy masters, to cross and dot their own right decision. He gave me leisure in which to study the coming battlefield. The tiny plain was about 2 miles across, bounded by low green ridges, and roughly triangular, with my reserve ridge as base. Through it ran the road to Karak, dipping into the Hesse Valley. The Turks were fighting their way up this road. Abdullah's charge had taken the western or left-hand ridge, which was now our firing line. Shells were falling in the plain as I walked across it, with harsh stalks of wormwood stabbing into my wounded feet. The enemy fusing was too long, so that the shells grazed the ridge and burst away behind. One fell near me, and I learned its caliber from the hot cap. As I went, they began to shorten range, and by the time I got to the ridge, it was being freely sprinkled with shrapnel. Obviously, the Turks had got observation somehow, and looking round, I saw them climbing along the eastern side, beyond the gap of the Karak road. They would soon outflank us, at our end of the western ridge. Us proved to be about 60 men, clustered behind the ridge in two bunches, one near the bottom, one by the top. The lower was made up of peasants, on foot, blown, miserable, and yet the only warm things I had seen that day. They said their ammunition was finished, and it was all over. I assured them that it was just beginning, and pointed to my populous reserve ridge, saying that all arms were there in support. I told them to hurry back, refill their belts, and hold on to it for good. Meanwhile, we would cover their retreat by sticking here for the few minutes yet possible. They ran off cheered, and I walked about among the upper group, quoting how one should not quit firing from one position till ready to fire from the next. In command was young Matab, stripped to his skimp riding drawers for hard work, with his black love curls awry, his face stained and haggard. He was beating his hands together and crying hoarsely with baffled vexation, for he had meant to do so well in this, his first fight for us. My presence at the last moment, when the Turks were breaking through, was bitter, and he got angrier when I said that I only wanted to study the landscape. He thought it flippancy, and screamed something about a Christian going into battle unarmed. I retorted with a quip from Clausewitz about a rearguard affecting its purpose more by being than by doing, but he was past laughter, and perhaps with justice, for the little flinty bank behind which we sheltered was crackling with fire. The Turks, knowing we were there, had turned 20 machine guns upon it. It was 4 feet high and 50 feet long, of bare flinty ribs, off which the bullets slapped deafeningly, while the air above so hummed or whistled with ricochets and chips that it felt like death to look over. Clearly, we must leave very soon, and as I had no horse, I went off first, with Matab's promise that he would wait where he was, if he dared, for another 10 minutes. The run warmed me. I counted my paces, to help in ranging the Turks when they ousted us. Since there was only that one position for them, and it was poorly protected against the south. In losing this Motaugra ridge, we would probably win the battle. The horsemen held on for almost their 10 minutes, and then galloped off without hurt. Matab lent me his stirrup to hurry me along, till we found ourselves breathless among the Egale. It was just noon, and we had leisure and quiet in which to think. Our new ridge was about 40 feet up, and a nice shape for defense. We had 80 men on it, and more were constantly arriving. My guards were in place with their gun. Lufti, an engine destroyer, rushed up hotly with his 2, and after him came another 100 Egale. The thing was becoming a picnic, and by saying excellent and looking overjoyed, we puzzled the men and made them consider the position dispassionately. The automatics were put on the skyline, with orders to fire occasional shots, short, to disturb the Turks a little, but not too much, after the expedient of Messina in delaying enemy deployment. Otherwise, a lull fell. I lay down in a sheltered place, which caught a little sun and no wind, and slept a blessed hour, while the Turks occupied the old ridge, extending over it like a school of geese, and about as wisely. Our men left them alone, being contented with a free exhibition of themselves. In the middle of the afternoon, Zaid arrived, with Mastur, Rasim, and Abdullah. They brought our main body, comprising 20 mounted infantry on mules, 30 Mutalga horsemen, 200 villagers, 5 automatic rifles, 4 machine guns, and the Egyptian army mountain gun, which had fought about Medina, Petra, and Jurf. This was magnificent, and I woke up to welcome them. The Turks saw us crowding, and opened with shrapnel and machine gun fire, but they had not the range and fumbled it. We reminded one another that movement was the law of strategy, and started moving. Rasim became a cavalry officer, and mounted with all our 80 riders of animals to make a circuit about the eastern ridge and envelope the enemy's left wing, since the books advised attack not upon a line, but upon a point, and by going far enough along any finite wing, it would be found eventually reduced to a point of one single man. Rasim liked this, my conception of his target. He promised grinningly to bring us that last man, but Hamd al-Arar took the occasion more fittingly. Before riding off, he devoted himself to the death for the Arab cause, drew his sword ceremoniously, and made to it, by name, a heroic speech. Rasim took 5 automatic guns with him, which was good. We in the center paraded about, so that their departure might be unseen of the enemy, who were bringing up an apparently endless procession of machine guns and dressing them by the left at intervals along the ridge, as though in a museum. It was lunatic tactics. The ridge was flint, without cover for a lizard. We had seen how, when a bullet struck the ground, it and the ground spattered up in a shower of deadly chips. Also, we knew the range and elevated our Vickers guns carefully, blessing their long, old-fashioned sights. Our mountain gun was propped into place, ready to let go a sudden burst of shrapnel over the enemy when Rasim was at grips. As we waited, a reinforcement was announced of 100 men from Ama. They had fallen out with Zaid over war wages the day previous, but had grandly decided to sink old scores in the crisis. Their arrival convinced us to abandon Marshal Foch and to attack from, at any rate, 3 sides at once. So we sent the Ama men with 3 automatic guns to outflank the right or western wing. Then we opened against the Turks from our central position and bothered their exposed lines with hits and ricochets. The enemy felt the day no longer favorable. It was passing, and sunset often gave victory to defenders yet in place. Old General Hamid Fakhri collected his staff in headquarters and told each man to take a rifle. I have been 40 years a soldier, but never saw rebels fight like these, enter the ranks. But he was too late. Rasim pushed forward an attack of his 5 automatic guns, each with its 2-man crew. They went in rapidly, unseen till they were in position, and crumpled the Turkish left. The Ama men, who knew every blade of grass on these, their own village pastures, crept unharmed within 300 yards of the Turkish machine guns. The enemy, held by our frontal threat, first knew of the Ama men when they, by a sudden burst of fire, wiped out the gun teams and flung the right wing into disorder. We saw it, and cried advance to the camel men and levies about us. Muhammad al-Ghassib, comptroller of Zaid's household, led them on his camel, in shining, wind-billowed robes, with the crimson banner of the Agil over his head. All who had remained in the center with us, our servants, gunners, and machine gunners, rushed after him in a wide, vivid line. The day had been too long for me, and I was now only shaking with desire to see the end. But Zaid beside me clapped his hands with joy at the beautiful order of our plan, unrolling in the frosty redness of the setting sun. On the one hand, Rasim's cavalry were sweeping a broken left wing into the pit beyond the ridge. On the other, the men of Ama were bloodily cutting down fugitives. The enemy's center was pouring back in disorder through the gap, with our men after them on foot, on horse, on camel. The Armenians, crouching behind us all day anxiously, now drew their knives and howled to one another in Turkish as they leaped forward. I thought of the depths between here and Kerak, the ravine of Hessa, with its broken, precipitous pass, the undergrowth, the narrows and defiles of the way. It was going to be a massacre, and I should have been crying, sorry for the enemy. But after the angers and exertions of the battle, my mind was too tired to care to go down into that awful place and spend the night, saving them. By my decision to fight, I had killed 20 or 30 of our 600 men, and the wounded would be perhaps 3 times as many. It was 1/6 of our force gone on a verbal triumph, for the destruction of this 1,000 poor Turks would not affect the issue of the war. In the end, we had taken their 2 mountain howitzers, Skoda guns, very useful to us, 27 machine guns, 200 horses and mules, 250 prisoners. Men said only 50 got back, exhausted fugitives, to the railway. The Arabs on their track rose against them and shot them ignobly as they ran. Our own men gave up the pursuit quickly, for they were tired and sore and hungry, and it was pitifully cold. As we turned back, it began to snow, and only very late, and by a last effort, did we get our hurt men in. The Turkish wounded lay out and were dead next day. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 24. Winter Shuts Us Down. Next day, and the next, it snowed yet harder. We were weather-bound, and as the days passed in monotony, we lost the hope of doing. We should have pushed past Kerak on the heels of victory, frightening the Turks to Amman with our rumor. As it was, nothing came of all the loss and effort. The winter's potency drove leaders and men into the village, and huddled them in a lackluster idleness against which counsels of movement availed little. Indeed, reason also was within doors. Twice I ventured up to taste the snow-laden plateau, upon whose even face the Turkish dead, poor brown pats of stiffened clothes, were littered. But life there was not tolerable. In the day it thawed a little, and in the night it froze. The wind cut open the skin. Fingers lost power and sense of feel. Cheeks shivered like dead leaves till they could shiver no more, and then bound up their muscles in a witless ache. To launch out across the snow on camels, beasts singularly inept on slippery ground, would be to put ourselves in the power of however few horsemen wished to oppose us, and as the days dragged on, even this last possibility was withdrawn. Barley ran short in Tafileh, and our camels, already cut off by the weather from natural grazing, were now also cut off from artificial food. We had to drive them down into the happier Ghor, a day's journey from our vital garrison. My private party were more fortunate than most, as the Zaagi had found us an empty, unfinished house, of 2 sound rooms and a court. My money provided fuel and even grain for our camels, which we kept sheltered in a corner of the yard, where Abdullah, the animal lover, could curry them and teach every one by name to take a gift of bread, like a kiss, from his mouth, gently with her loose lips, when he called her. Still, they were unhappy days, since to have a fire was to be stifled with green smoke, and in the window spaces were only makeshift shutters of our own joinery. The mud roof dripped water all day long, and the fleas on the stone floor sang together nightly for praise of the new meats given them. We were 28 in the 2 tiny rooms, which reeked with the sour smell of our crowd. In my saddlebags was a morte d'arthur. It relieved my disgust. The men had only physical resources, and in the confined misery their tempers roughened. Their oddnesses, which ordinary time packed with a saving film of distance, now jostled me angrily, while a grazed wound in my hip had frozen and irritated me with painful throbbing. Day by day, the tension among us grew as our state became more sordid, more animal. January 1918 dragged into February, and such nervous sharpening ourselves on each other's faults became so revolting that I decided to scatter the party and go off myself in search of the extra money we should need when fine weather came. Zayd had spent the first part of the sum set aside for the Tafileh and the Dead Sea, partly on wages, partly on supplies, and in rewards to the victors of Sail Hassa. Wherever we next put our front line, we should have to enlist and pay fresh forces, for only local men knew the qualities of their ground instinctively, and they fought best, defending their homes and crops against the enemy. Joyce might have arranged to send me money, but not easily in this season. It was surer to go down myself, and more virtuous than continued fetor and promiscuity in Tafileh. So 5 of us started off on a day which promised to be a little more open than usual. We made good time to Reshidia, and as we climbed the saddle, beyond, found ourselves momentarily above the clouds in a faint sunshine. In the afternoon, the weather drew down again, and the wind hardened from the north and east, and made us sorry to be out on the bare plain. When we had forded the running river of Shobek, rain began to fall, first in wild gusts, but then more steadily, reading down over our left shoulders and seeming to cloak us from the main bleakness of wind. Where the rain streaks hit the ground, they furred out whitely, like a spray. We pushed on without halting, until long after sunset, urged our trembling camels, with many slips and falls, across the greasy valleys. We made nearly 2 miles an hour, despite our difficulties, and progress was becoming so exciting and unexpected that its mere exercise kept us warm. It had been my intention to ride all night, but nearer Odro, mist came down about us in a low ring curtain, over which the clouds, like tatters of a veil, spun and danced high up across the calmness of the sky. The perspective seemed to change, so that far hills looked small and near hillocks great. We bore too much to the right. This open country, though appearing hard, broke rottenly beneath their weight and let our camels in, 4 or 5 inches deep at every stride. The poor beasts had been chilled all day, and had bumped down so often that they were stiff with bruises. Consequently, they made unwilling work of the new difficulties. They hurried for a few steps, stopped abruptly, looked round or tried to dart off sideways. We prevented their wishes, and drove them forward till our blind way met rocky valleys with a broken skyline, dark to right and left, and in front apparent hills where no hills should be. It froze again, and the slabby stones of the valley became iced. To push further, on the wrong road, through such a night, was folly. We found a larger outcrop of rock. Behind it, where there should have been shelter, we couched our camels in a compact group, tails to wind, facing it, they might die of cold. We snuggled down beside them, hoping for warmth and sleep. The warmth I, at least, never got, and hardly the sleep. I dozed once only to wake with a start when slow fingers seemed to stroke my face. I stared out into a night livid with large soft snowflakes. They lasted a minute or two, but then followed rain, and after it more frost, while I squatted in a tight ball, aching every way but too miserable to move, till dawn. It was a hesitant dawn, but enough. I rolled over in the mud to see my men, knotted in their cloaks, cowering abandoned against the beast's flanks. On each man's face weighed the most dolorous expression of resigned despair. With daylight, the horizon had grown very close, and we saw that our proper road was 1/4 of a mile to our left. Along it we struggled afoot. The camels were too done to carry our weight. All but my own died later of this march, and it was so muddy in the clay bottoms that we ourselves slid and fell like them. The air seemed cold enough to freeze anything, but did not. The wind, which had changed during the night, swept into us from the west in hindering blizzards. Our cloaks bellied out and dragged like sails against us. At last we skinned them off and went easier, our bare shirts wrapped tightly about us to restrain their slapping tails. The whirling direction of the squalls was shown to our eyes by the white mist they carried across hill and dale. Our hands were numbed into insensibility, so that we knew the cut on them only by red stains in their plastered mud. But our bodies were not so chill, and for hours quivered under the hailstones of each storm. We twisted ourselves to get the sharpness on an unhurt side, and held our shirts free from the skin to shield us momentarily. By late afternoon, we had covered the 10 miles to Aba el-Lisan. Maulud's men were gone to ground, and no one hailed us, which was well, for we were filthy and miserable, stringy like shaven cats. Afterwards, the going was easier, the last 2 miles to the head of Shtar being frozen like iron. We remounted our camels, whose breath escaped whitely through their protesting nostrils, and raced up to the first wonderful glimpse of the Ghurka plain, warm, red, and comfortable, as seen through the cloud gaps. The clouds had sealed the hollow strangely, cutting the mid-sky in a flat layer of curds at the level of the hilltop on which we stood. We gazed on them contentedly for minutes. Every little while a wisp of their fleecy seafoam stuff would be torn away and thrown at us. We on the wall of bluffs would feel it slash across our faces, and turning, would see a white hem draw over the rough crest, tear to shreds and vanish in a powdering of hoar grains or a trickle of water across the peaty soil. And having wondered at the sky, we slid and ran gaily down the pass to dry sand in a calm, mild air. Yet the pleasure was not vivid as we had hoped. The pains of the blood fraying its passage once more about our frozen limbs and faces were much faster than the pain of its driving out, and we grew sensible that our feet had been torn and bruised nearly to pulp among the stones. We had not felt them tender while in the icy mud, but this warm, salty sand scoured the cuts. In desperation, we climbed up our sad camels and beat them woodenly toward Ghurka. However, the change had made them happier, and they brought us home there, sedately, but with success. 30,000 pounds in gold came up from Aqaba for me, and my cream camel, Wodheha, the best of my remaining stud. She was a Taba bred, and had won many races for her old owner. Also, she was in splendid condition, fat but not too fat, her pads hardened by much practice over the northern flints, and her coat thick and matted. She was not tall and looked heavy, but was docile and smooth to ride, turning left or right if the saddle horn were tapped on the required side. So I rode her without a stick, comfortably reading a book when the march permitted. As my proper men were at Tafileh or Azraq or out on a mission, I asked Feisal for temporary followers. He lent me his 2 Ataba horsemen, Serge and Ramed, and to help carry my gold, added to the party Sheikh Motlog, whose worth we had discovered when our armored cars explored the plains below Mudawara for Tabuk. Motlog had gone as sponsor, pointing out the country from a perch high on the piled baggage of a box Ford. They were dashing in and out of sandhills at speed, the Fords swaying like launches in a swell. At one bad bend they skidded half round on 2 wheels, crazily. Motlog was tossed out on his head. Marshall stopped the car and ran back contrite, with ready excuses for the driving. But the sheikh, ruefully rubbing his head, said gently, "Don't be angry with me. I have not learned to ride these things." The gold was in 1,000-pound bags. I gave 2 bags each to 14 of Motlog's 20 men, and took the last 2 myself. A bag weighed 22 pounds, and in the awful road conditions 2 were weight enough for a camel, and swung fairly on either side in the saddlebags. We started at noon, hoping to make a good first stage before getting into the trouble of the hills. But unfortunately, it turned wet after half an hour, and a steady rain soaked us through and through, and made our camel's hair curl like a wet dog's. Motlog at that precise stage saw a tent, Sharif Fahad's, in the corner of a sandstone pike. Despite my urging, he voted to spend the night there and see what it looked like on the hills tomorrow. I knew this would be a fatal course, wasting days in indecision, so I said farewell to him and rode on with my 2 men and with 6 Shobek-bound Hawaitat who had joined our caravan. The argument had delayed us, and consequently we only reached the foot of the pass at dark. By the sad, soft rain we were made rather sorry for our virtue, inclined to envy Motlog his hospitality with Fahad, when suddenly a red spark to our left drew us across to find Salah ibn Shefia, camped there in a tent and 3 caves, with 100 of his freedmen fighters from Yembo. He welcomed me, in spite of my drenched condition, to his own carpet in his tent, and gave me a new garment of his mother's sewing, while waiting for the hot stew of meat and rice. Then we lay down and slept a full night of great satisfaction, hearing the patter of rain on the double canvas of his Meccan tent. In the morning, we were off at dawn, munching a handful of Salah's bread. As we set foot on the ascent, Serge looked up and said, "The mountain wears his skullcap." There was a white dome of snow on every crest, and the Ateba pushed quickly and curiously up the pass to feel this new wonder with their hands. The camels, too, were ignorant, and stretched their slow necks down to sniff its whiteness twice or thrice in tired inquiry, but then drew their heads away and looked forward without life interest once more. Our inactivity lasted only another moment, for as we put our heads over the last ridge, a wind from the northeast took us in the teeth, with a cold so swift and biting that we gasped for breath and turned hurriedly back into shelter. It seemed as if it would be fatal to face it, but that we knew was silly, so we pulled ourselves together and rode hard through its first extreme, to the half-shelter of the valley. Serge and Ramed, terrified by these new pains in their lungs, thought they were strangling, and to spare them the mental struggle of passing a friendly camp, I led our little party aside behind Malhud's hill, so that we saw nothing of his weather-beaten force. These men of Malhud's had been camped in this place, 4,000 feet above the sea, for 2 months without relief. They had to live in shallow dugouts on the hillside. They had no fuel except the sparse, wet wormwood, over which they were just able to bake their necessary bread every other day. They had no clothes but khaki drill uniform of the British summer sort. They slept in their rain-sodden verminous pits on empty or half-empty flour sacks, 6 or 8 of them together in a knotted bunch, that enough of the worn blankets might be pooled for warmth. Rather more than half of them died, or were injured by the cold and wet. Yet the others maintained their watch, exchanging shots daily with the Turkish outposts, and protected only by the inclement weather from crushing counterattack. We owed much to them, and more to Maulud, whose fortitude stiffened them in their duty. We, for our one day, had a fill of hardship. Just on the ridge about Aba el-Lisan, the ground was crusted with frost, and only the smart of the wind in our eyes hindered us. But then our troubles began. The camels came to a standstill in the slush at the bottom of a 20-foot bank of slippery mud, and lowed at it helplessly, as if to say they could not carry us up that. We jumped off to help them and slid back ourselves just as badly. At last we took off our new, cherished boots, donned to armor us against the winter, and hauled the camels up the glasses barefoot as on the journey down. That was the end of our comfort, and we must have been off 20 times before sunset. Some of the dismounts were involuntary, when our camels side-slipped under us and came down with the jingle of coin ringing through the hollow rumble of their cask-like bellies. While they were strong, this falling made them as angry as she-camels could be. Afterwards, they grew plaintive, and finally, afraid. We also grew short with one another, for the foul wind gave us no rest. Nothing in Arabia could be more cutting than a north wind at Maan, and today's was of the sharpest and strongest. It blew through our clothes as if we had none, fixed our fingers and claws not able to hold either halter or riding stick, and cramped our legs so that we had no grip of our saddle pin. Consequently, when thrown from our falling beasts, we pitched off to crash stiffly on the ground, still frozen brittle in the cross-legged attitude of riding. However, there was no rain, and the wind felt like a drying one, so we held on steadily to the north. By evening, we had almost made the rivulet of Basta. This meant that we were traveling more than a mile an hour, and for fear, lest on the morrow we and our camels would both be too tired to do so well, I pushed on in the dark across the little stream. It was swollen and the beasts jibbed at it, so that we had to lead the way on foot through 3 feet of chilly water. Over the high ground beyond, the wind buffeted us like an enemy. At about 9 o'clock, the others flung themselves crying down on the ground and refused to go further. I too was very near crying, sustained indeed only by my annoyance with their open lamentations, and therefore reluctantly glad at heart to yield to their example. We built up the 9 camels in a phalanx, and lay between them in fair comfort, listening to the driving rack clashing about us as loud as the surges by night round a ship at sea. The visible stars were brilliant, seeming to change groups and places waywardly between the clouds which scudded over our heads. We had each 2 army blankets and a packet of cooked bread, so we were armed against evil and could sleep securely in the mud and cold. At dawn, we went forward refreshed, but the weather had turned soft, with a grayness through which loomed the sad wormwood-covered hills. Upon their slopes the limestone ribs of this very old earth stood wearily exposed. In their hollows our difficulties increased with the mud. The misty valleys were sluggish streams of melting snow, and at last new thick showers of wet flakes began to fall. We reached the desolate ruins of Odro in a midday like twilight. A wind was blowing and dying intermittently, and slow-moving banks of cloud and drizzle closed us about. I bore right, to avoid the Bedouin between us and Shobek, but our Hawattat companions led us straight upon their camp. We had ridden 6 miles in 7 hours, and they were exhausted. The 2 Ateba were not only exhausted, but demoralized, and swore mutinously that nothing in the world should keep us from the tribal tents. We wrangled by the roadside under the soft drift. For myself, I felt quite fresh and happy, averse from the delay of needless tribal hospitality. Zayd's penniless state was excellent pretext for a trial of strength with the Edomite winter. Shobek was only 10 miles further, and daylight had yet 5 hours to run. So I decided to go on alone. It would be quite safe, for in such weather neither Turk nor Arab was abroad, and the roads were mine. I took their 4,000 pounds from Serge and Ramed, and cursed them into the valley for cowards, which really they were not. Ramed was catching his breath in great sobs, and Serge's nervous pain marked each lurch of his camel with a running moan. They raved with miserable rage when I dismissed them and turned away. The truth was that I had the best camel. The excellent Wodheha struggled gamely forward under the weight of the extra gold. In flat places I rode her. At ascents and descents we used to slide together side by side with comic accidents, which she seemed rather to enjoy. By sunset, the snowfall ceased. We were coming down to the river of Shobek, and could see a brown track straggling over the opposite hill towards the village. I tried a shortcut, but the frozen crust of the mud banks deceived me, and I crashed through the cat ice, which was sharp like knives, and bogged myself so deeply that I feared I was going to pass the night there, half in and half out of the sludge, or wholly in, which would be a tidier death. Wodheha, sensible beast, had refused to enter the morass, but she stood at a loss on the hard margin, and looked soberly at my mudlarking. However, I managed with the still-held headstall to persuade her a little nearer. Then I flung my body suddenly backward against the squelching quag, and grabbing wildly behind my head, laid hold of her fetlock. She was frightened and started back, and her purchase dragged me clear. We crawled further down the bed to a safe place, and there crossed. After, I had hesitatingly sat in the stream and washed off the weight of stinking clay. Shiveringly, I mounted again. We went over the ridge and down to the base of the shapely cone, whose mural crown was the ring wall of the old castle of Monreale, very noble against the night sky. The chalk was hard, and it was freezing. Snowdrifts lay a foot deep each side of the spiral path which wound up the hill. The white ice crackled desolately under my naked feet as we neared the gate, where, to make a stage entry, I climbed up by Wodheha's patient shoulder into the saddle. Then I repented, since only by throwing myself sideways along her neck did I avoid the voussoirs of the arch as she crashed underneath, in half terror of this strange place. I knew that Sharif Abd al-Mu'ain should be still at Shobek, so rode boldly up the silent street in the reeded starlight, which played with the white icicles and their underlying shadows among the walls and snowy roofs and ground. The camel stumbled doubtfully over steps hidden beneath a thick covering of snow, but I had no care of that, having reached my night's goal, and having so powdery a blanket to fall on. At the crossways, I called out the salutation of a fair night, and after a minute, a husky voice protested to God through the thick sacking which stuffed the loophole of the mean house on my right. I asked for Abd al-Main, and was told, in the government house, which lay at the further end of the old castle's enceinte. Arrived there, I called again. A door was flung open, and a cloud of smoky light streamed recklessly across, whirling with motes, through which black faces peered to know who I was. I hailed them friendly, by name, saying that I was come to eat a sheep with the master, upon which these slaves ran out, noisy with astonishment, and relieved me of Wodheha, whom they led into the reeking stable where themselves lived. One lit me with a flaming spar up the stone outside stairs to the house door, and between more servants down a winding passage dripping with water from the broken roof, into a tiny room. There lay Abd al-Mu'ain upon a carpet, face down, breathing the least smoky level of air. My legs were shaky, so I dropped beside him and gladly copied his position to avoid the choking fumes of a brass brazier of flaming wood which crackled in a recessed shot window of the mighty outer wall. He searched out for me a waistcloth, while I stripped off my things and hung them to steam before the fire, which became less smarting to the eyes and throat as it burned down into red coals. Meanwhile, Abd al-Mu'ain clapped his hands for supper to be hastened, and served fozan, tea in Harith slang, so named from his cousin, governor of their village, hot and spiced and often, till the mutton, boiled with raisins and butter, was carried in. He explained with his blessings on the dish that next day they would starve or rob, since he had here 200 men, and no food or money, and his messengers to Feisal were held up in the snow. whereat I too clapped hands, commanding my saddlebags, and presented him with £500 on account, till his subsidy came. This was good payment for the food, and we were very merry over my oddness of riding alone, in winter, with 100 weight and more of gold for baggage. I repeated that Zayd, like himself, was straitened, and told of Serge and Ramade with the Arabs. The Sharif's eyes darkened, and he made passes in the air with his riding stick. I explained, in extenuation of their failure, that the cold did not trouble me, since the English climate was of this sort most of the year. God forbid it, said Abd al-Mu'in. After an hour, he excused himself, because he had just married a Shobek wife. I rolled up in the rugs and slept warmly. The fleas were serried, but my nakedness, the Arab defense against a verminous bed, lessened their plague, and the bruises did not prevail because I was too tired. In the morning, I rose with a splitting headache and said I must go on. 2 men were found to ride with me, though all said we should not reach Tafileh that night. However, I thought it could not be worse than yesterday, so we skated timorously down the rapid path to the plain, across which still stretched the Roman road, with its groups of fallen milestones, inscribed by famous emperors. From this plain, the 2 faint-hearts with me slipped back to their fellows on the castle hill. I proceeded, alternately on and off my camel, like the day before, though now the way was all too slippery, except on the ancient paving, the last footprint of Imperial Rome, which had once so much more preciously played the Turk to the desert dwellers. On it I could ride, but I had to walk and wade the dips where the floods of 14 centuries had washed the road's foundations out. Rain came on and soaked me, and then it blew fine and freezing till I crackled in armor of white silk, like a theater night or like a bridal cake, hard iced. The camel and I were over the plain in 3 hours, wonderful going, but our troubles were not ended. The snow was indeed as my guides had said, and completely hid the path, which wound uphill between walls and ditches and confused piles of stone. It cost me an infinity of pain to turn the first 2 corners. Wadheha, tired of wading to her bony knees in useless white stuff, began perceptibly to flag. However, she got up one more steep bit, only to miss the edge of the path in a banked place. We fell together some 18 feet down the hillside, into a yard-deep drift of frozen snow. After the fall, she rose to her feet whimpering, and stood still in a tremble. When he-camels so balked, they would die on their spot after days, and I feared that now I had found the limit of effort in she-camels. I plunged to my neck in front of her, and tried to tow her out, vainly. Then I spent a long time hitting her behind. I mounted, and she sat down. I jumped off, heaved her up, and wondered if, perhaps, it was that the drift was too thick. So I carved her a beautiful little road, a foot wide, 3 deep, and 18 paces long, using my bare feet and hands as tools. The snow was so frozen on the surface that it took all my weight first to break it down, and then to scoop it out. The crust was sharp, and cut my wrists and ankles till they bled freely, and the roadside became lined with pink crystals, looking like pale, very pale, watermelon flesh. Afterwards, I went back to Wadheha, patiently standing there, and climbed into the saddle. She started easily. We went running at it, and such was her speed that the rush carried her right over the shallow stuff, back to the proper road. Up this we went cautiously, with me afoot, sounding the path in front with my stick, or digging new passes when the drifts were deep. In 3 hours we were on the summit, and found it wind-swept on the western side. So we left the track and scrambled unsteadily along the very broken crest, looking down across the chessboard houses of Dana village, into sunny Araba, fresh and green, thousands of feet below. When the ridge served no more, we did further heavy work, and at last Wodheha balked again. It was getting serious, for the evening was near. Suddenly, I realized the loneliness, and that if the night found us yet beyond help on this hilltop, Wodheha would die, and she was a very noble beast. There was also the solid weight of gold, and I felt not sure how far, even in Arabia, I could safely put 6,000 sovereigns by the road sign, with a signet as mark of ownership, and leave them for a night. So I took her back 100 yards along our beaten track, mounted and charged her at the bank. She responded. We burst through and over the northern lip, which looked down on the Sanusi village of Rashidiyah. This face of the hill, sheltered from the wind and open to the sun all afternoon, had thawed. Underneath the superficial snow lay wet and muddy ground, and when Wodheha ran upon this at speed, her feet went from under her, and she sprawled, with her forelegs locked. So on her tail, with me yet in the saddle, we went sliding round and down 100 feet. Perhaps it hurt the tail. There were stones under the snow, for on the level she sprang up unsteadily, grunting, and lashed it about like a scorpion's. Then she began to run at 10 miles an hour down the greasy path toward Rashidiyah, sliding and plunging wildly, with me in terror of a fall and broken bones, clinging to the horns of the saddle. A crowd of Arabs, Zaid's men, weather-bound here on their way to Feisal, ran out when they heard her trumpeting approach, and shouted with joy at so distinguished an entry to the village. I asked them the news. They told me all was well. Then I remounted for the last 8 miles into Tafileh, where I gave Zaid his letters and some money, and went gladly to bed, flea-proof for another night. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 25. The Siege of Maan. Zaid was yet weather-bound. While I chafed at this, an accidental circumstance constrained me to leave him and return to Palestine for urgent consultation with Allenby, who told me that the War Cabinet were leaning heavily on him to repair the stalemate of the West. He was to take at least Damascus, and if possible Aleppo, as soon as he could. Turkey was to be put out of the war, once and for all. His difficulty lay with his eastern flank, the right, which today rested on Jordan. He had called me to consider if the Arabs could relieve him of its burden. I pointed out that this was the Jordan scheme, seen from the British angle. Allenby assented, and asked if we could still do it. I said, not at present, unless new factors were first discounted. The first was Maan. We should have to take it before we could afford a second sphere. If more transport gave a longer range to the units of the Arab regular army, they could take position some miles north of Maan and cut the railway permanently, so forcing the Maan garrison to come out and fight them. And in the field, the Arabs would easily defeat the Turks. We would require 700 baggage camels, more guns, and machine guns. And lastly, assurance against flank attack from Amman, while we dealt with Maan. On this basis, a scheme was worked out. Allenby ordered down to Aqaba 2 units of the Camel Transport Corps, an organization of Egyptians under British officers, which had proved highly successful in the Beersheba campaign. It was a great gift, for its carrying capacity ensured that we should now be able to keep our 4,000 regulars 80 miles in advance of their base. The guns and machine guns were also promised. As for shielding us against attack from Amman, Allenby said that was easily arranged. He intended, for his own flank security, shortly to take Salt beyond Jordan and hold it with an Indian brigade. A corps conference was due next day, and I was to stay for it. At this conference, it was determined that the Arab army move instantly to the Maan Plateau to take Maan, that the British cross the Jordan, occupy Salt, and destroy, south of Amman, as much of the railway as possible, especially the Great Tunnel. It was debated what share the Amman Arabs should take in the British operation. Bowles thought we should join in the advance. I opposed this, since the later retirement to Salt would cause rumor and reaction, and it would be easier if we did not enter till this had spent itself. Chetwode, who was to direct the advance, asked how his men were to distinguish friendly from hostile Arabs, since their tendency was a prejudice against all wearing skirts. I was sitting skirted in their midst and replied, naturally, that skirt wearers disliked men in uniform. The laugh clinched the question, and it was agreed that we support the British retention of Salt only after they came to rest there. As soon as Maan fell, the Arab regulars would move up and draw supplies from Jericho. The 700 camels would come along, still giving them 80 miles radius of action. This would be enough to let them work above Amman in Allenby's grand attack, along the line from the Mediterranean to the Dead Sea, the second phase of the operation, directed to the capture of Damascus. I pledged Feisal's warm cooperation in every detail of this scheme, and as soon as the conference was finished, hurried down to Aqaba by air to make him partner in my convictions. I gave him the good news that Allenby, as thanks for the Dead Sea and Abba al-Lisan, had put 300,000 pounds into my independent credit and given us a train of 700 pack camels, complete with personnel and equipment. This raised great joy in all the army, for the baggage columns would enable us to prove the value in the field of the Arab regular troops, on whose training and organization Joyce, Jafar, and so many Arab and English officers had worked for months. We arranged rough timetables and schemes. Then I shipped busily back to Egypt. In Cairo, where I spent 4 days, our affairs were now far from haphazard. Allenby's smile had given us staff. We had supply officers, a shipping expert, an ordnance expert, an intelligence branch under Alan Dawnay, brother of the maker of the Beersheba plan, who had now gone to France. Dawnay was Allenby's greatest gift to us, greater than thousands of baggage camels. As a professional officer, he had the class touch, so that even the reddest hearer recognized an authentic redness. His was an understanding mind, feeling instinctively the special qualities of rebellion. At the same time, his war training enriched his treatment of this antithetic subject. He married war and rebellion in himself, as, of old in Yenbo, it had been my dream every regular officer would. Yet, in 3 years' practice, only Dawnay succeeded. The Arab movement had lived as a wild man's show, with its means as small as its duties and prospects. Henceforward, Allenby counted it as a sensible part of his scheme, and the responsibility upon us of doing better than we wished. Knowing that forfeit for our failure would necessarily be part paid in his soldiers' lives, removed it terrifyingly further from the sphere of joyous adventure. With Joyce, we laid our triple plan to support Allenby's first stroke. In our center, the Arab regulars under Ja'afar would attack Ma'an. Joyce, with our armored cars, would slip down to Mudawara and destroy the railway, permanently this time, for now we were ready to cut off Medina. Mirzuk would ride north with me, to effect the junction with the British. After Joyce and Dawnay had gone, I rode off on April the 3rd, 1918, from Abba al-Lisan with Mirzuk. Our starting day promised to crown the spring freshness of this lofty tableland. A week before, there had been a furious blizzard, and some of the whiteness of the snow seemed to have passed into the light. The ground was vivid with new grass, and the sunlight, which slanted across us, pale like straw, mellowed the fluttering wind. With us journeyed 2,000 Sirhan camels, carrying our ammunition and food. For the convoy's sake, we marched easily to reach the railway after dark. A few of us rode forward to search the line by daylight and be sure of peace during the hours these scattered numbers would consume in crossing. Near sunset, the line became visible, curving spaciously across the disclosed land among low tufts of grass and bushes. Seeing everything was peaceful, I pushed on, meaning to halt beyond and watch the others over. There was always a little thrill in touching the rails, which were the target of so many of our efforts. As I rode up the bank, my camel's feet scrambled in the loose ballast, and out of the long shadow of a culvert to my left, where no doubt he had slept all day, rose a Turkish soldier. He glanced wildly at me and at the pistol in my hand, and then with sadness at his rifle against the abutment yards beyond. He was a young man, stout but sulky-looking. I stared at him and said softly, "God is merciful." He knew the sound and sense of the Arabic phrase, and raised his eyes like a flash to mine, while his heavy sleep-ridden face began slowly to change into incredulous joy. However, he said not a word. I pressed my camel's hairy shoulder with my foot. She picked her delicate stride across the meadows and down the further slope, and the little Turk was man enough not to shoot me in the back as I rode away, feeling warm towards him, as ever towards a life one has saved. At a safe distance, I glanced back. He put thumb to nose and twinkled his fingers at me. We lit a coffee fire as beacon for the rest, and waited till their dark lines passed by. Next day, we marched to Wadi el-Jins, to flood pools, shallow eyes of water, set in wrinkles of the clay, their rims lashed about with scrubby stems of brushwood. The water was grey, like the Marley Valley bed, but sweet. There we rested for the night, since the Zagi had shot a bustard, and Xenophon did rightly call its white meat good. While we feasted, the camels feasted. By the bounty of spring, they were knee-deep in succulent green stuff. A fourth easy march took us to the Atara, our goal, where our allies, Mifleh, Fahad, and Adhub, were camped. Fahad was still stricken, but Mifleh, with honeyed words, came out to welcome us, his face eaten up by greed, and his voice wheezy with it. Our plan, thanks to Allenby's lion's share, promised simply. We would, when ready, cross the line to Themid, the main Beni Sakr watering. Thence, under cover of a screen of their cavalry, we would move to Mediba and fit it as our headquarters, while Allenby put the Jericho Salt Road in condition. We ought to link up with the British comfortably, without firing a shot. Meanwhile, we had only to wait in the Adatir, which to our joy were really green, with every hollow a standing pool, and the valley beds of tall grass prinked with flowers. The chalky ridges, sterile with salt, framed the water channels delightfully. From their tallest point, we could look north and south and see how the rain, running down, had painted the valleys across the white in broad stripes of green, sharp and firm like brush strokes. Everything was growing, and daily the picture was fuller and brighter, till the desert became like a rank water meadow. Playful packs of winds came crossing and tumbling over one another, their wide, brief gusts surging through the grass, to lay it momentarily in swaths of dark and light satin, like young corn after the roller. On the hill, we sat and shivered before these sweeping shadows, expecting a heavy blast, and there would come into our faces a warm and perfumed breath, very gentle, which passed away behind us as the silver-gray light down the plain of green. Our fastidious camels grazed an hour or so, and then lay down to digest, bringing up stomach load after stomach load of butter-smelling green cud, and chewing weightily. At last, news came that the English had taken Amman. In half an hour, we were making for Thamid, across the deserted line. Later messages told us that the English were falling back, and though we had forewarned the Arabs of it, yet they were troubled. A further messenger reported how the English had just fled from Salt. This was plainly contrary to Allenby's intention, and I swore straight out that it was not true. A man galloped in to say that the English had broken only a few rails south of Amman, after 2 days of vain assaults against the town. I grew seriously disturbed in the conflict of rumor, and sent Adhub, who might be trusted not to lose his head, to Salt with a letter for Chetwode or Shea, asking for a note on the real situation. For the intervening hours, we tramped restlessly over the fields of young barley, our minds working out plan after plan with feverish activity. Very late at night, Adhub's racing horse hoofs echoed across the valley, and he came in to tell us that Jamal Pasha was now in Salt, victorious, hanging those local Arabs who had welcomed the English. The Turks were still chasing Allenby far down the Jordan Valley. It was thought that Jerusalem would be recovered. I knew enough of my countrymen to reject that possibility, but clearly things were very wrong. We slipped off, bemused, to the Atatir again. This reverse, being unawares, hurt me the more. Allenby's plan had seemed modest, and that we should so fall down before the Arabs was deplorable. They had never trusted us to do the great things which I foretold, and now their independent thoughts set out to enjoy the springtide here. I determined to order the Indians from Azraq back to Feisal, and to return myself. We started on one of those clean dawns, which woke up the senses with the sun, while the intellect, tired after the long thinking of the night, was yet abed. For an hour or two on such a morning, the sounds, scents, and colors of the world struck man individually and directly, not filtered through or made typical by thought. They seemed to exist sufficiently by themselves, and the lack of design and of carefulness in creation no longer irritated. In the morning, near Wadi el-Jins, we met the Indians, halted by a solitary tree. It was like old times, like our gentle and memorable ride to the bridges the year before, to be going again across country with Hassan Shah, hearing the vicar's guns still clinking in the carriers, and helping the troopers retie their slipping loads or saddles. They seemed just as unhandy with camels as at first, so not till dusk did we cross the railway. There I left the Indians, because I felt restless, and movement fast in the night might cure my mind. So we pressed forward all the chill darkness, riding for Odro. When we topped its rise, we noticed gleams of fire to our left. Bright flashes went up constantly. It might be from about Jerdun. We drew rein and heard the low boom of explosions. A steady flame appeared, grew greater, and divided into two. Perhaps the station was burning. We rode quick to ask Mastur. However, his place was deserted, with only a jackal on the old camping ground. I decided to push ahead to Feisal. We trotted our fastest as the sun grew higher in the heavens. The road was bestial with locusts, though from a little distance they looked beautiful, silvering the air with the shimmer of their wings. April the 12th. Summer had come upon us unawares, my 7th consecutive summer in this east. As we approached, we heard firing in front, on Semna, the crescent mound which covered Maan. Parties of troops walked gently up its face, to halt below the crest. Evidently we had taken the Semna, so we rode towards the new position. On the flat, this side of it, we met a camel with litters. The man leading it said, Maulud Pasha, pointing to his load. I ran up crying, "Is Maulud hit?" For he was one of the best officers in the army, a man also most honest towards us. Not indeed that admiration could anyhow have been refused so sturdy and uncompromising a patriot. The old man replied out of his litter in a weak voice, saying, "Yes, indeed, Orans Bey, I am hurt. But thanks be to God, it is nothing. We have taken Semna." I replied that I was going there. Maulud craned himself feverishly over the edge of the litter, hardly able to see or speak. His thigh bone was splintered above the knee, showing me point after point for organizing the hillside defensively. We arrived as the Turks were beginning to throw half-hearted shells at it. Nuri Said was commanding in Maulud's place. He stood coolly on the hilltop. Most men talked faster under fire and acted a betraying ease and joviality. Nuri grew calmer, and Zaid bored. I asked where Ja'far was. Nuri said that at midnight he was due to have attacked Jordan. I told him of the night flares, which must have marked his success. While we were glad together, his messengers arrived, reporting prisoners and machine guns. Also, the station and 3,000 rails destroyed. So splendid an effort would settle the northern line for weeks. Then Nuri told me that the preceding dawn he had rushed Gadir al-Hajj station and wrecked it, with 5 bridges and 1,000 rails, so the southern line was also settled. Late in the afternoon, it grew deadly quiet. Both sides stopped their aimless shelling. They said that Feisal had moved to Uheda. We crossed the little flooded stream by a temporary hospital where Maulud lay. Mahmud, the red-bearded, defiant doctor, thought that he would recover without amputation. Feisal was on the hilltop, on the very edge, black against the sun, whose light threw a queer haze about the slender figure and suffused his head with gold through the floss silk of his headcloth. I made my camel kneel. Feisal stretched out his hands, crying, "Please God, good." I replied, "The praise and the victory be to God." And he swept me into his tent, that we might exchange the news. Feisal had heard, from Dawnay, more than I knew of the British failure before Amman, of the bad weather and confusion, and how Allenby had telephoned to Shea and made one of his lightning decisions to cut the loss. A wise decision, though it hurt us sorely. Joyce was in hospital, but mending well, and Dawnay lay ready at Guera to start for Mudawara with all the cars. Feisal asked me about Semna and Ja'far, and I told him what I knew, and Nuri's opinion, and the prospects. Nuri had complained that the Abu Tayyeh had done nothing for him all day. Auda denied it, and I recalled the story of our first taking the plateau, and the jibe by which I had shamed them into the charge at Aba el-Lisan. The tale was new to Feisal. Its raking up hurt old Auda deeply. He swore vehemently that he had done his best today, only conditions were not favorable for tribal work. And when I withstood him further, he went out of the tent, very bitter. Maynard and I spent the next days watching operations. The Abu Tayyeh captured 2 outposts east of the station, while Salah ibn Shafia took a breastwork with a machine gun and 20 prisoners. These gains gave us liberty of movement round Maan, and on the 3rd day, Ja'far massed his artillery on the southern ridge, while Nuri Said led a storming party into the sheds of the railway station. As he reached their cover, the French guns ceased fire. We were wandering in a Ford car, trying to keep up with the successive advances, when Nuri, perfectly dressed and gloved, smoking his briar pipe, met us and sent us back to Captain Pisani, artillery commander, with an urgent appeal for support. We found Pisani wringing his hands in despair, every round expended. He said he had implored Nuri not to attack at this moment of his penury. There was nothing to do but see our men volleyed out of the railway station, again. The road was littered with crumpled khaki figures, and the eyes of the wounded, gone rich with pain, stared accusingly at us. The control had gone from their broken bodies, and their torn flesh shook them, helplessly. We could see everything and think dispassionately, but it was soundless. Our hearing had been taken away by the knowledge that we had failed. Afterwards, we understood that we had never expected such excellent spirit from our infantry, who fought cheerfully under machine gun fire and made clever use of ground. So little leading was required that only 3 officers were lost. Maan showed us that the Arabs were good enough, without British stiffening. This made us more free to plan, so the failure was not unredeemed. On the morning of the 18th of April, Ja'far wisely decided that he could not afford more loss, and drew back to the Semna positions while the troops rested. Being an old college friend of the Turkish commandant, he sent him a white flag letter inviting surrender. The reply said that they would love it, but had orders to hold out to the last cartridge. Ja'far offered a respite, in which they could fire off their reserves. But the Turks hesitated, till Jamal Pasha was able to collect troops from Amman, reoccupy Jordan, and pass a pack convoy of food and ammunition into the beleaguered town. The railway remained broken for weeks. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 26. Dawnay attacks Shahm. Forthwith, I took car to join Dawnay. I was uneasy at irregular fighting his first guerrilla battle with that most involved and intricate weapon, the armored car. Also, Dawnay was no Arabist, and neither Peake, his camel expert, nor Marshall, his doctor, was fluent. His troops were mixed, British, Egyptian, and Bedouin. The last 2 were antipathetic. So I drove into his camp above Tel Shahm after midnight, and offered myself, delicately, as an interpreter. Fortunately, he received me well, and took me round his lines. A wonderful show. The cars were parked geometrically here, armored cars there, sentries and pickets were out, with machine guns ready. Even the Arabs were in a tactical place behind a hill, in support, but out of sight and hearing. By some magic, Sharif Hazza and himself had kept them where they were put. My tongue coiled into my cheek with the wish to say that the only thing lacking was an enemy. His conversation, as he unfolded his plan, deepened my admiration to unplumbed depths. He had prepared operation orders, orthodox-sounding things with 0 times and a sequence of movements. Each unit had its appointed duty. We would attack the plain post at dawn, armored cars, from the vantage of the hillock on which Joyce and myself had sat and laughed ruefully the last abortive time. The cars, with closed cutouts, would take station before daylight and carry the trenches by surprise. Tenders 1 and 3 would then demolish bridges A and B on the operations plan, scale 1 to 250,000. At 0130 hours, while the cars moved to Rockpost, and with the support of Hazza and the Arabs, rushed it, 0215. Hornby and the explosive in Talbot's number 40531 and 41226 would move after them and demolish bridges D, E, and F, while the force lunched. After lunch, when the low sun permitted sight through the mirage, at 08 hours to be exact, the united mass would attack South Post, the Egyptians from the east, the Arabs from the north, covered by long-range machine gun fire from the cars, and by Brodie's 10-pounder guns sighted on Observation Hill. The post would fall and the force transport itself to the station of Tel Sham, which would be shelled by Brodie from the northwest, bombed by airplanes flying from the mudflats of Rum at 010 hours, and approached by armored cars from the west. The Arabs would follow the cars, while Peake with his Camel Corps descended from South Post. "The station will be taken at 11:30, said the scheme, breaking into humor at the last. But there it failed, for the Turks ignorantly and in haste surrendered 10 minutes too soon and made the only blot on a bloodless day. In a liquid voice, I inquired if Huzzah understood. I was informed that as he had no watch to synchronize, by the way, would I please put mine right now? He would make his first move when the cars turned northward, and time his later actions by express order. I crept away and hid myself for an hour's sleep. At dawn, we saw the cars roll silently on top of the sleeping sandy trenches, and the astonished Turks walk out with their hands up. It was like picking a ripe peach. Hornby dashed up in his 2 Rolls tenders, put 100 weight of gun cotton under Bridge A and blew it up, convincingly. The roar nearly lifted Dawnay and myself out of our 3rd tender, in which we sat grandly, overseeing all. And we ran in to show Hornby the cheaper way of the drainage holes as mine chambers. Subsequent bridges came down for 10 slabs apiece. While we were at Bridge B, the cars concentrated their machine guns on the parapet of Rock Post, a circle of thick stone walls, very visible from their long early shadows, on a knoll too steep for wheels. Huzzah was ready, willing and excited, and the Turks so frightened by the splashing and splattering of the 4 machine guns that the Arabs took them almost in their stride. That was Peach the Second. Then it was interval for the others, but activity for Hornby, and for myself, now assistant engineer. We ran down the line in our Rolls Royces, carrying 2 tons of gun cotton. Bridges and rails roared up wherever fancy dictated. The crews of the cars covered us, and sometimes covered themselves under their cars when fragments came sailing musically through the smoky air. 1 20-pound flint clanged plumb on a turret head and made a harmless dint. At intervals, everybody took photographs of the happy bursts. It was fighting deluxe and demolition deluxe. We enjoyed ourselves. After the peripatetic lunch hour, we went off to see the fall of South Post. It fell to its minute, but not properly. Huzzah and his Amran were too wound up to advance soberly, in alternate rushes like Peake and the Egyptians. Instead, they thought it was a steeplechase and did a camel charge up the mound, over breastwork and trenches. The war-weary Turks gave it up in disgust. Then came the central act of the day, the assault upon the station. Peake drew down towards it from the north, moving his men by repeated exposure of himself. Hardly, for they were not fierce for honor. Brodie opened on it with his usual nicety, while the airplanes circled round in their cold-blooded way, to drop whistling bombs into its trenches. The armored cars went forward, snuffling smoke, and through this haze a file of Turks waving white things rose out of their main trench in a dejected fashion. We cranked up our Rolls tenders. The Arabs leaped onto their camels. Peake's now bold men broke into a run, and the force converged wildly upon the station. Our car won, and I gained the station bell, a dignified piece of Damascus brasswork. The next man took the ticket punch, and the third the office stamp, while the bewildered Turks stared at us with a growing indignation that their importance should be merely secondary. A minute later, with a howl, the Bedouin were upon the maddest looting of their history. 200 rifles, 80,000 rounds of ammunition, many bombs, much food and clothing were in the station, and everybody smashed and profited. An unlucky camel increased the confusion by firing one of the many Turkish trip mines as it entered the yard. The explosion blew it arse over tip and caused a panic. They thought Brodie was opening up again. In the pause, the Egyptian officer found an unbroken storehouse and put a guard of soldiers over it because they were short of food. Huzzah's wolves, not yet sated, did not recognize the Egyptians' right to share equally. Shooting began, but by mediation, we obtained that the Egyptians pick first what rations they needed. Afterwards, there followed a general scramble, which burst the storeroom walls. The profit of Shahm was so great that 8 out of every 10 of the Arabs were contented with it. In the morning, only Huzzah and a handful of men remained with us for further operations. Dawnay's program said Ramleh Station, but his orders were inchoate, since the position had not been examined. So we sent down Wade in his armored car, with a second car in support. He drove on, cautiously, stage by stage, in dead silence. At last, without a shot fired, he entered the station yard, carefully, for fear of the mines, whose trip and trigger wires diapered the ground. The station was closed up. He put half a belt through the door and shutters, and getting no reply, slipped out of his car, searched the building, and found it empty of men, though full enough of desirable goods to make Huzzah and the faithful remnant prize their virtue aloud. We spent the day destroying miles more of the unoccupied line, till we judged that we had done damage to occupy the largest possible repair party for a fortnight. The third day was to be Mudawara, but we had no great hope or force left. The Arabs were gone, Peake's men too little warlike. However, Mudawara might panic like Ramleh, so we slept the night by our latest capture. The unwearied Dawnay set out sentries, who, emulous of their smart commanding officer, did a Buckingham Palace stunt, up and down beside our would-be sleeping heads, till I got up and instructed them in the arts of desert watching. In the morning, we set off to look at Mudawara, driving like kings splendidly in our roaring cars, over the smooth plains of sand and flint, with the low sun pale behind us in the east. The light hid us till we were close in, and saw that a long train stood in the station. Reinforcement or evacuation? A moment afterwards, they let fly at us with 4 guns, of which 2 were active and accurate little Austrian mountain howitzers. At 7,000 yards, they did admirable shooting, while we made off in undignified haste to some distant hollows. Thence, we made a wide circuit to where, with Zal, we had mined our first train. We blew up the long bridge under which the Turkish patrol had slept out that tense midday. Afterwards, we returned to Ramleh and persevered in destroying line and bridges to make our break permanent, a demolition too serious for Fakhre ever to restore, while Feisal sent Muhammad al-Daylan against the yet intact stations between our break and Maan. Dawnay joined up with them, geographically, below the escarpment, a day later, and so this 80 miles from Maan to Mudawara, with its 7 stations, fell wholly into our hands. The active defense of Medina ended with this operation. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 27, Transport and Supply. A new officer, young, came from Mesopotamia to reinforce our staff. He was a regular of exceptional quality, with long and wide experience of war and perfect fluency in Arabic. His intended role was to double mine with the tribes, that our activity against the enemy might be broader and better directed. To let him play himself into our fresh conditions, I handed him over the possibility of combining Zaid, Nasir, and Mirzuk into an 80-mile-long interruption of the railway from Maan northward, while I went down to Aqaba and took ship for Suez to discuss futures with Allenby. Dawnay met me, and we talked over our brief before going up to Allenby's camp. There General Bowles smiled happily at us and said, "Well, we're in salt all right." To our amazed stares, he went on that the chiefs of the Beni Sakr had come into Jericho one morning to offer the immediate cooperation of their 20,000 tribesmen at Themid, and in his bath next day he had thought out a scheme and fixed it all right. I asked who the chief of the Beni Sakr was, and he said Fahad, triumphing in his efficient inroad into what had been my province. It sounded madder and madder. I knew that Fahad could not raise 400 men, and that at the moment there was not one tent on Themid. They had moved south to Young. We hurried to the office for the real story, and learned that it was, unfortunately, as Bowles had said. The British cavalry had gone impromptu up the hills of Moab, on some airy promise of the Zebun sheikhs. Greedy fellows, who had ridden into Jerusalem only to taste Allenby's bounty, but had there been taken at their mouth value. Of course, this raid miscarried while I was still in Jerusalem, solacing myself against the inadequacy of Bowles with stores, now the urbane and artful governor of the place. The Beni Sakr were supine in their tents, or away with Young. General Chauvel, without the help of one of them, saw the Turks reopen the Jordan fords behind his back and seize the road by which he had advanced. We escaped heavy disaster only because Allenby's instinct for a situation showed him his danger just in time, yet we suffered painfully. Our movement, clean cut while alone with a simple enemy, was now bogged in its partner's contingencies. We had to take our tune from Allenby, and he was not happy. The German offensive in France was stripping him of troops. He would retain Jerusalem, but could not afford a casualty, much less an attack, for months. The War Office promised him Indian divisions from Mesopotamia and Indian drafts. With these he would rebuild his army on the Indian model. Perhaps, after the summer, he might be again in fighting trim, but for the moment we must both just hold on. At tea time, Allenby mentioned the Imperial Camel Brigade in Sinai, regretting that in the new stringency he must abolish it and use its men as mounted reinforcements. I asked, "What are you going to do with the camels?" He laughed and said, "Ask Q." Obediently, I went across the dusty garden, broke in upon the Quartermaster General, Sir Walter Campbell, very Scotch, and repeated my question. He answered firmly that they were earmarked as divisional transport for the second of the new Indian divisions. I explained that I wanted 2,000 of them. His first reply was irrelevant. His second conveyed that I might go on wanting. I argued, but he seemed unable to see my side at all. Of course, it was of the nature of a Q to be costive. I returned to Allenby and said aloud, before his party, that there were for disposal 2,200 riding camels and 1,300 baggage camels. All were provisionally allotted to transport, but of course, riding camels were riding camels. The staff whistled and looked wise, as they too doubted whether riding camels could carry baggage. A technicality, even a sham one, might be helpful. Every British officer understood animals as a point of honor, so I was not astonished when Sir Walter Campbell was asked to dine with the Commander-in-Chief that night. We sat on the right hand and on the left, and with the soup, Allenby began to talk about camels. Sir Walter broke out that the providential dispersing of the Camel Brigade brought the transport of the division up to strength, a godsend, for the Orient had been vainly ransacked for camels. He overacted. Allenby, a reader of Milton, had an acute sense of style, and the line was a weak one. He cared nothing for strengths, the fetish of administrative branches. He looked at me with a twinkle. "And what do you want them for?" I replied hotly, "To put 1,000 men into Daraa any day you please." He smiled and shook his head at Sir Walter Campbell, saying sadly, "Q, you lose." The goat became giddy, and the sheep sheepish. It was an immense, a regal gift, the gift of unlimited mobility. The Arabs could now win their war, when and where they liked. Next morning, I was off to join Feisal in his cool eyrie at Abba el-Lisan. We discussed histories, tribes, migration, sentiments, the spring rains, pasture, at length. Finally, I remarked that Allenby had given us 2,000 camels. Feisal gasped and caught my knee, saying, "How?" I told him all the story. He leaped up and kissed me. Then he clapped his hands loudly. Hedgeris' black shape appeared at the tent door. "Hurry," cried Feisal. "Call them." Hedgeris asked whom. "Oh, Fahad, Abdullah al-Fayr, Auda, Motlug, Za'al." "And not Mirzak?" queried Hedgeris mildly. Feisal shouted at him for a fool, and the black ran off, while I said, "It is nearly finished. Soon you can let me go." He protested, saying that I must remain with them always, and not just till Damascus, as I had promised in Lej, I who wanted so to get away. Feet came pattering to the tent door and paused, while the chiefs recovered their grave faces and set straight their headcloths for the entry. One by one, they sat down stilly on the rugs, each saying unconcernedly, "Please God, good?" To each Feisal replied, "Praise God," and they stared in wonder at his dancing eyes. When the last had rustled in, Feisal told them that God had sent the means of victory, 2,000 riding camels. Our war was to march unchecked to freedom, its triumphant end. They murmured in astonishment, doing their best, as great men, to be calm, eyeing me to guess my share in the event. I said, "The bounty of Allenby." Zal cut in swiftly, "For them all. God keep his life and yours." I replied, "We have been made victorious," stood up, with a "by your leave" to Feisal, and slipped away to tell Joyce. Behind my back, they burst out into wild words of their coming wilder deeds. Childish, perhaps, but it would be a pretty war in which each man did not feel that he was winning it. Joyce also was gladdened, and made smooth by the news of the 2,000 camels. We dreamed of the stroke to which they should be put, of their march from Beersheba to Aqaba, and where, for 2 months, we could find grazing for this vast multitude of animals. They must be broken from barley, if they were to be of use to us. These were not pressing thoughts. We had, meanwhile, the need to maintain ourselves all summer on the plateau, besieging Maan and keeping the railways cut. The task was difficult. First, about supply. I had just thrown the existing arrangements out of gear. The Egyptian camel transport companies had been carrying steadily between Aqaba and Abba el-Lisan, but carrying less and marching less than our least sanguine estimate. We urged them to increase weights and speeds, but found ourselves up against cast iron core regulations, framed to keep down the figures of animal wastage. By increasing them slightly, we could double the carrying capacity of the column. Consequently, I had offered to take over the animals and send back the Egyptian camel men. The British, being short of labor, jumped at my idea, almost too quickly. We had a terrible scramble to improvise drivers upon the moment. Young took over transport and quartermaster work, in which his drive and ability would be better employed. Using his full power, he grappled with the chaos. He had no stores for his columns, no saddles, no clerks, no veterinaries, no drugs, and few drivers, so that to run a harmonious and orderly train was impossible, but Young very nearly did it, in his curious, ungrateful way. Thanks to him, the supply problem of the Arab regulars on the plateau was solved. All this time, the face of our revolt was growing. Feisal, veiled in his tent, maintained, incessantly, the teaching and preaching of his Arab movement. Aqaba boomed. Even our fieldwork was going well. The Arab regulars had just had their third success against Jerdun, the battered station which they made it almost a habit to take and lose. Our armored cars happened on a Turkish sortie from Maan, and smashed it in such style that the opportunity never recurred. Zaid, in command of half the army posted north of Uheda, was showing great vigor. His gaiety of spirit appealed more to the professional officers than did Feisal's poetry and lean earnestness. So this happy association of the two brothers gave every sort of man a sympathy with one or other of the leaders of the revolt. For 6 weeks we marked time. Zaid and Jafar, with their regulars, continued a profitable battering upon the Maan sector. Sharif Nasir, accompanied by Peake and Hornby, moved to Hessa, 40 miles northward, and occupied 8 miles of railway in one happy thrust. By intensive demolition, the very foundations of the line thereabout were destroyed, and the Turkish contemplated offensive against Feisal in Abba al-Lisan was brought to naught. Dawnay and myself took advantage of the lull to go up again to Allenby. At GHQ, we felt a remarkable difference in the air. The place was, as always, throbbing with energy and hope, but now logic and coordination were manifest in an uncommon degree. The new army was arriving to time from Mesopotamia and India. Prodigious advances in grouping and training were being made. On June the 15th, it had been the considered opinion of a private conference that the army would be capable of a general and sustained offensive in September. The sky was indeed opening over us, and we went into Allenby, who said outright that late in September he would make a grand attack to fulfill the Smuts plan, even to Damascus and Aleppo. Our role would be as laid down in the spring. We must make the Daraa raid on the 2,000 new camels. Times and details would be fixed as the weeks went on. On July the 11th, 1918, Dawnay and I were again talking to Allenby and Bartholomew, his new staff officer, and of their generosity and confidence, seeing the undress working of a general's mind. It was an experience, technical, reassuring, and very valuable to me, who was mildly a general too, in my own odd show. Allenby's confidence was like a wall. Before the attack, he went to see his troops massed in secrecy, waiting the signal, and told them he was sure, with their good help, of 30,000 prisoners. This, when the whole game turned on a chance. Bartholomew was most anxious. He said it would be desperate work to have the whole army reformed by September, and even if they were ready, actually, some brigades existed as such for the first time when they went over. We must not assume that the attack would follow as planned. It could be delivered only in the coastal sector, opposite Ramleh, the railhead, where only could a necessary reserve of stores be gathered. This seemed so obvious that he could not dream of the Turks staying blind, though momently their dispositions ignored it. Allenby's plan was to collect the bulk of his infantry and all his cavalry under the orange and olive groves of Ramleh just before the 19th of September. Simultaneously, he hoped to make in the Jordan Valley such demonstrations as should persuade the Turks of a concentration there in progress. The 2 raids to Salt had fixed the Turks' eyes exclusively beyond Jordan. Every move there, whether of British or Arabs, was accompanied by counter precautions on the Turks' part, showing how fearful they were. In the coast sector, the area of real danger, the enemy had absurdly few men. Success hung on maintaining them in this fatal misappreciation. Deceptions, which for the ordinary general were just witty hors d'oeuvres before battle, had become for Allenby a main point of strategy. Bartholomew would accordingly erect, near Jericho, all condemned tents in Egypt, would transfer veterinary camps and sick lines there, would put dummy camps, dummy horses, and dummy troops wherever there was plausible room, would throw more bridges across the river, would collect and open against enemy country all captured guns, and on the right days would ensure the movement of non-combatant bodies along the dusty roads to give the impression of 11th-hour concentrations for an assault. At the same time, the Royal Air Force was going to fill the air with husbanded formations of the latest fighting machines. The preponderance of these would deprive the enemy for days of the advantage of air reconnaissance. Bartholomew wished us to supplement his efforts with all vigor and ingenuity from our side of Amman. Yet he warned us that, even with this, success would hang on a thread, since the Turks could save themselves and their army and give us our concentration to do over again by simply retiring their coast sector 7 or 8 miles. The British Army would then be like a fish flapping on dry land, with its railways, its heavy artillery, its dumps, its stores, its camps all misplaced, and without olive groves in which to hide its concentration next time. So, while he guaranteed that the British were doing their utmost, he implored us not to engage the Arabs on his behalf in a position from which they could not escape. The noble prospect sent Dawnay and myself back to Cairo, in great fettle and cogitation. News from Aqaba had raised again the question of defending the plateau against the Turks, who had just turned Nasir out of Hessa and were contemplating a stroke against Abba el-Lisan about the end of August, when our Dara'ah detachment should start. Unless we could delay the Turks another fortnight, their threat might cripple us. A new factor was urgently required. At this juncture, Dawnay was inspired to think of the surviving battalion of the Imperial Camel Corps. Perhaps GHQ might lend it us to confuse the Turks' reckoning. We telephoned Bartholomew, who understood and backed our request to Bowles in Alexandria and to Allenby. After an active telegraphing, we got our way. Colonel Buxton, with 300 men, was lent to us for a month on 2 conditions. First, that we should forthwith furnish their scheme of operations. Second, that they should have no casualties. Bartholomew felt it necessary to apologize for the last magnificent, heartwarming condition, which he thought unsoldierly. Dawnay and I sat down with a map and measured that Buxton should march from the canal to Aqaba, thence by Rum, to carry Mudawara by night attack, thence to Beir, to destroy the bridge and tunnel near Amman, and back to Palestine on August 30. Their activity would give us a peaceful month, in which our 2,000 new camels could learn to graze, while carrying the extra dumps of forage and food which Buxton's force would expect. As regards the main scheme, Allenby meant to attack on the 19th of September, and wanted us to lead off not more than 4, nor less than 2 days before he did. His words to me were that 3 men and a boy with pistols in front of Dara'ah on September the 16th would fill his conception, would be better than thousands a week before or a week after. The truth was, he cared nothing for our fighting power, and did not reckon us part of his tactical strength. Our purpose to him was moral, to keep the enemy command intent upon the Transjordan front. In my English capacity, I shared this view, but on my Arab side, both agitation and battle seemed equally important, the one to serve the joint success, the other to establish Arab self-respect, without which victory would not be wholesome. Accordingly, I planned to march 500 regular mounted infantry, the battery of French quick-firing .65 mountain guns, proportionate machine guns, 2 armored cars, sappers, camel scouts, and 2 airplanes, to Azraq, where their concentration must be complete on September the 13th. On the 16th, we would envelope Daraa and cut its railways. 2 days later, we would fall back east of the Hejaz Railway and wait events with Allenby. As reserve against accident, we would purchase barley in Jebel Druze and store it at Azraq. Nuri Shah Alan would accompany us with a contingent of Ru'ala, also the Serdiyeh, the Sarahin, and Harani peasants of the Hollow Land under Talal al-Haradin. Dawnay helped the organizing side by getting us from GHQ the loan of Sterling, a skilled staff officer, tactful and wise. Sterling's passion for horses was a passport to intimacy with Feisal and the chiefs. Among the Arab officers were distributed some British military decorations, tokens of their gallantry about Maan. Jafar Pasha's deserved CMG was pointed by Allenby's wit. Jafar came up to Palestine to receive it, and the staff took the opportunity to stage a formal little ceremony of presentation as token of respect for their erstwhile captive. The guard of honor was furnished by the Dorset Yeomanry, who had galloped the Pasha down and hacked him with their sabers in the Senussi Desert less than 3 years before. Jafar laughed with delight at an incident so much in his own hearty vein. These marks of Allenby's esteem heartened the Arab army. Nuri Pasha Said offered to command the Daraa expedition, for which his courage, authority, and coolness marked him as the ideal leader. He began to pick for it the best 400 men in the army. Pisani, the French commandant, fortified by a military cross and in urgent pursuit of a DSO, took bodily possession of the 4 Schneider mountain guns, which Cousset had sent down to us after Bremon left, and spent agonized hours with Young, trying to put the scheduled ammunition and mule forage, with his men and his own private kitchen, onto 1/2 the requisite camels. The camps buzzed with eagerness and preparation, and all promised well. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 28, Buxton and the I.C.C. It was now the end of July, and by the end of August, the Daraa expedition must be on the road. In the meantime, Buxton's Camel Corps had to be guided through their program. Nuri Shalan warned. The armored cars taught their road to Azraq, and landing grounds found for airplanes. A busy month. Nuri Shalan, the furthest, was tackled first. He was called to meet Feisal at Jafar about the 7th of August. Buxton's force seemed the second need. I told Feisal, under seal, of their coming. To ensure their having no casualties, they must strike Mudawara with absolute surprise. I would guide them myself to Rum, in the first critical march through the fag ends of Hawatat about Aqaba. Accordingly, I went down to Aqaba, where Buxton let me explain to each company their march, and the impatient nature of the allies whom they, unasked, had come to help, begging them to turn the other cheek if there was a row, partly because they were better educated than the Arabs, and therefore less prejudiced, partly because they were very few. After such solemnities came the ride up the oppressive gorge of Itam, under the red cliffs of Nejed, and over the breast-like curves of Imram, that slow preparation for Rum's greatness, till we passed through the gap before the rock Kuzail and into the inner shrine of the springs, with its worship-compelling coolness. There, the landscape refused to be accessory, but took the skies, and we chattering humans became dust at its feet. In Rum, the men had their first experience of watering in equality with Arabs, and found it troublesome. However, they were wonderfully mild, and Buxton was an old Sudan official, speaking Arabic and understanding nomadic ways, very patient, good-humored, sympathetic. Huzzah was helpful in admonishing the Arabs, and Sterling and Marshall, who accompanied the column, were familiars of the Beni Ataye. Thanks to their diplomacy and to the care of the British rank and file, nothing untoward happened. Later, I rode for Aqaba through the high-walled Itam, alone now with 6 silent, unquestioning guards, who followed after me like shadows, harmonious and submerged in their natural sand and bush and hill. And a homesickness came over me, stressing vividly my outcast life among these Arabs, while I exploited their highest ideals and made their love of freedom one more tool to help England win. In Aqaba, the rest of my bodyguard were assembled, prepared for victory, for I had promised the Horan men that they should pass this great feast in their freed villages, and its date was near. So for the last time, we mustered on the windy beach by the sea's edge, the sun on its brilliant waves, glinting in rivalry with my flashing and changing men. They were 60. Seldom had the Zagi brought so many of his troop together, and as we rode into the brown hills for Guerra, he was busy sorting them in a Ghil fashion, center and wings, with poets and singers on the right and left. So our ride was musical. It hurt him I would not have a banner, like a prince. I was on my Ghazala, the old grandmother camel, now again magnificently fit. Her foal had lately died, and Abdullah, who rode next to me, had skinned the little carcass and carried the dry pelt behind his saddle like a crupper piece. We started well, thanks to the Zaagi's chanting, but after an hour, Ghazala lifted her head high and began to pace uneasily, picking up her feet like a sword dancer. I tried to urge her, but Abdullah dashed alongside me, swept his cloak about him, and sprang from his saddle, calfskin in hand. He lighted with a splash of gravel in front of Ghazala, who had come to a standstill, gently moaning. On the ground before her, he spread the little hide and drew her head down to it. She stopped crying, snuffled its dryness thrice with her lips, then again lifted her head and with a whimper strode forward. Several times in the day this happened, but afterwards she seemed to forget. At Guerra, Siddons had an airplane waiting. Nuri Shalan and Feisal wanted me at once in Jafar, where they met us in the smoothest spirits. It seemed incredible that this old man had freely joined our youth, for he was very old, livid and worn, with a grey sorrow and remorse about him, and a bitter smile, the only mobility of his face. Upon his coarse eyelashes, the eyelids sagged down in tired folds, through which, from the overhead sun, a red light glittered into his eye sockets and made them look like fury pits, in which the man was slowly burning. Only the dead black of his dyed hair, only the dead skin of the face, with its net of lines, betrayed his 70 years. There was ceremonial talk about this little-spoken leader, for with him were the headmen of his tribe, famous sheikhs so bodied out with silks of their own wearing, or a Faisal's gift, that they rustled like women, while moving in slow state like oxen. First of them was Ferris, like Hamlet not forgiving Nuri his murdered father. Sotam, a lean man with drooping mustache and white, unnatural face, who met the hidden censure of the world with a soft manner and luscious, deprecating voice. Ifham, he squeaked of me in astonishment, he understands our Arabic. Trad and Sultan were there, round-eyed, grave and direct-spoken, honorable figures of men, and great leaders of cavalry. Also Mejem, the rebellious, had been brought in by Feisal and reconciled with his unwilling uncle, who seemed only half to tolerate his small-featured, bleak presence beside him, though Mejem's manner was eagerly friendly. Mejem was a great leader too, Trad's rival in the conduct of raids, but weak and cruel at heart. He sat next to Khalid, Trad's brother, another healthy, cheerful rider, like Trad in face, but not so full a man. Durzi ibn Dugmi swelled in and welcomed me, reminding me ungratefully of his greediness at Nebka, a one-eyed, sinister, hook-nosed man, heavy, menacing and mean, but brave. There was the Kafaji, the spoilt child of Nuri's age, who looked for equality of friendliness from me because of his father and not for any promise in himself. He was young enough to be glad of the looming adventure of war and proud of his new bristling weapons. Bender, the laughing boy, fellow in years and play with the Kafaji, tripped me before them all by begging for a place in my bodyguard. He had heard from my Rahel, his foster brother, of their immoderate griefs and joys, and servitude called to him with its unwholesome glamour. I fenced, and when he pleaded further, turned it by muttering that I was not a king to have Shahlan servants. Nuri's somber look met mine for a moment, in approval. Behind me sat Rahel, peacocking his lusty self in strident clothes. Under cover of the conversation, he whispered me the name of each chief. They had not to ask who I was, for my clothes and appearance were peculiar in the desert. It was notoriety to be the only clean-shaven one, and I doubled it by wearing always the suspect pure silk, of the whitest, at least outside, with a gold and crimson Meccan head rope and gold dagger. By so dressing, I staked a claim, which Feisal's public consideration of me confirmed. Many times in such councils had Feisal won over and set aflame new tribes. Many times had the work fallen to me, but never until today had we been actively together in one company, reinforcing and relaying one another from our opposite poles, and the work went like child's play. The Ru'ala melted in our double heat. We could move them with a touch and a word. There was tenseness, a holding of breath, the glitter of belief in their thin eyes, so fixed on us. Feisal brought nationality to their minds in a phrase, which set them thinking of Arab history and language. Then he dropped into silence for a moment, for with these illiterate masters of the tongue, words were lively, and they liked to savor each, unmingled, on the palate. Another phrase showed them the spirit of Feisal, their fellow and leader, sacrificing everything for the national freedom, and then silence again, while they imagined him day and night in his tent, teaching, preaching, ordering, and making friends. And they felt something of the idea behind this pictured man, sitting there iconically, drained of desires, ambitions, weakness, faults. So rich a personality enslaved by an abstraction, made one-eyed, one-armed, with the one sense and purpose, to live or die in its service. Of course, it was a picture man, not flesh and blood, but nevertheless true, for his individuality had yielded its third dimension to the idea, had surrendered the world's wealth and artifices. Feisal was hidden in his tent, veiled to remain our leader, while in reality he was nationality's best servant, its tool, not its owner. Yet in the tented twilight, nothing seemed more noble. Our conversation was cunningly directed to light trains of their buried thoughts, that the excitement might be their own and the conclusions native, not inserted by us. Soon we felt them kindle. We leaned back, watching them move and speak, and vivify each other with mutual heat, till the air was vibrant, and in stammered phrases they experienced the first heave and thrust of notions which ran up beyond their sight. They turned to hurry us, themselves the begetters, and we laggard strangers, strove to make us comprehend the full intensity of their belief, forgot us, flashed out the means and end of our desire. A new tribe was added to our comity, though Nuri's plain yes at the end carried more than all had said. Siddons flew me back to Guerra that evening, and in the night at Aqaba I told Dawnay, just arrived, that life was full, but slipping smoothly. Next morning, we heard by aeroplane how Buxton's force had fared at Mudawara. They decided to assault it before dawn, mainly by means of bombers, in 3 parties, one to enter the station, the other 2 for the main redoubts. Accordingly, before midnight, white tapes were laid as guides to the 0 point. The opening had been timed for 3:45, but the way proved difficult to find, so that daylight was almost upon them before things began against the southern redoubt. After a number of bombs had burst in and about it, the men rushed up and took it easily, to find that the station party had achieved their end a moment before. These alarms roused the middle redoubt, but only for defeat. Its men surrendered 20 minutes later. The northern redoubt, which had a gun, seemed better hearted and splashed its shot freely into the station yard and at our troops. Buxton, under cover of the southern redoubt, directed the fire of Brodie's guns, which with their usual deliberate accuracy sent in shell after shell. Siddons came over in his machines and bombed it, while the Camel Corps, from north and east and west, subjected the breastworks to severe Lewis gun fire. At 7 in the morning, the last of the enemy surrendered quietly. We had lost 4 killed and 10 wounded. The Turks lost 21 killed and 150 prisoners, with 2 field guns and 3 machine guns. Buxton at once set the Turks to getting steam on the pumping engine, so that he could water his camels, while men blew in the wells and smashed the engine pumps with 2,000 yards of rail. At dusk, charges at the foot of the great water tower spattered it in single stones across the plain. Buxton, a moment later, called "Walk March" to his men, and the 400 camels, rising like one and roaring like the day of judgment, started off for Jafar. Thence we had news of them. They rested a day, revictualled, and marched for Bear, where Joyce and myself had agreed to join them. Accordingly, on the evening of August 15th, 1918, we sat down with Buxton in a council of war. Young had duly sent at Bear 14 days' rations for man and beast. Of this, there remained 8 days for the men, 10 for the animals. The camel drivers of the supply column, driven forward only by young strong will, had left Jafar half mutinous with fear of the desert. They had lost, stolen, or sold the rest of Buxton's stores upon their way. We had to adjust the plan to its new conditions. Buxton purged his column of every inessential, while I cut down the 2 armored cars to 1 and changed the route. Buxton and his men started in the mid-afternoon, while I delayed till evening, seeing my men load our 6,000 pounds of gun cotton on the 30 Egyptian pack camels. My disgusted bodyguard were for this ride to lead or drive the explosives train. We had judged that Buxton would sleep just short of the Hadi, so we rode thither, but saw no campfire, nor was the track trodden. We looked over the crest of the ridge, into a bitter north wind coming off Hermon into our flustered faces. The slopes beyond were black and silent, and to our town dwellers, accustomed to the reek of smoke, or sweat, or the ferment of soil freshly dug, there was something searching, disquieting, almost dangerous in the steely desert wind. So we turned back a few paces and hid under the lip of the ridge to sleep comfortably in its cloistered air. In the morning, we looked out across 50 miles of blank country and wondered at this missing our companions. But Daher shouted suddenly from the Hadi side, seeing their column winding up from the southeast. They had early lost the track and camped till dawn. My men jested with humor against Sheikh Salah, their guide, as one who could lose his road between the Tlaithuquat and Bear, just like, one might say, between the Marble Arch and Oxford Circus. However, it was a perfect morning, with the sun hot on our backs and the wind fresh in our faces. The Camel Corps strode splendidly past the frosted tips of the 3 peaks into the green depths of Dirwa. They looked different from the stiff, respectful companies which had reached Aqaba, for Buxton's supple brain and friendly observation had taken in the experience of irregular fighting and revised their training rules for the new needs. He had changed their column formation, breaking its formal subdivision of 2 hard companies. He had changed the order of march so that, instead of their old immaculate lines, they came clotted in groups which split up or drew together without delay upon each variation of road or ground surface. He had reduced the loads and rehung them, thereby lengthening the camel's pace and daily mileage. He had cut into their infantry system of clockwork halts every so often to let the camels stale, and grooming was less honored. In the old days, they had prinked their animals, cosseting them like Pekingese, and each halt had been lightened by a noisy flapping massage of the beast's stripped humps with the saddle blanket, whereas now the spare time was spent in grazing. Consequently, our Imperial Camel Corps had become rapid, elastic, enduring, silent, except when they mounted by numbers, for then the 300 he-camels would roar in concert, giving out a wave of sound audible miles across the night. Each march saw them more workmanlike, more at home on the animals, tougher, leaner, faster. They behaved like boys on holiday, and the easy mixing of officers and men made their atmosphere delightful. My camels were brought up to walk in Arab fashion, that bent-kneed gait with much swinging of the fetlock, the stride a little longer and a little quicker than the normal. Buxton's camels strolled along at their native pace, unaffected by the men on their backs, who were kept from direct contact with them by iron-shod boots and by their wood and steel Manchester-made saddles. Consequently, though I started each stage alongside Buxton in the van, I forged steadily in front with my 5 attendants, especially when I rode my Baha, the immensely tall, large-boned, upstanding beast, who got her name from the bleat voice forced on her by a bullet through the chin. She was very finely bred, but bad-tempered, half a wild camel, and had never patience for an ordinary walk. Instead, with high nose and wind-stirred hair, she would jig along in an uneasy dance, hateful to my Agale, for it strained their tender loins, but to me not unamusing. In this fashion, we would gain 3 miles on the British, look for a plot of grass or juicy thorns, lie in the warm freshness of air, and let our beast graze while we were overtaken, and a beautiful sight the Camel Corps would be as it came up. Through the mirage of heat which flickered over the shining flint stones of the ridge, we would see, at first, only the knotted brown mass of the column, swaying in the haze. As it grew nearer, the masses used to divide into little groups, which swung, parting and breaking into one another. At last, when close to us, we would distinguish the individual riders, like great water birds, breast deep in the silver mirage, with Buxton's athletic, splendidly mounted figure leading his sunburnt, laughing, khaki men. It was odd to see how diversely they rode. Some sat naturally, despite the clumsy saddle. Some pushed out their hinder parts and leaned forward like Arab villagers. Others lolled in the saddle as if they were Australians riding horses. My men, judging by the look, were inclined to scoff. I told them how from that 300 I would pick 40 fellows who would outride, outfight, and outsuffer any 40 men in Feisal's army. At noon, by Ras Muhawar, we halted an hour or two, for though the heat today was less than in Egypt in August, Buxton did not wish to drive his men through it without a break. The camels were loosed out, while we lay and lunched and tried to sleep, defying the multitude of flies which had marched with us from Bear in colonies on our sweaty backs. Meanwhile, my bodyguard passed through, grumbling at their indignity of baggage driving, making believe never to have been so shamed before, and praying profanely that the world would not hear of my tyranny to them. Their sorrow was doubled, since the baggage animals were Somali camels, whose greatest speed was about 3 miles an hour. Buxton's force marched nearly 4, myself more than 5, so that the marches were for the Za'agi and his 40 thieves a torment of slowness, modified only by balking camels or displaced loads. We abused their clumsiness, calling them drovers and coolies, offering to buy their goods when they came to market, till perforce they laughed at their plight. After the first day, they kept up with us by lengthening the march into the night, only a little, for these ophthalmia-stricken brutes were blind in the dark, and by stealing from the breakfast and midday halts. They brought their caravan through without losing one of all their charges, a fine performance for such gilded gentlemen, only possible because under their gilt they were the best camel masters for hire in Arabia. That night we slept in Gadaf. The armored car overtook us as we halted, its delightous Sharari guide grinning in triumph on the turret lid. An hour or two later, the Za'agi arrived, reporting all up and well. He begged that Buxton should not kill, directly in the road, such camels as broke down on the march, for his men made each successive carcass excuse for a feast and a delay. Abdullah was troubled to understand why the British shot their abandoned beasts. I pointed out how we Arabs shot one another if badly wounded in battle. But Abdullah retorted it was to save us from being so tortured that we might do ourselves shame. He believed there was hardly a man alive who would not choose a gradual death of weakness in the desert, rather than a sudden cutting off. Indeed, in his judgment, the slowest death was the most merciful of all, since absence of hope would prevent the bitterness of a losing fight, and leave the man's nature untrammeled to compose itself, and him, into the mercy of God. Our English argument, that it was kinder to kill quickly anything except a man, he would not take seriously. Our morrow was like the day before, a steady grind of 40 miles. Next day was the last before the bridge effort. I took half of my men from the baggage train and threw them forward on our line of march to crown each hilltop. This was well done, but did not profit us, for in mid-morning, with Muagar, our ambush, in full sight, we were marching strongly and hopefully, when a Turkish airplane came from the south, flew the length of our column, and went down before us into Amman. We plodded heavily into Muagar by noon, and hid in the substructures of the Roman temple platform. Our watchers took post on the crest, looking out over the harvested plains to the Hejaz railway. Over these hill slopes, as we stared through our glasses, the grey stones seemed to line out like flocks of grazing sheep. We sent my peasants into the villages below us to get news and warn the people to keep within doors. They returned to say that chance was fighting against us. Round the winnowed corn upon the threshing floor stood Turkish soldiers, for the tax-gatherers were measuring the heaps under guard of sections of mounted infantry. 3 such troops, 40 men, lay for this night in the 3 villages nearest the great bridge, villages through whose precincts we must necessarily go and come. We held a hurried council. The aeroplane had or had not seen us. It would cause, at worst, the strengthening of the bridge guard, but I had little fear of its effect. The Turks would believe we were the advance guard of a 3rd raid on Amman, and were more likely to concentrate than to detach troops. Buxton's men were great fighters. He had laid admirable plans. Success was certain. The doubt was about the bridge's cost, or rather as to its value in British life, having regard to Bartholomew's prohibition of casualties. The presence of these mule riders meant that our retreat would not be unencumbered. The Camel Corps were to dismount nearly a mile from the bridge of Qasir, their noisy camels, and advance on foot. The noise of their assault, not to speak of the firing of 3 tons of gun cotton against the bridge piers, would wake up the district. The Turkish patrols in the villages might stumble on our camel park, a disaster for us, or at least would hamper us in the broken ground as we retired. Buxton's men could not scatter like a swarm of birds after the bridge explosion to find their own way back to the Muagger. In any night fighting, some would be cut off and lost. We should have to wait for them, possibly losing more in the business. The whole cost might be 50 men, and I put the worth of the bridge at less than 5. Its destruction was so to frighten and disturb the Turks that they would leave us alone till August the 30th, when our long column set out for Azraq. Today was the 20th. The danger had seemed pressing in July, but was now nearly over. Buxton agreed. We decided to cry off and move back at once. At the moment, more Turkish machines got up from Amman and quartered the rough hills northward from Muagger, looking for us. The men groaned in disappointment when they heard the change. They had set pride on this long raid, and were burning to tell incredulous Egypt that their program had been literally fulfilled. To gain what we could, I sent Selah and the other chiefs down to spruce their people with tall rumors of our numbers, and our coming as the reconnaissance of Feisal's army, to carry him on by assault in the new moon. This was the story the Turks feared to learn, the operation they imagined, the stroke they dreaded. They pushed cavalry cautiously into Muagger, and found confirmation of the wild tales of the villagers, for the hilltop was littered with empty meat tins, and the valley slopes cut up by the deep tracks of enormous cars. Very many tracks there were. This alarm checked them, and at a bloodless price for us, kept them hovering a week. The destruction of the bridge would have gained us a fortnight. We waited till dusk was thick, and then rode off for Azraq, 50 miles away. We pretended that the raid was become a tour, and talked of Roman remains and of Ghassanide hunting palaces. The Camel Corps had practice, almost a habit, of night journeys, so that their pace was as by day, and units never strayed nor lost touch. There was a brilliant moon, and we marched till it was pale in the morning, passing the lone palace of Carenay about midnight, too careless to turn aside and see its strangeness. Part blame for this lay on the moon, whose whiteness made our minds as frozen and shadowless as itself, so that we sat still in our saddles, just sitting still. In the afternoon, tired, we came to Qusair el-Amra, the little hunting lodge of Harith, the shepherd king, a patron of poets. It stood beautifully against its background of bosky rustling trees. Buxton put headquarters in the cool dusk of its hall, and we lay there, puzzling out the worn frescoes of the wall, with more laughter than moral profit. Of the men, some sheltered themselves in other rooms, most, with the camels, stretched themselves beneath the trees for a slumberous afternoon and evening. The aeroplanes had not found us, could not find us here. Tomorrow there was Azraq, and fresh water to replace this stuff of bear, which, with the passing days, was getting too tasty for our liking. Next day, We walked gently to Azraq. When we were over the last ridge of lava pebbles and saw the ring of the Medjugorje graves, that most beautifully put of cemeteries, I trotted forward with my men, to be sure against accident in the place, and to feel again its remoteness before the others came. We rested there 2 days, the refreshment of the pools being so great. Buxton rode with me to the fort, to examine the altar of Diocletian and Maximium, meaning to add a word in favor of King George V. But our stay was poisoned by the grey flies, and then ruined by a tragic accident. An Arab, shooting fish in the fort pool, dropped his rifle, which exploded and killed instantly Lieutenant Rowan of the Scottish Horse. We buried him in the little Medjugorje graveyard, whose spotless quiet had long been my envy. On the 3rd day, we marched past Amari, across Jesha to near the Tlaitukwat, the old country whose almost imperceptible variations I had come to know. By the Hadi, we felt at home and made a night march, the men's strident yells of, "Are we well fed? No. Do we see life? Yes," thundering up the long slopes after me. When they tired of telling the truth, I could hear the rattle of their accoutrements, hitched over the wooden saddles. 11 or 15 hitchings they had, each time they loaded up, in place of the Arab's all-embracing saddlebag, thrown on in one movement. I was so bound up in their dark body and tail behind me that I too lost my way between the Hadi and Bear. However, till dawn we steered by the stars. The men's next meal was in Bear, for yesterday their iron ration was exhausted, and the day broke on us in a wooden valley, which was certainly Wadi Bear. But for my life, I could not tell if we were above or below the wells. I confessed my fault to Buxton and Marshall, and we tethered for a while, till by chance Sagar ibn Shahlan, one of our old allies of the distant days of Wej, rode down the track and put us on the road. An hour later, the Camel Corps had new rations and their old tents by the wells, and found that Salama, the provident Egyptian doctor, calculating their return today, had already filled the drinking cisterns with enough water to slake the half of their thirsty beasts. I determined to go into Abba el-Lisan with the armored cars, for Buxton was now on proved ground among friends, and could do without my help. Joyce, Dawnay, and Young reported all going marvelously. In fact, preparations were complete, and they were breaking up. Joyce for Cairo to see a dentist, Dawnay for GHQ to tell Allenby we were prosperous and obedient. End of Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 29, Washing Our Linen. Joyce's ship had come up from Jeddah with the Meccan mail. Feisal opened his Qibla, King Hussein's Gazette, to find staring at him a royal proclamation, saying that fools were calling Jafar Pasha the general officer commanding the Arab Northern Army, whereas there was no such rank, indeed no rank higher than captain in the Arab army, wherein Sheikh Jafar, like another, was doing his duty. This had been published by King Hussein, after reading that Allenby had decorated Jafar without warning Feisal. To spite the northern town Arabs, the Syrian and Mesopotamian officers, whom the king at once despised for their laxity and feared for their accomplishments. He knew that they were fighting not to give him dominion, but to set free their own countries for their own governing, and the lust for power had grown uncontrollable in the old man. Ja'far came in and proffered his resignation to Feisal. There followed him our divisional officers and their staffs, with the regimental and battalion commanders. I begged them to pay no heed to the humors of an old man of 70, out of the world in Mecca, whose greatness they themselves had made. And Feisal refused to accept their resignations, pointing out that the commissions, since his father had not approved their service, were issued by himself, and he alone was discredited by the proclamation. On this assumption, he telegraphed to Mecca and received a return telegram which called him traitor and outlaw. He replied, laying down his command of the Aqaba front. Hussein appointed Zaid to succeed him. Zaid promptly refused. Hussein's cipher messages became corrupt with rage, and the military life of Aba al-Lisan came to a sudden stop. Dawnay, from Aqaba, before the ship sailed, rang me up and asked dolefully if all hope were over. I answered that things hung on chance, but perhaps we should get through. 3 courses lay before us. The first, to get pressure put on King Hussein to withdraw his statement. The second, to carry on, ignoring it. The third, to set up Feisal in formal independence of his father. There were advocates of each course, amongst the English as amongst the Arabs. We wired to Allenby, asking him to smooth out the incident. Hussein was obstinate and crafty, and it might take weeks to force him out of his obstacles to an apology. Normally, we could have afforded these weeks, but today we were in the unhappy position that after 3 days, if at all, our expedition to Daraa must start. We must find some means of carrying on the war, while Egypt sought for a solution. My first duty was to send express to Nuri Shah Alan that I could not meet him at the gathering of his tribes in Kaf, but would be in Azraq from the first day of the new moon, at his service. This was a sad expedient, for Nuri might take suspicion of my change and fail at the tryst, and without the Ru'ala, half our efficiency and importance at Daraa on September the 16th would disappear. However, we had to risk this smaller loss, since without Feisal and the regulars and Pisani's guns, there would be no expedition, and for the sake of reforming their tempers, I must wait in Aba el-Lisan. The second duty was to start off the caravans for Azraq, the baggage, the food, the petrol, the ammunition. Young prepared these, rising as ever to any occasion not of his own seeking. He was his own first obstacle, but would have no man hinder him. Never could I forget the radiant face of Nuri Said, after a joint conference, encountering a group of Arab officers with the cheerful words, "Never mind, you fellows, he talks to the English just as he does to us." Now he saw that each echelon started, not indeed to time but only a day late, under its appointed officers, according to program. It had been our principle to issue orders to the Arabs only through their own chiefs, so they had no precedent either for obedience or for disobedience, and off they went like lambs. Our next duty was to start off the troops for Azraq on the right day. To effect this, their confidence in the confidence of the officers had to be restored. Stirling's tact was called upon. Nuri Said was ambitious as any soldier would have been, to make much of the opportunity before him, and readily agreed to move as far as Azraq, pending Hussein's apology. If this was unsatisfactory, they could return, or throw off allegiance. If it was adequate, as I assured him it would be, the interim and unmerited services of the Northern Army should bring a blush to the old man's cheek. The ranks responded to bluffer arguments. We made plain that such gross questions as food and pay depended entirely on the maintenance of organization. They yielded, and the separate columns of mounted infantry, of machine gunners, of Egyptian sappers, of Ghurkas, of Pisani's gunners, moved off in their courses, according to the routine of Stirling and Young, only 2 days late. The last obligation was to restore Feisal's supremacy. To attempt anything serious between Daraa and Damascus without him would be vain. We could put in the attack on Daraa, which was what Allenby expected from us. But the capture of Damascus, which was what I expected from the Arabs, the reason why I had joined with them in the field, taken 10,000 pains, and spent my wit and strength, that depended on Feisal's being present with us in the fighting line, undistracted by military duties, but ready to take over and exploit the political value of what our bodies conquered for him. Eventually, he offered to come up under my orders. As for the apology from Mecca, Allenby and Wilson were doing their best, engrossing the cables. If they failed, my course would be to promise Feisal the direct support of the British government and drive him into Damascus as sovereign prince. It was possible, but I wanted to avoid it except as a last necessity. The Arabs hitherto in their revolt had made clean history, and I did not wish our adventure to come to the pitiable state of scission before the common victory and its peace. King Hussein behaved truly to type, protesting fluently, with endless circumlocution, showing no understanding of the grave effect of his incursion into northern army affairs. To clear his mind, we sent him plain statements, which drew abusive but involved returns. His telegrams came through Egypt and by wireless to our operators in Aqaba, and were sent up to me by car for delivery to Feisal. The Arabic ciphers were simple, and I had undesirable passages mutilated by rearranging their figures into nonsense before handing them in code to Feisal. By this easy expedient, the temper of his entourage was not needlessly complicated. The play went on for several days, Mecca never repeating a message notified corrupt, but telegraphing in its place a fresh version, toned down at each re-editing from the previous harshness. Finally, there came a long message, the first half a lame apology and withdrawal of the mischievous proclamation, the second half a repetition of the offense in a new form. I suppressed the tale and took the head marked very urgent to Feisal's tent, where he sat in the full circle of his staff officers. His secretary worked out the dispatch and handed the decipher to Feisal. My hints had roused expectation, and all eyes were on him as he read it. He was astonished and gazed wonderingly at me, for the meek words were unlike his father's querulous obstinacy. Then he pulled himself together, read the apology aloud, and at the end said thrillingly, "The telegraph has saved all our honor." A chorus of delight burst out, during which he bent aside to whisper in my ear, "I mean the honor of nearly all of us." It was done so delightfully that I laughed and said demurely, "I cannot understand what you mean." He replied, "I offered to serve for this last march under your orders. Why was that not enough?" "Because it would not go with your honor." He murmured, "You prefer mine always before your own," and then sprang energetically to his feet, saying, "Now, sirs, praise God and work." In 3 hours, we had settled timetables and arranged for our successors here in Abba el-Lisan, with their spheres and duties. I took my leave. Joyce had just returned to us from Egypt, and Feisal promised that he would come, with him and Marshall, to Azraq to join me on the 12th at latest. All the camp was happy as I got into a Rolls tender and set off northward, hoping, though already it was the 4th of September, yet to rally the Ru'ala under Nuri Shah Alan in time for our attack on Daraa. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 30, In the Advance Guard. It was an inexpressible pleasure to have left the mists behind. We cawed at each other with thankfulness as we drove along, Winterton, Nasir, and myself. Lord Winterton was our last found recruit, an experienced officer from Buxton's Camel Corps. Sharif Nasir, who had been the spear point of the Arab army since the first days of Medina, had been chosen by us for the field work on this last occasion also. He deserved the honor of Damascus, for his had been the honors of Medina, of Wej, of Aqaba, and of Tafileh, and of many barren days beside. We were never out of sight of men, of tenuous camel columns of troops and tribesmen and baggage, moving slowly northward over the interminable Jafar Flat. Past this activity, of good omen for our punctual concentration at Azraq, we roared, my excellent driver Green, once achieving 67 miles an hour. The half-stifled Nasir, who sat in the box body, could only wave his hand across a furlong to each friend we overtook. At Bear, we heard from the alarm Beni Sakr that the Turks, on the preceding day, had launched suddenly westward from Hessa into Tafileh. Mifle thought I was mad, or most untimely merry, when I laughed outright at the news, which 4 days sooner would have held up the Azraq expedition. But now we were started, the enemy might take Abba el-Lisan, Guwera, Aqaba itself, and welcome. Our formidable talk of advance by Amman had pulled their leg nearly out of socket, and the innocents were out to counter our feint. Each man they sent south was a man, or rather 10 men, lost. In Azraq, we found a few servants of Nuri Shalan and the Crosley car with a flying officer, an airman, some spares, and a canvas hangar for the 2 machines protecting our concentration. We spent our first night on their aerodrome and suffered for it. A reckless armor-plated camel fly, biting like a hornet, occupied our exposed parts till sunset. Then came a blessed relief as the itch grew milder and the evening cool. But the wind changed and hot showers of blinding salty dust swept us for 3 hours. We lay down and drew covers over our heads, but could not sleep. Each half hour, we had to throw off the sand, which threatened to bury us. At midnight, the wind ceased. We issued from our sweaty nests and restfully prepared to sleep, when, singing, a cloud of mosquitoes rolled over us. Them we fought till dawn. Consequently, at dawn, we changed camp to the height of the Medjibur Ridge, a mile west of the water and 100 feet above the marshes, open to all winds that blew. We rested a while, then put up the hangar, and afterwards went off to bathe in the silver water. We undressed beside the sparkling pools, whose pearl-white sides and floor reflected the sky with a moony radiance. "Delicious!" I yelled, as I splashed in and swam about. "But why do you keep on bobbing under water?" asked Winterton a moment later. Then a camel-fly bit him behind, and he understood and leapt in after me. We swam about, desperately keeping our heads wet to dissuade the grey swarms. But they were too bold with hunger to be afraid of water, and after 5 minutes we struggled out, and frantically into our clothes, the blood running from 20 of their dagger bites. Nasir stood and laughed at us, and later we journeyed together to the fort, to rest midday there. Ali ibn al-Hussein's old corner tower, this only roof in the desert, was cool and peaceful. The wind stirred the palm fronds outside to a frosty rustling. Neglected palms, too northerly for their red date crop to be good, but the stems were thick with low branches and threw a pleasant shade. Under them, on his carpet, sat Nasir in the quietness, The grey smoke of his thrown-away cigarette undulated out on the warm air, flickering and fading through the sunspots, which shone between the leaves. "I am happy," said he. We were all happy. In the afternoon, an armored car came up, completing our necessary defense, though the risk of enemy was minute. 3 tribes covered the country between us and the railway. There were only 40 horsemen in Daraa, none in Amman. Also, as yet the Turks had no news of us. One of their airplanes flew over on the morning of the 9th, made a perfunctory circle, and went off, probably without seeing us. Our camp on its airy summit gave a splendid observation of the Daraa and Amman roads. By day, we 12 English, with Nasir and his slave Ayazid, roaming, bathing at sunset, sightseeing, thinking, and slept comfortably at night, or rather I did, enjoying the precious interval between the conquered friends of Abba el-Lisan and the enemy of next month. The preciousness would seem to have been partly in myself, for on this march to Damascus, and such it was already in our imagination, my normal balance had changed. I could feel the taut power of Arab excitement behind me. The climax of the preaching of years had come, and a united country was straining towards its historic capital. In confidence that this weapon, tempered by myself, was enough for the utmost of my purpose, I seemed to forget the English companions who stood outside my idea, in the shadow of ordinary war. I failed to make them partners of my certainty. Long after, I heard that Winterton rose each dawn and examined the horizon, lest my carelessness subject us to surprise, and Adam Taye and Sheikh Saad, the British for days, thought we were a forlorn hope. Actually, I knew, and surely said, that we were as safe as anyone in the world at war. Because of the pride they had, I never saw their doubt of my plans. These plans were a feint against Amman, and a real cutting of the Daraa railways. Further than this, we hardly went, for it was ever my habit, while studying alternatives, to keep the stages in solution. By our establishment at Azraq, the first part of our plan, the feint, was accomplished. We had sent our horsemen of St. George gold sovereigns by the 1,000 to the Beni Sakr, purchasing all the barley on their threshing floors, begging them not to mention it, but we would require it for our animals and for our British allies in a fortnight. Diab of Tafileh, that jerky, incomplete hobbledehoy, gossiped the news instantly through to Karak. In addition, Feisal warned the Zebin to bear for service, and Hornby, now perhaps a little prematurely, wearing Arab clothes, was active in preparations for a great assault on Medina. His plan was to move about the 19th, when he heard that Allenby was started, his hope being to tie on to Jericho, so that if we failed by Daraa, our force could return and reinforce his movement, which would then be not a feint, but the second string to our bow. However, the Turks knocked this rather crooked by their advance to Tafileh, and Hornby had to defend Shobak against them. For our second part, the Daraa business, we had to plan an attack proper. As preliminary, we determined to cut the line near Amman, thus preventing Amman's reinforcement of Daraa, and maintaining its conviction that our feint against it was real. It seemed to me that, with Egyptians to do the actual destruction, this preliminary could be undertaken by the Ghurkas, whose detachment would not distract our main body from the main purpose. This main purpose was to cut the railways into Horan, and keep them cut for at least a week, and there seemed to be 3 ways of doing it. The first was to march north of Daraa to the Damascus railway, as on my ride with Talal in the winter, cut it, and then cross to the Yarmouk railway. The second was to march south of Daraa to the Yarmouk, as with Ali ibn al-Hussein in November 1917. The third was to rush straight at Daraa town. The third scheme could be undertaken only if the Air Force would promise so heavy a daylight bombing of Daraa station that the effect would be tantamount to artillery bombardment, enabling us to risk an assault against it with our few men. Salmon hoped to do this, but it depended on how many heavy machines he received or assembled in time. Dawnay would fly over to us here with his last word on September the 11th. Till then, we would hold the schemes equal in our judgment. Of our supports, my bodyguard were the first to arrive, prancing at Wadi Surhan on the 9th of September, happy, fatter than their fat camels, rested and amused after their month of feasting with the Ru'ala. They reported Nuri nearly ready and determined to join us. The contagion of the new tribe's first vigor had quickened in them a life and spirit which made us jolly. On the 10th, the 2 airplanes came through from Aqaba. Murphy and Junor, the pilots, settled down to the horseflies which gamboled in the air about their juiciness. On the 11th, the other armored cars and Joyce drove in, with Sterling, but without Feisal. Marshall had remained to squire him up next day, and things were always safe to go well where Marshall, the capable soul, directed them with a cultivated humor, which was not so much riotous as persistent. Young, Peake, Scott Higgins, and the baggage arrived. Azraq became many-peopled, and its lakes were again resonant with voices and the plunge of brown and lean, brown and strong, copper-colored or white bodies into the transparent water. On the 11th, the aeroplane from Palestine arrived. Unfortunately, Dawnay was again ill, and the staff officer who took his place, being raw, had suffered severely from the roughness of the air. So he forgot his most important news, how on September the 6th, Allenby, with a new inspiration, had said to Bartholomew, "Why bother about Mesudiyeh? Let the cavalry go straight to Afule and Nazareth." And so the whole plan had been changed, and an enormous indefinite advance substituted for the fixed objective. We got no notion of this, but by cross-questioning the pilot, whom Salmond had informed, we got a clear statement of the resources in bombing machines. They fell short of our minimum for Daraa, so we asked for just a hamper bombing of it, while we went round it by the north to make sure of destroying the Damascus line. The next day, Feisal arrived with, behind him, the army of troops, Nuri Said, the spick and span, Jamil, the gunner, Pisani's coaster-like Algerians, and the other items of our 3 men and a boy effort. The grey flies had now 2,000 camels to fatten upon, and in their weariness gave up Junor and his half-drained mechanics. In the afternoon, Nuri Shahlan appeared, with Trad and Khalid, Faris, Durzi, and the Kafiji. Auda Abu Tayyi arrived, with Muhammad al-Daylan, also Fahad and Adhub, the Zebun leaders, with Ibn Bani, the chief of the Sarahin, and Ibn Genj of the Sardiyeh. Majid ibn Sultan of the Adwan near Salt rode across to learn the truth of our attack on Amman. Later in the evening, there was a rattle of rifle fire in the north, and Talal al-Haridin, my old companion, come ruffling at the gallop, with 40 or 50 mounted peasants behind him. His sanguine face beamed with joy at our long-hoped-for arrival. Druzes and town Syrians, Izawiye and Hawarneh, swelled the company. Even the barley for our return, if the venture failed, a possibility we seldom entertained, began to arrive in steady loads. Everyone was stout and in health. Except myself. The crowd had destroyed my pleasure in Azraq, and I went off down the valley to a remote Ain al-Assad and lay there all day in my old lair among the tamarisk, where the wind in the dusty green branches played with such sounds as it made in English trees. It told me I was tired to death of these Arabs, petty incarnate Semites, who attained heights and depths beyond our reach, though not beyond our sight. They realized our absolute and their unrestrained capacity for good and evil, and for 2 years I had profitably shammed to be their companion. Joyce, meanwhile, shouldered the responsibility which my defection endangered. By his orders, Peake, with the Egyptian Camel Corps, now a sapper party, Scott Higgins, with his fighting Ghurkas and 2 armored cars as insurance, went off to cut the railway by Ifdane. The scheme was for Scott Higgins to rush a blockhouse after dark with his nimble Indians. Nimble on foot, that was to say, for they were like sacks on camels. Peake was then to demolish until dawn. The cars would cover their retreat eastward in the morning, over the plain, upon which we, the main body, would be marching north from Azraq for Umtayeh, a great pit of rainwater 15 miles below Daraa and our advance base. We gave them Ru'ala guides and saw them off hopefully for this important preliminary. Just at dawn, our column marched. Of them, 1,000 were the Aba el-Lisan contingent. 300 were Nuri Shah Alan's nomad horse. He had also 2,000 Ru'ala camel riders. These we asked him to keep in Wadi Sirhan. It seemed not wise, before the supreme day, to launch so many disturbing Bedouin among the villages of Horan. The horsemen were sheikhs, or sheikhs' servants, men of substance, under control. Affairs with Nuri and Feisal held me the whole day in Azraq. But Joyce had left me a tender, the Blue Mist, by which on the following morning I overtook the army and found them breakfasting among the grass-filled roughness of the Gian el-Kuna. The camels, joying to be out of the barren circle of Azraq, were packing their stomachs hastily with this best of food. Joyce had bad news. Peake had rejoined, reporting failure to reach the line because of trouble with Arab encampments in the neighborhood of his proposed demolition. We had set store on breaking the Amman railway, and the check was an offense. I left the car, took a load of gun cotton, and mounted my camel to push in advance of the force. The others made a detour to avoid harsh tongues of lava, which ran down westwards towards the railway. But we, Agail and others of the well-mounted, cut straight across by a thieves' path to the open plain about the ruined el-Jamal. I was thinking hard about the Amman demolition, puzzled as to what expedient would be quickest and best, and the puzzle of these ruins added to my care. There seemed evidence of bluntness of mind in these Roman frontier cities, el-Jamal, el-Sorab, Umtayeh. Such incongruous buildings, in what was then and now a desert cockpit, accused their builders of insensitiveness, almost of a vulgar assertion of man's right, Roman right, to live unchanged in all his estate. Italianate buildings, only to be paid for by taxing more docile provinces, on these fringes of the world, disclosed a prosaic blindness to the transience of politics. A house which so survived the purpose of its builder was a pride too trivial to confer honor upon the mind responsible for its conception. el-Jamal seemed aggressive and impudent, and the railway beyond it so tiresomely intact that they blinded me to an air battle between Murphy and our Bristol fighter and an enemy two-seater. The Bristol was badly shot about before the Turk went down in flames. Our army were delighted spectators, but Murphy, finding the damage too great for his few materials at Azraq, went for repair to Palestine in the morning. So our tiny air force was reduced to the BE-12, a type so out of date that it was impossible for fighting and little use for reconnaissance. This we discovered on the day. Meanwhile, we were as glad as the army at our man's win. Umtayeh was reached just before sunset. The troops were 5 or 6 miles behind, so as soon as our beasts had had a drink, we struck off to the railway, 4 miles downhill to the westward, thinking to do a snatch demolition. The dusk let us get close without alarm, and to our joy, we found that the going was possible for armored cars, while just before us were 2 good bridges. These points decided me to return in the morning, with cars and more gun cotton, to abolish the larger 4-arch bridge. Its destruction would give the Turks some days' hard mending, and set us free of Oman at the time of our first Daraa raid. Thus the purpose of Peake's frustrated demolition would be filled. It was a happy discovery, and we rode back, quartering the ground while the darkness gathered, to pick the best car road. As we climbed the last ridge, a high unbroken watershed, which hid Umtaiye completely from the railway and its possible watchmen, the fresh northeast wind blew into our faces, the warm smell and dust of 10,000 feet, and from the crest, the ruins appeared so startlingly unlike themselves 3 hours before that we pulled up to gasp. The hollow ground was festively spangled with a galaxy of little evening fires, fresh lighted, still twinkling with the flame reflections in their smoke. About them, men were making bread or coffee, while others drove their noisy camels to and from the water. In the morning, while the army breakfasted and thawed the dawn chill from its muscles in the sun, we explained to the Arab leaders in council the fitness of the line for a car raid, and it was determined that 2 armored cars should run down to the bridge and attack it, while the main body continued their march to Tel Arar on the Damascus Railway, 4 miles north of Daraa. They would take post there, possessing the line at dawn tomorrow, the 17th of September, and we with the cars would have finished this bridge and rejoined them before that. About 2 in the afternoon, as we drove towards the railway, we had the great sight of a swarm of our bombing planes droning steadily up towards Daraa on their first raid. The place had hitherto been carefully reserved from air attack, so the damage among the unaccustomed, unprotected, unarmed garrison was heavy. The morale of the men suffered as much as the railway traffic, until our onslaught from the north forced them to see us. All their efforts went into digging bomb-proof shelters. We lurched across plots of grass, between bars and fields of rough stone, in our 2 tenders and 2 armored cars, but arrived all well behind a last ridge, just this side of our target. On the rise south of the bridge stood a stone blockhouse. We settled to leave the tenders here, under cover. I transferred myself, with 150 pounds of gun cotton, fused and ready, to 1 armored car, intending to drive passively down the valley towards the bridge, till its arches, sheltering us from the fire of the post, enabled me to lay and light the demolition charges. Meanwhile, the other, the active fighting car, would engage the blockhouse at short range to cover my operation. The 2 cars set out simultaneously. When they saw us, the astonished garrison of 7 or 8 Turks got out of their trenches and, rifles in hand, advanced upon us in open order, moved either by panic, by misunderstanding, or by an inhuman unmixed courage. In a few minutes, the second car came into action against them, while 4 other Turks appeared beside the bridge and shot at us. Our machine gunners ranged and fired a short burst. 1 man fell, another was hit, the rest ran a little way, thought better of it, and returned, making friendly signs. We took their rifles and sent them up valley to the tenders, whose drivers were watching us keenly from their ridge. The blockhouse surrendered at the same moment. We were very content to have taken the bridge and its section of track in 5 minutes, without loss. Joyce rushed down in his tender with more gun cotton, and hastily we set about the bridge, a pleasant little work, 80 feet long and 15 feet high, honored with a shining slab of white marble, bearing the name and titles of Sultan Abd al-Hamid. In the drainage holes of the spandrels, 6 small charges were inserted zigzag, and with their explosion, all the arches were scientifically shattered, the demolition being a fine example of that finest sort, which left the skeleton of its bridge intact, indeed, but tottering, so that the repairing enemy had to first labor to destroy the wreck before they could attempt to rebuild. When we had finished, enemy patrols were near enough to give us fair excuse for quitting. The few prisoners, whom we valued for intelligence reasons, were given place on our loads, and we bumped off. Unfortunately, we bumped too carelessly in our satisfaction, and at the first watercourse there was a crash beneath my tender. One side of its box body tipped downward, till the weight came on the tire of the back wheel, and we stuck. The front bracket of the near back spring had crystallized through by the chassis in a sheer break which nothing but a workshop could mend. We gazed in despair, for we were only 300 yards from the railway, and stood to lose the car when the enemy came along in 10 minutes. A Rolls in the desert was above rubies, and though we had been driving in these for 18 months, not upon the polished roads of their maker's intention, but across country of the vilest, at speed, day or night, carrying a ton of goods and 4 or 5 men up, yet this was our first structural accident in the team of 9. Rolls, the driver, our strongest and most resourceful man, the ready mechanic, whose skill and advice largely kept our cars in running order, was nearly in tears over the mishap. The knot of us, officers and men, English, Arabs, and Turks, crowded round him and watched his face anxiously, as he realized that he, a private, commanded in this emergency. Even the stubble on his jaw seemed to harden in sullen determination. At last, he said there was just one chance. We might jack up the fallen end of the spring and wedge it, by box upon the running board, in nearly its old position. With the help of ropes, the thin angle irons of the running boards might carry the additional weight. We had on each car a length of scantling, to place between the double tires if ever the car stuck in sand or mud. 3 blocks of this would make the needful height. We had no saw, but drove bullets through it crosswise till we could snap it off. The Turks heard us firing, and halted cautiously. Joyce heard us, and ran back to help. Into his car we piled our load, jacked up the spring in the chassis, lashed in the wooden box, let her down on them, they bore splendidly, cranked up and drove off. Rolls eased her to walking speed at every stone and ditch, while we, prisoners and all, ran beside with cries of encouragement, clearing the track. In camp, we stitched the blocks with captured telegraph wire, and bound them together into the chassis, and the spring to the chassis, till it looked as strong as possible, and we put back the load. So enduring was the running board that we did the ordinary work with the car for the next 3 weeks, and took her so into Damascus at the end. Great was Rolls and great was Royce. They were worth hundreds of men to us in these deserts. This darning the car delayed us for hours, and at its end we slept in Umtaiye, confident that by starting before dawn, we should not be much late in meeting Nuri Said on the Damascus line tomorrow. And we could tell him that, for a week, the Amman line was sealed by loss of a main bridge. This was the side of quickest reinforcement for Daraa, and its death made our rear safe. Even we had helped poor Zaid, behind there in Aba el-Lisan, for the Turks massed in Tafileh would hold up that attack till their communications were again open. Our last campaign was beginning auspiciously. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 31. We Cut the Main Lines. Duly before dawn, we drove upon the track of Stirling's cars, eager to be with them before their fight. Unfortunately, the going was not helpful. At first, we had a bad descent and then difficult flats of jagged dolerite, across which we crawled painfully. Later, we ran over plowed slopes. The soil was heavy for the cars, for with summer drought this red earth cracked a yard deep and 2 or 3 inches wide. The 5-ton armored cars were reduced to first speed and nearly stuck. We overtook the Arab army about 8 in the morning, on the crest of the slope to the railway, as it was deploying to attack the little bridge-guarding redoubt between us and the mound of Tel Arar, whose head overlooked the countryside to Daraa. Ru'allah horsemen, led by Trad, dashed down the long slope and over the licorice-grown bed of the watercourse to the line. Young bounced after them in his Ford. From the ridge, we thought the railway taken without a shot. But while we gazed, suddenly from the neglected Turkish post came a vicious, spitting fire, and our braves, who had been standing in splendid attitudes on the coveted line, wondering privately what on earth to do next, disappeared. Nuri Said moved down Pisani's guns and fired a few shots. Then the Ru'allah and troops rushed the redoubt easily, with only 1 killed. So the southern 10 miles of the Damascus line was freely ours by 9 in the morning. It was the only railway to Palestine and Hejaz, and I could hardly realize our fortune, hardly believe that our word to Allenby was fulfilled so simply and so soon. The Arabs streamed down from the ridge in rivers of men, and swarmed upon the round head of Tel Arar, to look over their plain, whose rimmed flatness the early sun speciously relieved, by yet throwing more shadow than light. Our soldiers could see Daraa, Mezarib, and Gazoleh, the 3 key stations, with their naked eyes. I was seeing further than this, northward to Damascus, the Turkish base, their only link with Constantinople and Germany, now cut off. Southward to Amman and Man and Medina, all cut off. Westward to Liman von Sanders, isolated in Nazareth, to Nablus, to the Jordan Valley. Today was September the 17th, the promised day, 48 hours before Allenby would throw forward his full power. In 48 hours, the Turks might decide to change their dispositions to meet our new danger, but they could not change them before Allenby struck. Bartholomew had said, "Tell me if he will be in his Auja line the day before we start, and I will tell you if we will win." Well, he was, so we would win. The question was by how much. I wanted the whole line destroyed in a moment, but things seemed to have stopped. The army had done its share. Nuri Said was posting machine guns about the Arar mound to keep back any sortie from Daraa. But why was there no demolition going on? I rushed down to find Peake's Egyptians making breakfast. It was like Drake's game of bowls, and I fell dumb with admiration. However, in an hour, they were mustered for their rhythmic demolition by numbers, and already the French gunners, who also carried gun cotton, had descended with intention upon the near bridge. They were not very good, but at the second try did some hurt. From the head of Tel Arar, before the mirage had begun to dance, we examined Daraa carefully through my strong glass, wanting to see what the Turks had in store for us this day. The first discovery was disturbing. Their aerodrome was alive with gangs pulling machine after machine into the open. I could count 8 or 9 lined up. Otherwise, things were as we expected. Some few infantry were doubling out into the defense position, and their guns were being fired towards us. But we were 4 miles off. Locomotives were getting up steam, but the trains were unarmored. Behind us, towards Damascus, the country lay still as a map. From Mezarib on our right there was no movement. We held the initiative. Our hope was to fire 600 charges, tulip fashion, pulling out of commission 6 kilometers of rail. Tulips had been invented by Peake and myself for this occasion. 30 ounces of gun cotton were planted beneath the center of the central sleeper of each 10-meter section of the track. The sleepers were steel, and their box shape left an air chamber which the gas expansion filled, to blow the middle of the sleeper upward. If the charge was properly laid, the metal did not snap but humped itself, bud-like, 2 feet in the air. The lift of it pulled the rails 3 inches up. The drag of it pulled them 6 inches together, and as the chairs gripped the bottom flanges, warped them inward seriously. The triple distortion put them beyond repair. 3 or 5 sleepers would be likewise ruined, and a trench driven across the earthwork. All this with one charge, fired by a fuse so short that the first, blowing off while the third was being lighted, cast its debris safely overhead. 600 such charges would take the Turks a fair week to mend. This would be a generous reading of Allenby's 3 Men and a Boy with Pistols. I turned to go back to the troops, and at that moment 2 things happened. Peake fired his first charge, like a poplar tree of black smoke, with a low following report, and the first Turkish machine gun got up and came for us. Nuri Said and I fitted admirably under an outcrop of rock, fissured into deep natural trenches on the hill's southern face. There we waited coolly for the bomb, but it was only a reconnaissance machine, a Pfalz, which studied us and returned to Daraa with its news. Bad news it must have been, for 3 two-seaters and 4 scouts and an old yellow-bellied albatross got up in quick succession and circled over us, dropping bombs or diving at us with machine-gun fire. Nuri put his Hotchkiss gunners in the rock cracks and rattled back at them. Pisani cocked up his 4 mountain guns and let fly some optimistic shrapnel. This disturbed the enemy, who circled off and came back much higher. Their aim became uncertain. We scattered out the troops and camels, while the irregulars scattered themselves. To open into the thinnest target was our only hope of safety, as the plane had not overhead cover for a rabbit, and our hearts misgave us when we saw what thousands of men we had, dotted out below. It was strange to stand on the hilltop, looking at these 2 rolling square miles, liberally spread with men and animals, and bursting out irregularly with lazy silent bulbs of smoke where bombs dropped, seemingly quite apart from their thunder, or with sprays of dust where machine-gun groups lashed down. Things looked and sounded hot, but the Egyptians went on working as methodically as they had eaten. 4 parties dug in tulips, while Peake and one of his officers lit each series as it was laid. The 2 slabs of gun cotton in a tulip charge were not enough to make a showy explosion, and the aeroplanes seemed not to see what was going on. At least, they did not wash them particularly with bombs, and as the demolition proceeded, the party drew gradually out of the danger area into the quiet landscape to the north. We traced their progress by the degradation of the telegraph. In virgin parts, its poles stood trimly, drilled by the taut wire, but behind Peake they leaned and tottered anyhow, or fell. Nuri Said, Joyce, and myself met in council, and pondered how to get at the Yarmouk section of the Palestine line, to top off our cutting of the Damascus and Hejaz railways. In view of the reported opposition there, we must take nearly all our men, which seemed hardly wise under such constant air observation. For one thing, the bombs might hurt us badly on the march across the open plain, and for another, Peake's demolition party would be at the mercy of Daraa if the Turks plucked up the courage to sally. For the moment, they were fearful, but time might make them brave. While we hesitated, things were marvelously solved. Junor, the pilot of the BE-12 machine, now alone at Azraq, had heard from the disabled Murphy of the enemy machines about Daraa, and in his own mind decided to take the Bristol fighter's place and carry out the air program. So when things were at their thickest with us, he suddenly sailed into the circus. We watched with mixed feelings, for his hopelessly old-fashioned machine made him cold meat for any one of the enemy scouts or two-seaters. But at first, he astonished them as he rattled in with his 2 guns. They scattered for a careful look at this unexpected opponent. He flew westward across the line, and they went after in pursuit, with that amiable weakness of aircraft for a hostile machine, however important the ground target. We were left in perfect peace. Nuri caught at the lull to collect 350 regulars, with 2 of Pisani's guns, and hurried them over the saddle behind Tel Arar on the first stage of their march to Mezarib. If the aeroplanes gave us a half-hour's law, they would probably notice neither the lessened numbers by the mound, nor the scattered groups making along every slope and hollow across the stubble westward. This cultivated land had a quilt-work appearance from the air. Also, the ground was tall with maize stalks, and thistles grew saddle-high about it in great fields. We sent the peasantry after the soldiers, and half an hour later I was calling up my bodyguard, that we might get to Mezarib before the others, when again we heard the drone of engines, and to our astonishment, Junor reappeared, still alive, though attended on 3 sides by enemy machines, spitting bullets. He was twisting and slipping splendidly, firing back. Their very numbers hindered them, but of course the affair could have only one ending. In the faint hope that he might get down intact, we rushed towards the railway, where was a strip of ground, not too boulder-strewn. Everyone helped to clear it at speed, while Junor was being driven lower. He threw us a message to say his petrol was finished. We worked feverishly for 5 minutes, and then put out a landing signal. He dived at it, but as he did so, the wind flawed and blew across at a sharp angle. The cleared strip was too little in any case. He took ground beautifully, but the wind puffed across once more. His undercarriage went, and the plane turned over in the rough. We rushed up to rescue, but Junor was out, with no more hurt than a cut on the chin. He took off his Lewis gun, and the Vickers, and the drums of tracer ammunition for them. We threw everything into Young's Ford and fled, as one of the Turkish two-seaters dived viciously and dropped a bomb by the wreck. Junor, 5 minutes later, was asking for another job. Joyce gave him a Ford for himself, and he ran boldly down the line till near Daraa and blew a gap in the rails there, before the Turks saw him. They found such zeal excessive, and opened on him with their guns, but he rattled away again in his Ford, unhurt for the 3rd time. My bodyguard waited in 2 long lines on the hillside. Joyce was staying at Tel Arar as covering force, with 100 of Nuri Said's men, the Ru'ala, the Ghurkas and the Kars, while we slipped across to break the Palestine Railway. My party would look like Bedouins, so I determined to move openly to Mezarib by the quickest course, for we were very late. Unfortunately, we drew enemy attention. An aeroplane crawled over us, dropping bombs. 1, 2, 3 misses. The 4th into our midst. 2 of my men went down. Their camels and bleeding masses struggled on the ground. The men had not a scratch, and leaped up behind 2 of their friends. We opened out and rode greatly, knowing the ground by heart, checking only to tell the young peasants we met that the work was now at Mezarib. The field paths were full of these fellows, pouring out afoot from every village to help us. They were very willing, but our eyes had rested so long on the brown leanness of desert men that these gay village lads, with their flushed faces, clustering hair, and plump pale arms and legs, seemed like girls. They had kilted up their gowns above the knee for fast work, and the more active raced beside us through the fields, chafing back my veterans. As we reached Mezarib, Durzi ibn Dugmi met us, with news that Nuri Said's soldiers were only 2 miles back. We watered our camels and drank deeply ourselves, for it had been a long hot day and was not ended. Then, from behind the old fort, we looked over the lake and saw movement in the French railway station. Some of the white-legged fellows told us that the Turks held it in force. However, the approaches were too tempting. Abdullah led our charge, for my days of adventure were ended, with the sluggard excuse that my skin must be kept for a justifying emergency. Otherwise, I wanted to enter Damascus. This job was too easy. Abdullah found grain, also flour, and some little booty of weapons, horses, ornaments. These excited my hangers-on. New adherents came running across the grass like flies to honey. Talal arrived at his constant gallop. We passed the stream and walked together up the far bank, knee-deep in weeds, till we saw the Turkish station, 300 yards in front. We might capture this before attacking the great bridge below Tel el-Shahab. Talal advanced carelessly. Turks showed themselves to right and left. "It's all right," said he. "I know the station master." But when we were 200 yards away, 20 rifles fired a shocking volley at us. We dropped unhurt into the weeds, nearly all of them thistles, and crawled gingerly back, Talal swearing. My men heard him, or the shots, and came streaming up from the river. But we returned them, fearing a machine gun in the station buildings. Nuri Said was due. He arrived with Nasir, and we considered the business. Nuri pointed out that delay at Mezarib might lose us the bridge, a greater objective. I agreed, but thought this bird in hand might suffice, since Peake's main line demolition would stand for a week, and the week's end bring a new situation. So Pisani unfolded his willing guns and smashed in a few rounds of point-blank high explosive. Under their cover, with our 20 machine guns making a roof overhead, Nuri walked forward, gloved and sworded, to receive the surrender of the 40 soldiers left alive. Upon this most rich station, hundreds of Harani peasants hurled themselves in frenzy, plundering. Men, women, and children fought like dogs over every object. Doors and windows, door frames and window frames, even steps of the stairs were carried off. One hopeful blew in the safe and found postage stamps inside. Others smashed open the long range of wagons in the siding to find all manner of goods. Tons were carried off, yet more were strewn in wreckage on the ground. Young and I cut the telegraph. Here an important network of trunk and local lines, indeed the Palestine Army's main link with their homeland. It was pleasant to imagine Lehman von Sander's fresh curse in Nazareth as each severed wire tanged back from the clippers. We did them slowly, with ceremony, to draw out the indignation. The Turks' hopeless lack of initiative made their army a directed one, so that by destroying the telegraphs, we went far towards turning them into a leaderless mob. After the telegraph, we blew in the points and planted tulips, not very many, but enough to annoy. While we worked, a light engine came down the line from Daraa on patrol. The bang and dust clouds of our tulips perturbed it. It withdrew discreetly. Later, an aeroplane visited us. Among the captured rolling stock, on platform trucks, were 2 lorries crammed with delicacies for some German canteen. The Arabs, distrusting tins and bottles, had spoiled nearly everything, but we got some soups and meat, and later Nuri Said gave us bottled asparagus. He had found an Arab prizing open the case and had cried pig's bones at him in horror when the contents came to light. The peasant spat and dropped it, and Nuri quickly stuffed all he could into his saddlebags. The lorries had huge petrol tanks. Beyond them were some trucks of firewood. We set the whole afire at sunset, when the plundering was finished, and the troops and tribesmen had fallen back to the soft grass by the outlet from the lake. The splendid blaze, spreading along the line of wagons, illuminated our evening meal. The wood burned with a solid glare, and the fiery tongues and bursts of the petrol went towering up, higher than the water tanks. We let the men make bread and sup and rest, before a night attempt on the Shahm bridge, which lay 3 miles to the westward. We had meant to attack at dark, but the wish for food stopped us, and then we had swarms of visitors, for our beacon light advertised us over half Horan. Visitors were our eyes, and had to be welcomed. My business was to see everyone with news, and let him talk himself out to me, afterwards arranging and combining the truth of these points into a complete picture in my mind. Complete, because it gave me certainty of judgment, but it was not conscious nor logical, for my informants were so many that they informed me to distraction, and my single mind bent under all its claims. Men came pouring down from the north, on horse, on camel, and on foot. Hundreds and hundreds of them, in a terrible grandeur of enthusiasm, thinking this was the final occupation of the country, and that Nasir would seal his victory by taking Daraa in the night. Even the magistrates of Daraa came to open us their town. By acceding, we should hold the water supply of the railway station, which must inevitably yield. Yet later, if the ruin of the Turkish army came but slowly, we might be forced out again, and lose the plainsmen between Daraa and Damascus, in whose hands our final victory lay. A nice calculation, if hardly a fresh one, but on the whole the arguments were still against taking Daraa. Again, we had to put off our friends with excuses within their comprehension. Slow work, and when at last we were ready, a new visitor appeared, the boy chief of Tel el-Shahab. His village was the key to the bridge. He described the position, the large guard, how it was placed. Obviously, the problem was harder than we had believed, if his tale was true. We doubted it, for his just-dead father had been hostile, and the son sounded too suddenly devoted to our cause. However, he finished by suggesting that he return after an hour, with the officer commanding the garrison, a friend of his. We sent him off to bring his Turk, telling our waiting men to lie down for another brief rest. Soon the boy was back with the captain, an Armenian, anxious to harm his government in any way he could. Also, he was very nervous. We had hard work to assure him of our enlightenment. His subalterns, he said, were loyal Turks, and some of the non-commissioned officers. He proposed we move close to the village and lie there secretly, while 3 or 4 of our lustiest men hid in his room. He would call his subordinates one by one to see him, and, as each entered, our ambush might pinion him. This sounded in the proper descent from books of adventure, and we agreed enthusiastically. It was 9 at night. At 11 precisely, we would line up round the village and wait for the sheikh to show our strong men to the commandant's house. The 2 conspirators departed, content, while we woke up our army, asleep with the sleep of exhaustion, beside their loaded camels. It was pitchy dark. My bodyguard prepared bridge-cutting charges of gelatin. I filled my pockets with detonators. Nasir sent men to each section of the Camel Corps to tell them of the coming adventure, that they might work themselves up to the height of it, and to ensure their mounting quietly without the disaster of a roaring camel. They played up. In a long double line our force crept down a winding path, beside an irrigation ditch, on the crest of the dividing ridge. If there was treachery before us, This bare road would be a death trap, without issue to right or left, narrow, tortuous, and slippery with the ditch water. So Nasir and I went first with our men, their trained ears attentive to every sound, their eyes keeping constant guard. In front of us was the waterfall, whose burdening roar had given its character to that unforgettable night with Ali ibn al-Hussein, when we had attempted this bridge from the other wall of the ravine. Only tonight we were nearer, so that the noise flooded up oppressively and filled our ears. We crept very slowly and carefully now, soundless on our bare feet, while behind us the heavy soldiery snaked along, holding their breath. They also were soundless, for camels moved always stilly at night, and we had packed the equipment not to tap, the saddles not to creak. Their quietness made the dark darker and deepened the menace of those whispering valleys either side. Waves of dank air from the river met us, chilly in our faces. And then Rahel came down swiftly from the left and caught my arm, pointing to a slow column of white smoke rising from the valley. We ran to the edge of the descent and peered over, but the depth was gray with mist risen off the water, and we saw only dimness and this pale vapor spiring from the level fog bank. Somewhere down there was the railway, and we stopped the march, afraid lest this be the suspected trap. 3 of us went foot by foot down the slippery hillside till we could hear voices. Then suddenly the smoke broke and shifted with the panting of an open throttle, and afterwards the squealing of brakes as an engine came again to a standstill. There must be a long train waiting beneath. Reassured, we marched again to the very spur below the village. We extended in line across its neck and waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They passed slowly. The murk night before moonrise was hushing in its solidity and would have compelled patience on our restless fellows, without the added warnings of the dogs and the intermittent ringing challenge of sentries about the bridge. At length, we let the men slip quietly from their camels to the ground, and sat wondering at the delay, and the Turks' watchfulness, and the meaning of that silent train standing below us in the valley. Our woolen cloaks got stiff and heavy with the mist, and we shivered. After a long while, a lighter speck came through the dark. It was the boy sheikh, holding his brown cloak open to show us his white shirt like a flag. He whispered that his plan had failed. A train, this one in the ravine, had just arrived with a German colonel and the German and Turk reserves from Tafileh, sent up by Lehman von Sanders to rescue panic-stricken Daraa. They had put the little Armenian under arrest for being absent from his post. There were machine guns galore and sentries patrolling the approaches with ceaseless energy. In fact, there was a strong picket on the path, not 100 yards from where we sat. The oddity of our joint stake made me laugh, though quietly. Nuri Said offered to take the place by main force. We had bombs enough, and pistol flares. Numbers and preparedness would be on our side. It was a fair chance, but I was at the game of reckoning the value of the objective in terms of life, and as usual finding it too dear. Of course, most things done in war were too dear, and we should have followed good example by going in and going through with it. But I was secretly and disclaimedly proud of the planning of our campaigns. So I told Nuri that I voted against it. We had today twice cut the Damascus-Palestine railway, and the bringing here of the Tafileh garrison was a third benefit to Allenby. Our bond had been most heavily honored. Nuri, after a moment's thought, agreed. We said good night to the lad who had honestly tried to do so much for us. We passed down the lines, whispering to each man to lead back in silence. Then we sat in a group with our rifles. Mine, Enver's gold inscribed Lee Enfield trophy from the Dardanelles, given by him to Feisal years ago, waiting till our men should be beyond the danger zone. Oddly enough, this was the hardest moment of the night. Now the work was over, we could scarcely resist the temptation to rouse the spoil-sport Germans out. It would have been so easy to have cracked off a very light into their bivouac, and the solemn men would have turned out in ludicrous hurry and shot hard into the bare, misty hillside, silent at their feet. The identical notion came independently to Nasir, Nuri Said, and myself. We blurted it out together, and each promptly felt ashamed that the others had been as childish. By mutual cautions, we managed to keep our respectability. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 32. Fighting Up and Down. Before dawn, Pisani's other guns and the rest of Nuri Said's troops arrived from Tel Arar. We had written to Joyce that on the morrow we would return southward by Nasib to complete the circle of Daraa. I suggested that he move straight back to Umtaiye and there wait for us, for it, with its abundant water, splendid pasture, and equidistance from Daraa and Jebel Druze and the Ruala Desert, seemed an ideal place in which we might rally and wait news of Allenby's fortune. By holding Umtaiye, we as good as cut off the Turkish Fourth Army, of beyond Jordan, our special bird, from Damascus, and were in place quickly to renew our mainline demolitions whenever the enemy had nearly set them right. Reluctantly, we pulled ourselves together for another day of effort, called up the army, and moved in a huge straggle through Mezarib station. Our fires had burned out, and the place stood disheveled. Young and myself leisurely laid tulips, while the troops melted into broken ground towards Remthe, to be out of sight of both Daraa and Shahab. Turkish airplanes were humming overhead, looking for us, so we sent our peasants back through Mezarib for their villages. Consequently, the airmen reported that we were very numerous, possibly 8,000 or 9,000 strong, and that our centrifugal movements seemed to be directed towards every direction at once. To increase their wonderment, the French gunners' long-fused charge blew up the water tower at Mezarib, loudly, hours after we had passed. The Germans were marching out of Shahab, for Daraa, at the moment, and the inexplicable shock sent these humorless ones back there, on guard till late afternoon. Meanwhile, we were far away, plodding steadily towards Nasib, whose hilltop we reached about 4 p.m. We gave the mounted infantry a short rest, while we moved our gunners and machine guns to the crest of the first ridge, from which the ground fell away hollowly to the railway station. We posted the guns there in shelter, and asked them to open deliberately upon the station buildings at 2,000 yards. Pisani's sections worked in emulation, so that, before long, ragged holes appeared in the roofs and sheds. At the same time, we pushed our machine gunners forward on the left, to fire long bursts against the trenches, which returned a hot, obstinate fire. However, our troops had natural shelter and the advantage of the afternoon sun behind their backs, so we suffered no hurt, nor did the enemy. Of course, all this was just a game, and the capture of the station not in our plan. Our real objective was the great bridge north of the village. The ridge below our feet curved out in a long horn to this work, serving as one bank of the valley, which it was built to span. The village stood on the other bank. The Turks held the bridge by means of a small redoubt and maintained touch with it by riflemen posted in the village under cover of its walls. We turned 2 of Pisani's guns and 6 machine guns on the small but deeply dug bridge post, hoping to force its defenders out. 5 machine guns directed their fire on the village. In 15 minutes, its elders were out with us, very much perturbed. Nouri put, as the condition of ceasefire, their instant ejectment of the Turks from the houses. They promised, so station and bridge were divided. We redoubled against these. The firing from the 4 wings became violent, thanks to our 25 machine guns, the Turks also being plentifully supplied. At last, we put all 4 of Pisani's guns against the redoubt, and after a few salvos, thought we saw its guards slipping from their battered trenches through the bridge into cover of the railway embankment. This embankment was 20 feet high. If the bridge guard chose to defend their bridge through its arches, they would be in a costly position. However, we reckoned that the attraction of their fellows in the station would draw them away. I told off the half of my bodyguard, carrying explosives, to move along the machine gun crest till within a stone's throw of the redoubt. It was a noble evening, yellow, mild, and indescribably peaceful, a foil to our incessant cannonade. The declining light shone down the angle of the ridges, its soft rays modeling them in their least contour, in a delicate complexity of planes. Then the sun sank another second, and the surface became shadow, out of which for a moment there rose, starkly, the innumerable flints strewing it, each western reflecting facet tipped like a black diamond, with flame. The redoubt was indeed abandoned, so we dismounted and signaled Nouri to cease fire. In the silence, we crept discreetly through the bridge arches and found them also evacuated. Hurriedly, we piled gun cotton against the piers, which were about 5 feet thick and 25 feet high. A good bridge, my 79th, and strategically most critical, since we were going to live opposite it at Taye until Alam became forward and relieved us. So I had determined to leave not a stone of it in place. Nouri, meanwhile, was hurrying the infantry, gunners and machine gunners, down in the thickening night, towards the line, with orders to get a mile beyond into the desert, form up into a column, and wait. Yet the passing of so many camels over the track must take tediously long. We sat and chafed under the bridge, matches in hand, to light at once, despite the troops, if there was an alarm. Fortunately, everything went well, and after an hour, Nouri gave me my signal. Half a minute later, my preference for 6-inch fuses, just as I tumbled into the Turkish redoubt, the 800 pounds of stuff exploded in one burst, and the black air became sibilant with flying stones. The explosion was numbing from my 20 yards, and must have been heard halfway to Damascus. Nouri, in great distress, sought me out. He had given the all-clear signal before learning that one company of mounted infantry was missing. Fortunately, my guards were aching for service. Talal al-Haridin took them with him up the hills, while Nouri and I stood by the yawning pit which had been the bridge, and flashed an electric torch to give them a fixed point for their return. Mahmud came back in half an hour, triumphantly leading the lost unit. We fired shots to recall the other searchers, and then rode 2 or 3 miles into the open towards Taye. The going became very broken, over moraines of slipping dolerite, so we gladly called a halt and lay down in our ranks for an earned sleep. However, it seemed that Nasir and I were to lose the habit of sleeping. Our noise at Nasib had proclaimed us as widely as the flames of Mezarib. Hardly were we still when visitors came streaming in from 3 sides to discuss the latest events. It was being rumored that we were raiding and not occupying. that later we would run away, as had the British from Salt, leaving our local friends to pay the bills. The night, for hour after hour, was broken by these newcomers challenging round our bivouacs, crying their way to us like lost souls, and, peasant fashion, slobbering over our hands with protestations that we were their highest lords and they our deepest servants. Perhaps the reception of them fell short of our usual standard, but in revenge, they were applying the torture of keeping us awake, uneasily awake. We had been at strain for 3 days and nights, thinking, ordering and executing, and now, on our road to rest, it was bitter to play away this 4th night also, at the old lackluster, dubious game of making friends. And their shaken morale impressed us worse and worse, till Nasir drew me aside and whispered that clearly there existed a focus of discontent in some center near. I loosed out my peasant bodyguards to mix with the villagers and find the truth, and from their reports it seemed that the cause of distrust lay in the first settlement, at Tayyibeh, which had been shaken by the return of Joyce's armored cars yesterday, by some chance incidents, and by a just fear that they were the spot most exposed in our retreat. I called Aziz, and we rode straight to Tayyibeh, over rough stretches of lava, trackless and piled across with walls of broken stone. In the headman's hut sat the conclave which infected our visitors. They were debating whom to send to implore mercy from the Turks, when we walked in unannounced. Our single coming abashed them in its assumption of supreme security. We talked irrelevantly an hour, of crops and farmyard prices, and drank some coffee, then rose to go. Behind us, the babble broke out again, but now their inconstant spirits had veered to what seemed our stronger wind, and they sent no word to the enemy, though next day they were bombed and shelled for such stubborn complicity with us. We got back before dawn and stretched out to sleep, when there came a loud boom from the railway, and a shell shattered beyond our sleeping host. The Turks had sent down an armored train, mounting a field gun. By myself I would have chanced its aim, for my sleep had been just long enough to make me rage for more. But the army had slept 6 hours and was moving. We hurried across horrible going. An aeroplane came over and circled round to help the gunners. Shells began to keep accurate pace with our line of march. We doubled our speed and broke into a ragged procession of very open order. The directing aeroplane faltered suddenly, swerved aside towards the line, and seemed to land. The gun put in one more lucky shot, which killed 2 camels. But for the rest, it lost accuracy, and after about 50 shots, we drew out of range. It began to punish Tayyibeh. Joyce, at Tayyeh, had been roused by the shooting, and came out to welcome us. Behind his tall figure, the ruins were crested by a motley band, samples from every village and tribe in the Horan, come to do homage and offer at least lip service. To Nasir's tired disgust, I left these to him, while I went off with Joyce and Winterton, telling them of the landed airplane, and suggesting that an armored car beat it up at home. Just then, 2 more enemy machines appeared and landed in about the same place. However, breakfast, our first for some while, was getting ready. So we sat down and Joyce related how the men of Tayyibeh had fired at him as he passed by, presumably to show their opinion of strangers who stirred up a hornet's nest of Turks and then hopped it. Breakfast ended, we called for a volunteer car to investigate the enemy aerodrome. Everybody came forward with a silent goodwill and readiness which caught me by the throat. Finally, Joyce chose 2 cars, one for Janor and one for me, and we drove for 5 miles to the valley, in whose mouth the planes had seemed to land. We silenced the cars and crept down its course. When about 2,000 yards from the railway, it bent round into a flat meadow, by whose further side stood 3 machines. This was magnificent, and we leaped forward to meet a deep ditch with straight banks of cracking earth, quite impassable. We raced frantically along it, by a diagonal route, till we were within 1,200 yards. As we stopped, 2 of the airplanes started. We opened fire, searching the range by dust spurts, but already they had run their distance and were off, swaying and clattering up across the sky over our heads. The 3rd engine was sulky. Its pilot and observer savagely pulled the propeller round, while we ranged nearer. Finally, they leaped into the railway ditch as we put bullet after bullet into the fuselage, till it danced under the rain. We fired 1,500 bullets at our target. They burned it in the afternoon, and then turned home. Unfortunately, the 2 escaped machines had time to go to Daraa and return, feeling spiteful. One was not clever and dropped his 4 bombs from a height, missing us widely. The other swooped low, placing 1 bomb each time with the utmost care. We crept on defenselessly, slowly, among the stones, feeling like sardines in a doomed tin as the bombs fell closer. One sent a shower of small stuff through the driving slit of the car, but only cut our knuckles. One tore off a front tire and nearly lurched the car over. Of all danger, give me the solitary sort. However, we reached Umtaye well and reported success to Joyce. We had proved to the Turks that the aerodrome was not fit for use, and Daraa lay equally open to car attack. Later, I lay in the shadow of a car and slept. All the Arabs in the desert, and the Turkish aeroplanes which came and bombed us, having no effect upon my peace. In the clash of events, men became feverishly tireless, but today we had finished our first round fortunately, and it was necessary that I rest, to clear my mind about our next moves. As usual, when I lay down, I dropped asleep, and slept till afternoon. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 33, Royal Air Force Help. Strategically, our business was to hold on to Umtaye, which gave us command at will of Daraa's 3 railways. If we held it another week, we should strangle the Turkish armies, however little Allenby did. Yet tactically, Umtaye was a dangerous place. An inferior force composed exclusively of regulars, without a guerrilla screen, could not safely hold it. Yet, to that we should shortly be reduced, if our air helplessness continued patent. The Turks had at least 9 machines. We were camped 12 miles from their aerodrome, in the open desert, about the only possible water supply, with great herds of camels and many horses necessarily grazing round us. The Turks' beginning of bombing had been enough to disquiet the irregulars, who are our eyes and ears. Soon they would break up and go home, and our usefulness be ended. Tayyibeh, too, that first village which covered us from Daraa, it lay defenseless and quivering under repeated attack. If we were to remain in Umtaye, Tayyibeh must be content with us. Clearly, our first duty was to get air reinforcement from Allenby, who had arranged to send a news machine to Azraq on the day after tomorrow. I judged it would be profitable for me to go across and talk with him. I could be back on the 22nd. Umtaye would hold out so long, for we might always fox the aeroplanes a while by moving to el-Surab, the next Roman village. Whether at Tayeh or el-Surab, to be safe, we must keep the initiative. The Daraa side was temporarily closed by the suspicion of the peasants. There remained the Hejaz line. The bridge at Kilo 149 was nearly mended. We must smash it again, and smash another to the south, to deny the repair trains access to it. An effort by Winterton yesterday showed that the first was a matter for troops and guns, the second was objective for a raid. So I suggested to Joyce that the Egyptians and Ghurkas return to Aqaba, proposing further that he lend me an armored car to go down with them to the railway, their first stage, and do what could be done. We went up to Nasir and Nuri Said and told them I would be back on the 22nd with fighting machines to deliver us from air scouts and bombing. Meanwhile, we would solve Tayyibeh with money for the Turkish damage, and Joyce would make landing grounds here and at el-Surab against my return with our air reinforcements. The demolition of that night was a fantastic muddle. We moved at sunset to an open valley, 3 easy miles from the railway. Trouble might threaten from Mafraq station. My armored car, with Janor attendant in his Ford, would guard that side against hostile advance. The Egyptians would move direct to the line and fire their charges. My guiding fell through. We wandered for 3 hours in a maze of valleys, not able to find the railway, nor the Egyptians, nor our starting point. At last, we saw a light and drove for it, to find ourselves in front of Mafraq. We turned back to get into place and heard the clank of an engine running northward out of the station. We chased its intermittent flame, hoping to catch it between us and the broken bridge. But before we overtook it, there came flashes and explosions far up as Peake fired his 30 charges. Some mounted men galloped headlong past us, southward. We fired at them, and then the patrolling train returned, backing at its best speed from Peake's danger. We ran alongside and opened on the trucks with our Vickers, while Janor sent a green shower of tracer bullets from his Lewis across the dark. Above our shooting and the noise of the engine, we heard the Turks howling with terror of this luminous attack. They fired back raggedly, but as they did so, the big car suddenly sneezed and stood still. A bullet had pierced the unarmored end of the petrol tank, the only unarmored spot of all our team of cars. It took us an hour to plug the leak. Then we drove along the silent line to the twisted rails and gaping culverts, but could not find our friends. So we drew a mile back, and there at last I had my sleep out, 3 perfect hours of it before the dawn. I awoke fresh and recognized our place. Probably it was only the 5th sleepless night which had made my wits woolly. We pushed forward, passing the Egyptians with the Ghurkas, and reached Azraq in the early afternoon. There were Feisal and Nuri Shah Alan, eager to hear our news. We explained particularly, and then I went over to Marshall in the temporary hospital. He had all our badly wounded in his quiet care, but they were fewer than he had expected, so he was able to spare me a stretcher for my bed. At dawn, Joyce unexpectedly arrived. He had made up his mind that in this lull, it was his duty to go down to Aba al-Lisan, to help Zaid and Ja'far before Maan, and to press forward Hornby among the Beni Sakr. Then the plane from Palestine arrived, and we heard the amazing first chronicle of Allenby's victory. He had smashed and burst through, and driven the Turks inconceivably. The face of our war was changed, and we gave hurried word of it to Feisal, with counsels of the general revolt, to take profit of the situation. An hour later, I was safely in Palestine. From Ramleh, the Air Force gave me a car up to headquarters, and there I found the great man unmoved, except for the light in his eye as Bowles bustled in every 15 minutes with news of some wider success. Allenby had been so sure, before he started, that to him the result was almost boredom. But no general, however scientific, could see his intricate plan carried out over an enormous field, in every particular, with complete success, and not know an inward gladness, especially when he felt it, as he must have felt it, a reward of the breadth and judgment which made him conceive such unorthodox movements, and break up the proper book of his administrative services to suit them, and support them by every moral and material asset, military or political, within his grasp. He sketched to me his next intentions. Historic Palestine was his, and the broken Turks, in the hills, expected a slackening of the pursuit. Not at all. Bartholomew and Evans were prepared to provision 3 more thrusts, one across Jordan to Amman, to be done by Chaytor's New Zealanders, one across Jordan to Daraa, to be done by Barrow and his Indians, one across Jordan to Quneitra, to be done by Chauvel's Australians. Chaytor would rest at Amman. Barrow and Chauvel, on attaining the first objectives, would converge on Damascus. We were to assist the 3, and I was not to carry out my saucy threat to take Damascus till we were all together. I explained our prospects, and how everything was being wrecked by air impotence. He pressed a bell, and in a few minutes Salmond and Borton were conferring with us. Their machines had taken an indispensable part in Allenby's scheme. The perfection of this man, who could use infantry and cavalry, artillery and air force, navy and armored cars, deceptions and irregulars, each in its best fashion, and had fulfilled it. There were no more Turks in the sky, except on our side, as I hurriedly interpolated. So much the better, said Salmond. They would send 2 Bristol fighters over to Umtaiye to sit with us while we needed them. Had we spares? Petrol? Not a drop. How was it to be got there? Only by air? An air-contained fighting unit, unheard of. However, Salmond and Borton were men avid of novelty. They worked out loads for DH9 and Hanley Page, while Allenby sat by, listening and smiling, sure it would be done. The cooperation of the air with his unfolding scheme had been so ready and elastic, the liaison so complete and informed, and quick. It was the RAF which had converted the Turkish retreat into rout, which had abolished their telephone and telegraph connections, had blocked their lorry columns, scattered their infantry units. Salmond and Borton shared, so to speak, not merely in Allenby's tactical work, but in his very strategy. Tul Karam, Masudea, Jenin, and Afuli in turn were air-contained so drastically that their use was denied the enemy for hours before any of our ground troops drew near. But the climax of air attack and the holocaust of the miserable Turks fell in the valley by which Esdraelon drained the Jordan by Bezan. The modern motor road, the only way of escape for the Turkish divisions, was scalloped between cliff and precipice in a murderous defile. For 4 hours, our aeroplanes replaced one another in series above the doomed columns. 9 tons of small bombs or grenades and 50,000 rounds of SAA were rained upon them. When the smoke had cleared, it was seen that the organization of the enemy had melted away. They were a dispersed horde of trembling individuals, hiding for their lives in every fold of the vast hills. Nor did their commanders ever rally them again. When our cavalry entered the silent valley next day, they could count 90 guns, 50 lorries, nearly 1,000 carts abandoned with all their belongings. The RAF lost 4 killed. The Turks lost a corps. The air chiefs turned on me and asked if our landing grounds were good enough for a Hanley Page with full load. I had seen the big machine once in its shed, but unhesitatingly said yes, though they had better send an expert over with me in the Bristols tomorrow and make sure. He might be back by noon, and the Hanley come at 3 o'clock. Solomon got up. "That's all right, sir. We'll do the necessary." I went out and breakfasted. Allenby's headquarters was a perfect place, a cool, airy, whitewashed house, proofed against flies, and made musical by the moving of the wind in the trees outside. I felt immoral, enjoying white tablecloths and coffee, and soldier servants, while our people at Umtaye lay like lizards among the stones, eating unleavened bread and waiting for the next plane to bomb them. I felt restless as the dusty sunlight, which splashed a diaper over the paths, through chinks in the leaves, because, after a long spell of the restrained desert, flowers and grass seemed to fidget, and the everywhere burgeoning green of tilth became vulgar in its fecundity. However, Clayton and Deeds and Dawnay were friendliness itself, and also the Air Force staff, while the good cheer and conscious strength of the commander-in-chief was a bath of comfort to a weary person after long, strained days. Bartholomew moved maps about, explaining what they would do. I added to his knowledge of the enemy, for I was his best-served intelligence officer, and in return his perspective showed me the victory sure, whatever happened to our strained little stop-block over there. Yet it seemed to me that in the Arab hands lay an option, whether to let this victory be just one more victory, or by risking themselves once more, to make it final. Not that, so stated, it was a real option, but when body and spirit were as wearily sick as mine, they almost instinctively sought a plausible avoidance of the way of danger. Before dawn, on the Australian aerodrome, stood 2 Bristols and a DH-9. In one was Ross Smith, my old pilot, who had been picked out to fly the new Handley Page, the single machine of its class in Egypt, the apple of Solomon's eye. His lending it to fly over the enemy line on so low an errand as baggage carrying was a measure of the goodwill toward us. We reached Umtaye in an hour and saw that the army had gone. So I waved ourselves back to al-Surab, and there they were, the defensive group of cars, and Arabs hiding from our suspect noise, here, there, and everywhere. The cute camels dispersed singly over the plain, filling themselves with the wonderful grazing. Young, when he saw our markings, put a landing signal and smoke bombs on the turf, which his care and Nuri Saids had swept clear of stones. Ross Smith anxiously paced the length and breadth of the prepared space and studied its imperfections, but rejoined us where the drivers were making breakfast with a clear face. The ground was okay for the Handley Page. Young told us of repeated bombings, yesterday and the day before, which had killed some regulars and some of Pisani's gunners and tired the life out of everyone, so that they moved in the night to al-Surab. The idiot Turks were still bombing Umtaye, though men went to it only in the neutral noons and nights to draw water. Also, I heard of Winterton's last blowing up of the railway, an amusing night in which he had met an unknown soldier and explained to him in broken Arabic how well they were getting on. The soldier had thanked God for his mercies and disappeared in the dark, whence, a moment later, machine gun fire opened from left and right. Nevertheless, Winterton had fired all his charges and withdrawn in good order without loss. Nasir came to us and reported this man hurt and that killed, this clan getting ready, those already joined, but others gone home, all the gossip of the country. The 3 shining airplanes had much restored the Arabs, who lauded the British and their own bravery and endurance, while I told them the scarce credible epic of Allenby's success, Nablus taken, Afule taken, Bezan and Semak and Haifa. My hearers' minds drew after me like flames. Talal took fire, boasting, while the Ru'ala shouted for instant march upon Damascus. A shiver of self-assertion and confidence ran across the camp. I determined to bring up Feisal and Nuri Shah Alan for the final effort. Meanwhile, it was breakfast time with the smell of sausage in the air. We sat round very ready, but the watcher on the broken tower yelled, "Aeroplane up!" seeing one coming over from Daraa. Our Australians, scrambling wildly to their yet-hot machines, started them in a moment. Ross Smith, with his observer, leaped into one and climbed like a cat up the sky. After him went Peters, while the third pilot stood beside the DH-9 and looked hard at me. I seemed not to understand him. Lewis guns, scarf mountings, sights, rings which turned, vanes, knobs which rose and fell on swinging parallel bars. To shoot, one aimed with this side of the ring or with that, according to the varied speed and direction of oneself and the enemy. I had been told the theory, could repeat some of it, but it was in my head, and rules of action were only snares of action till they had run out of the empty head, into the hands, by use. No, I was not going up to air fight, no matter what caste I lost with the pilot. He was an Australian, of a race delighting in additional risks, not an Arab to whose gallery I must play. He was too respectful to speak, only he looked reproach at me while we watched the battle in the air. There were one enemy two-seater and 3 scouts. Ross Smith fastened on the big one, and after 5 minutes of sharp machine gun rattle, the German dived suddenly towards the railway line. As it flashed behind the low ridge, there broke out a pennon of smoke, and from its falling place, a soft dark cloud. An "ah" came from the Arabs about us. 5 minutes later, Ross Smith was back, and jumped gaily out of his machine, swearing that the Arab front was the place. Our sausages were still hot. We ate them and drank tea, our last English stores, broached for the visitors. But were hardly at the grapes from Jebel Druze when again the watchman tossed up his cloak and screamed, "A plane!" This time, Peters won the race, Ross Smith second, with trail, disconsolate, in reserve. But the shy enemy turned back so soon that Peters did not catch them till near Arar. There he drove down his quarry, fighting. Later, when the wave of war rolled thither, we found the hopeless crash and 2 charred German bodies. Ross Smith wished he might stay forever on this Arab front, with an enemy every half hour, and deeply envied Peters his coming days. However, he must go back for the Handley Page with petrol, food, and spares. The third plane was for Azraq, to get the observer marooned there yesterday, and I went in it so far, to see Feisal. Time became spacious to those who flew. We were in Azraq 30 hours after leaving it. Ghurkas and Egyptians I turned back to rejoin the army, for new demolitions in the north. Then, with Feisal and Nuri Shah Alan, I packed into the green Vauxhall, and off we went for al-Surab, to see the Handley Page alight. We ran at speed over the smooth flint or mudflat, letting the strong car throb itself fully. But luck was hostile. A dispute was reported us, and we had to turn aside to a local Sarahin camp. However, we made profit of our loss by ordering their fighting men to Umtayeh, and we had them send word of victory across the railway, that the roads through the Ajlan hills might be closed to the broken Turkish armies, trying to escape into safety. Then our car flashed northward again. 20 miles short of al-Surab, we perceived a single Badawi, running southward all in a flutter, his grey hair and grey beard flying in the wind, and his shirt, tucked up in his belly cord, puffing out behind him. He altered course to pass near us, and raising his bony arms yelled, "The biggest aeroplane in the world," before he flapped on into the south to spread his great news among the tents. At al-Surab, the Hanley stood majestic on the grass, with the bristles like tiny fledglings beneath its spread of wings. Round it admired the Arabs, saying, "Indeed, and at last they have sent us the airplane, of which these things were foals." Before night, rumor of Feisal's resource went over Jebel Druze and the hollow of Hauran, telling people that the balance was weighted on our side. Borton himself had come over in the machine to concert help. We talked with him while our men drew from her bomb racks and fuselage a ton of petrol, oil and spare parts for Bristol fighters, tea and sugar and rations for our men, letters, Reuter telegrams, and medicines for us. Then the great machine rose into the early dusk for Ramleh, with an agreed program of night bombing against Daraa and Mafraq, to complete that ruin of the railway traffic which our gun cotton had begun. We, for our share, would keep up the gun cotton pressure. Allenby had assigned us the Turkish Fourth Army, to harass and contain till Chaytor forced them out of Amman, and afterwards to cut up on their retreat. This retreat was only an affair of days, and it was as certain as things could be in war that we should raise the plains between us and Damascus next week. So Feisal decided to add to our column Nuri Shah Alan's Ru'ala camelmen from Azraq. It would increase us to about 4,000 strong, more than 3/4 irregular, but reliably so, for Nuri, the hard, silent, cynical old man, held the tribe between his fingers like a tool. He was that rarity in the desert, a man without sense of argument. He would or would not, and there was no more to it. When others finished talking, he would announce his will in a few flat phrases, and wait calmly for obedience, which came for he was feared. He was old and wise, which meant tired and disappointed, so old that it was my abiding wonder he should link himself to our enthusiasm. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 34. The Turks Crumple Up. I rested next day in Nasir's tent, among his peasant visitors, sorting out the too abundant news furnished by their quick wit and goodwill. During my rest day, Nuri Said, with Pisani and 2 guns, Sterling, Winterton, Young, their armoured cars and a considerable force, went openly to the railway, cleared it by approved military means, destroyed a kilometre of rail, and burnt the tentative wooden structure with which the Turks were mending the bridge blown up by Joyce and myself before our first attack on Daraa. Nuri Shah Alan, in black broadcloth cloak, personally led his Ru'ala horsemen, galloping with the best of them. Under his eye, the tribe showed a valor which drew praise even from Nuri Said. Nuri's operation of today was the Turks' final blow, after which they gave up trying to restore the line between Amman and Daraa. We did not know this, but still had its bogey set over us, and were urgent to put out of action a yet longer stretch. Accordingly, next dawn, Winterton, Jamil, and I went out on cars to examine the line south of Mafraq Station. We were received with machine gun fire, of a vigor, direction, and intensity beyond any of our experience. Later, we captured the experts and found they were a German machine gun unit. For the moment, we drew out, puzzled, and went further to a tempting bridge. My plan was to run under it in the car, till the vault enabled us to lay the charge against the pier and shelter. So I transferred myself to an armoured car, put 60 pounds of gun cotton on the backboard, and told the driver to push in under the arch. Winterton and Jamil came behind in the supporting car. "It's very hot," groaned Jamil. "It's going to be still hotter where we're going," replied Winterton, as we drew in slowly over indifferent ground, with aimless shells falling about. We were picking our way forward, about 50 yards from the bank, with enough machine gun bullets for a week's fighting rattling off our armor, when someone, from behind the line, bowled a hand grenade at us. This new condition made impossible my plan of getting under the bridge. For one thing, a hit on the back of the car would have set off our gun cotton and blown us to blazes. For another, the car was helpless against a lobbed grenade. So we drew off, perplexed to understand this defense lavished on a bit of railway, and much interested, indeed amused, at worthy opposition after so long ease. In our imaginations, Czech was a short, compact, furious man, darting glances every way from beneath tangled eyebrows for an end to his troubles. Beside him, Victory seemed a lanky, white-skinned, rather languid woman. We must try again after dark. At el-Surab, we found that Nasir wished to fix camp once more at Umtaye. It was the first stage of our journey to Damascus, so his wish delighted me, and we moved, winning thereby good excuse for doing nothing this night to the line. Instead, we sat and told stories of experience, and waited for midnight, when the Handley Page was to bomb Mafraq Station. It came, and 100-pound bomb after 100-pound bomb crashed into the packed sidings till they caught fire, and the Turks' shooting stopped. All night and next day, the fire among the trucks burned greater and greater. It was proof of the breakdown of the Turks, which the Arabs had been rumoring since yesterday. They said the Fourth Army was streaming up from Amman in a loose mob. The Beni Hassan, who were cutting off stragglers and weak detachments, compared them to gypsies on the march. We held a council. Our work against the Fourth Army was finished. Such remnants as avoided out of the hands of the Arabs would reach Daraa as unarmed stragglers. Our new endeavor should be to force the quick evacuation of Daraa, in order to prevent the Turks there reforming the fugitives into a rearguard. So I propose that we march north, past Tel Arar, and over the railway at dawn tomorrow, into Sheikh Saad village. It lay in familiar country, with abundant water, perfect observation, and a secure retreat west or north, or even southwest, if we were directly attacked. It cut off Daraa from Damascus, and Mezrib also. Talal seconded me with fervor. Nuri Shah Alan gave his nod, Nasir and Nuri Said. So we prepared to strike camp. The armored cars could not come with us. They had better stay in Azraq till Daraa fell and we wanted them to help us into Damascus. The Bristol fighters, likewise, had done their work, clearing the air of Turkish aeroplanes. They might return to Palestine with news of our move to Sheikh Saad. Off they circled. We, watching their line of flight, noticed a great cloud of dust added to the slow smoke from ruined Mafraq. One machine turned back and dropped a scribble that a large body of hostile cavalry were heading out from the railway towards us. This was unwelcome news, for we were not in trim for a fight. The cars had gone, the airplanes had gone, one company of the mounted infantry had marched. Pisani's mules were packed and drawn up in column. I went off to Nuri Said, standing with Nasir on an ash heap at the head of the hill, and we wavered whether to run or stand. At last, it seemed wiser to run, since Sheikh Saad was a more profitable stop-block, so we hurried the regulars away. Yet things could hardly be left like that. Accordingly, Nuri Shah Alan and Talal led the Ruala horse and the Horan horse back to delay the pursuit. They had an unexpected ally, for our cars, on their way to Azrak, had seen the enemy. After all, the Turks were not cavalry coming to attack us, but deluded elements seeking a shorter way home. We took some hundreds of thirsty prisoners and much transport, causing such panic that the main rout in the plain cut the traces of their limbers and rode off on the bare horses. The infection of terror spread down the line, and troops miles from any Arab interference threw away all they had, even to their rifles, and made a mad rush towards supposed safety in Daraa. However, this interruption delayed us, for we could hardly march a khaki-clad body of regular Camel Corps across Horan at night, without enough local cavalry to go bail to the suspicious villagers that we were not Turks. So late in the afternoon, we halted for Talal and Nasir and Nuri Shah Alan to catch up. They had overshot us in the dark. Our joined forces marched, with a heady breeze in the teeth, northward across the ploughland's fat, happy villages. Over the harvested fields, whose straw had been rather plucked than reaped, grew thistles, tall as a child, but now yellowed and dried and dead. The wind snapped them off at the hollow root and pitch-poled their branchy tops along the level ground, thistle blowing against thistle and interlocking spines, till in huge balls they careered like runaway haycocks across the fallow. Arab women, out with their donkeys to fetch water, ran to us, crying that an aeroplane had landed a while since nearby. It bore the round rings of the Sharifian camel brand upon its body. Peake rode across, to find two Australians whose Bristol had been hid in the radiator, over Daraa. They were glad, though astonished, to meet friends. After the leak had been plugged, we levied water from the women to fill them up, and they flew home safely. Men rode up every minute and joined us, while from each village the adventurous young ran out afoot to enter our ranks. As we moved on, so closely knit in the golden sunlight, we were able, in rare chance, to see ourselves as a whole. Quickly, we became a character, an organism, in whose pride each of us was uplifted. We cracked bawdy jokes to set off the encompassing beauty. At noon, we entered watermelon fields. The army ran upon them, while we spied out the line, which lay desertedly, quivering in the sunlight ahead. As we watched, a train passed down. Only last night had the railway been mended, and this was the third train. We moved without opposition upon the line, in a horde 2 miles across, and began hastily to blow up things, anyone who had explosive using it as he fancied. Our hundreds of novices were full of zeal, and the demolitions, albeit uninstructed, were wide. Clearly, our return had surprised the dazed enemy. We must extend and improve this chance. So we went to Nuri Shah Alan, Auda, and Talal, and asked what local effort each would undertake. Talal, the energetic, would attack Ezra, the big grain depot to the north. Auda was for Khirbet al-Ghazali, the corresponding station southward. Nuri would sweep his men down the main road, towards Daraa, on chance of Turkish parties. These were 3 good ideas. The chiefs went to put them into being, while we, pulling our column to its shape again, pursued our road past the ruined colony of Sheikh Miskin, very gaunt in the moonlight. Its obstacle of water ditches muddled our thousands, so that we halted on the stubble plain beyond for dawn. Some made fires against the penetrating mist of this clay Horan. Others slept as they were, on the dew-slimy ground. Lost men went about calling their friends, in that sharp, full-throated wail of the Arab villager. The moon had set, and the world was black and very cold. I roused my bodyguard, who rode so briskly that we entered Sheikh Saad with the dawn. As we passed between the rocks into the field behind the trees, the earth sprang to life again with the new sun. The morning airs flashed the olive yards to silver, and men from a great goat-hair tent on the right called us to guest with them. The parties of the night returned, full of spoil. Ezra had been feebly held by Abd al-Kader, the Algerian, with his retainers, some volunteers, and troops. When Talal came, the volunteers joined him, the troops fled, and the retainers were so few that Abd al-Kader had to abandon the place without fighting. Our men were too heavy with their great booty to catch him. Auda came, boasting. He had taken Al-Ghazali by storm, capturing a derelict train, guns, and 200 men, of whom some were Germans. Nuri Shalan reported 400 prisoners with mules and machine guns. The rank and file of Turks had been farmed out to remote villages to earn their keep. An English airplane flew round and round, wondering if we were the Arab force. Young spread out ground signals, and to him they dropped a message that Bulgaria had surrendered to the Allies. We had not known there was an offensive in the Balkans, so the news came orphaned and, as it were, insignificant to us. Undoubtedly the end, not only of the Great War, but of our war, was near. A sharp effort, and our trial would be over, and everyone loosed back to his affairs, forgetting the madness, since, for most of us, it was the first war, and we looked to its end as rest and peace. The army had arrived. The groves became thronged as each detachment picked out the best vacant place and unsaddled, whether beside fig trees or under palms or olives, from which the birds burst out in frightened clouds with a multitudinous crying. Our men took their animals to the stream, meandering through the green bushes and flowers and cultivated fruits, things strange to us during the years of our wandering in the flinty desert. The people of Sheikh Saad came shyly to look at Feisal's army, which had been a whispered, legendary thing, and was now in their village, led by renowned or formidable names, Talal, Nasir, Nuri, Auda. We stared back, in secret envy of their peasant life. While the men stretched the saddle stiffness of riding from their legs, we went up, 5 or 6 of us, above the ruins, whence across the southern plain we should see the measure of security in store for us. To our astonishment, we perceived, just over the walls, a thin company of regulars in uniform, Turks, Austrians, Germans, with 8 machine guns on pack animals. They were toiling up from Galilee towards Damascus after their defeat by Allenby. Hopeless but carefree, marching at ease, thinking themselves 50 miles from any war. We did not give an alarm to spare our tired troops pains. Just Jersey Ibn Dugmi, with the Khafaji and others of the family, mounted quietly and fell on them from a narrow lane. The officers showed fight and were instantly killed. The men threw down their arms, and in 5 minutes had been searched and robbed, and were being shepherded in file along the water pass between the gardens to an open pound which seemed fit for our prison. Sheikh Saad was paying soon and well. Away to the east appeared 3 or 4 black knots of people, moving northward. We loosed the hawitat on them, and after an hour they returned in laughter, each man leading a mule or pack horse, poor, tired, galled brutes, showing all too clearly the straits of the beaten army. The riders had been unarmed soldiers, fleeing from the British. The hawitat disdained to make such prisoners. We gave them to the boys and girls of the village for servants sneered Zal, with his thin-lipped smile. News came to us from the west that small companies of Turks were retiring into the local villages from Chauvel's attacks. We sent against them armed parties of Nairn, a peasant tribe which had joined us last night at Sheikh Miskin, as appointed by Nasir to do what they could. The mass rising we had so long prepared was now in flood, rising higher as each success armed more rebels. In 2 days' time, we might have 60,000 armed men in movement. We snapped up further trifles on the Damascus road, and then saw heavy smoke above the hill which hid Daraa. A man cantered in to inform Talal that the Germans had set fire to airplanes and storehouses and stood ready to evacuate the town. A British plane dropped word that Barrow's troops were near Remtha, and that 2 Turkish columns, one of 4,000, one of 2,000, were retiring towards us from Daraa and Mezarib, respectively. It seemed to me that these 6,000 men were all that remained of the 4th Army from Daraa and of the 7th Army, which had been disputing Barrow's advance. With their destruction would end our purpose here. Yet till we knew, we must retain Sheikh Saad. So the larger column, the 4,000, we would let pass, only fastening to them Khalid and his Ru'ala with some northern peasantry to harry their flanks and rear. The nearer 2,000 seemed more our size. We would meet them with half our regulars and 2 of Pisani's guns. Talal was anxious, for their indicated route would bring them through Tafis, his own village. He determined us to make speed there and seize the ridge south of it. Unfortunately, speed was only a relative term with men so tired. I rode with my troop to Tafis, hoping to occupy a shadow position beyond it and fight a retiring action till the rest came up. Halfway on the road, there met us mounted Arabs, herding a drove of stripped prisoners towards Sheikh Saad. They were driving them mercilessly. The bruises of their urging blew across the ivory backs, but I left them to it, for these were Turks of the police battalion of Daraa, beneath whose iniquities the peasant faces of the neighborhood had run with tears and blood innumerable times. The Arabs told us that the Turkish column, Jamal Pasha's Lancer Regiment, was already entering Tafis. When we got within sight, we found they had taken the village, from which sounded an occasional shot, and were halted about it. Small pyres of smoke were going up from between the houses. On the rising ground to this side, knee-deep in the thistles, stood a remnant of old men, women, and children, telling terrible stories of what had happened when the Turks rushed in an hour before. We lay on watch and saw the enemy force march away from their assembly ground behind the houses. They headed in good order towards Miskin, the lancers in front and rear, composite formations of infantry disposed in column, with machine gun support as flank guards, guns and a massive transport in the center. We opened fire on the head of their line when it showed itself beyond the houses. They turned 2 field guns upon us for reply. The shrapnel was, as usual, overfused and passed safely above our heads. Nuri came with Pisani. Before their ranks rose Auda Abu Taye, expectant, and Talal, nearly frantic with the tales his people poured out of the suffering of the village. The last Turks were now quitting it. We slipped down behind them to end Talal's suspense, while our infantry took position and fired strongly with the Hotchkiss. Pisani advanced his half-battery among them, so that the French high explosive threw the rearguard into confusion. The village lay stilly under its slow wreaths of white smoke as we rode near, on our guard. Some grey heaps seemed to hide in the long grass, embracing the ground in the close way of corpses. We looked away from these, knowing they were dead, but from one, a little figure tottered off, as if to escape us. It was a child, 3 or 4 years old, whose dirty smock was stained red over one shoulder and side, with blood from a large half-fibrous wound, perhaps a lance thrust, just where neck and body joined. The child ran a few steps, then stood and cried to us in a tone of astonishing strength, all else being very silent. "Don't hit me, Baba." Abd al-Aziz, choking out something, this was his village, and she might be of his family, flung himself off his camel and stumbled, kneeling in the grass beside the child. His suddenness frightened her, for she threw up her arms and tried to scream, but instead dropped in a little heap, while the blood rushed out again over her clothes. Then, I think, she died. We rode past the other bodies of men and women and 4 more dead babies, looking very soiled in the daylight, towards the village, whose loneliness we now knew meant death and horror. By the outskirts were low mud walls, sheepfolds, and on one, something red and white. I looked close and saw the body of a woman folded across it, bottom upwards, nailed there by a saw bayonet whose haft stuck hideously into the air from between her naked legs. About her lay others, perhaps 20 in all, variously killed. The Zagi burst into wild peals of laughter, the more desolate for the warm sunshine and clear air of this upland afternoon. I said, "The best of you brings me the most Turkish dead." And we turned after the fading enemy, on our way shooting down those who had fallen out by the roadside and came imploring our pity. One wounded Turk, half naked, not able to stand, sat and wept to us. Abdullah turned away his camel's head, but the Za'agi, with curses, crossed his track and whipped 3 bullets from his automatic through the man's bare chest. The blood came out with his heartbeats, throb, 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 slower and slower. Talal had seen what we had seen. He gave one moan like a hurt animal, then rode to the upper ground and sat there a while on his mare, shivering and looking fixedly after the Turks. I moved near to speak to him, but Auda caught my rein and stayed me. Very slowly, Talal drew his headcloth about his face, and then he seemed suddenly to take hold of himself, for he dashed his stirrups into the mare's flanks and galloped headlong, bending low and swaying in the saddle, right at the main body of the enemy. It was a long ride down a gentle slope and across a hollow. We sat there like stone, while he rushed forward, the drumming of his hoofs unnaturally loud in our ears, for we had stopped shooting, and the Turks had stopped. Both armies waited for him, and he rocked on in the hushed evening, till only a few lengths from the enemy. Then he sat up in the saddle and cried his war cry, "Talal! Talal!" twice in a tremendous shout. Instantly, their rifles and machine guns crashed out, and he and his mare, riddled through and through with bullets, fell dead among the lance points. Auda looked very cold and grim. "God give him mercy. We will take his price." He shook his rein and moved slowly after the enemy. We called up the peasants, now drunk with fear and blood, and sent them from this side and that against the retreating column. The old lion of battle waked in Auda's heart and made him again our natural, inevitable leader. By a skillful turn, he drove the Turks into bad ground and split their formation into 3 parts. The third part, the smallest, was mostly made up of German and Austrian machine gunners, grouped around 3 motor cars and a handful of mounted officers or troopers. They fought magnificently and repulsed us time and again despite our hardiness. The Arabs were fighting like devils, the sweat blurring their eyes, dust parching their throats, while the flame of cruelty and revenge which was burning in their bodies so twisted them that their hands could hardly shoot. By my order, we took no prisoners for the only time in our war. At last, we left this stern section behind and pursued the faster two. They were in panic, and by sunset we had destroyed all but the smallest pieces of them, gaining as and by what they lost. Parties of peasants flowed in on our advance. At first there were 5 or 6 to a weapon. Then one would win a bayonet, another a sword, a third a pistol. An hour later, those who had been on foot would be on donkeys. Afterwards, every man had a rifle and a captured horse. By nightfall, the horses were laden, and the rich plain was scattered over with dead men and animals. In a madness born of the horror of Tafileh, we killed and killed, even blowing in the heads of the fallen and of the animals, as though their death and running blood could slake our agony. However, what with wounds and aches and weariness, I could not rest from thinking of Talal, the splendid leader, the fine horseman, the courteous and strong companion of the road. And after a while, I had my other camel brought, and with one of my bodyguard, rode out into the night to join our men, hunting the greater Daraa column. It was very dark, with the wind beating in great gusts from the south and east, and only by the noise of shots it tossed across to us, and by occasional gun flashes, did we at length come to the fighting. Every field and valley had its Turks stumbling blindly northward. Our men were clinging on. The fall of night had made them bolder, and they were now closing with the enemy. Each village, as the fight rolled to it, took up the work, and the black, icy wind was wild with rifle fire, shoutings, volleys from the Turks, and the rush of gallops, as small parties of either side crashed frantically together. The enemy had tried to halt and camp at sunset, but Khalid had shaken them again into movement. Some marched, some stayed. Many dropped asleep in their tracks with fatigue. They had lost order and coherence, and were drifting through the blast in lorn packets, ready to shoot and run at every contact with us or with each other. And the Arabs were as scattered and nearly as uncertain. Exceptions were the German detachments, and here, for the first time, I grew proud of the enemy who had killed my brothers. They were 2,000 miles from home, without hope and without guides, in conditions mad enough to break the bravest nerves. Yet their sections held together in firm rank, shearing through the rack of Turk and Arab like armored ships, high-faced and silent. When attacked, they halted, took position, fired to order. There was no haste, no crying, no hesitation. They were glorious. At last, I found Khalid and asked him to call off the Ru'ala and leave this rout to time and the peasantry. Heavier work, perhaps, lay to the southward. At dusk, a rumor had passed across our plain that Daraa was empty, and Trad, Khalid's brother, with a good half of the Anazay, had ridden off to sea. I feared a reverse for him, since there must still be Turks in the place, and more struggling towards it, up the railways and through the Irbid hills. Indeed, unless Barrow, last reported to us as delayed in Remthay, had lost contact with his enemy, there must be a fighting rearguard yet to follow. I wanted Khalid to support his brother. After an hour or two of shouting his message down the winds, hundreds of horsemen and camelmen had rallied to him. On his way to Daraa, he charged through and over several detachments of Turks in the Starblink, and arrived to find Trad in secure possession. He had won through in the later twilight, taking the station at a gallop, jumping trenches and blotting out the scanty Turkish elements, which still tried to resist. With local help, the Ru'ala plundered the camp, especially finding booty in the fiercely burning storehouses, whose flaming roofs imperiled their lives. But this was one of the nights in which mankind went crazy, when death seemed impossible, however many died to the right and left, and when others' lives became toys to break and throw away. Sheikh Sa'ad passed a troubled evening of alarms and shots and shouts, with threatenings from the peasantry to murder the prisoners, as added price of Talal and his village. The active sheikhs were out hunting the Turks, and their absence, with their retainers, deprived the Arab camp of its experienced chiefs and of its eyes and ears. Sleeping clan jealousies had awakened in the bloodthirst of the afternoon of killing, and Nasir and Nuri Said, Young and Winterton, had to strain every nerve in keeping peace. I got in after midnight and found Trad's messengers just arrived from Daraa. Nasir left to join him. I had wished to sleep, for this was my 4th night of riding, but my mind would not let me feel how tired my body was. So about 2 a.m, I mounted a 3rd camel and splashed out towards Daraa, down the Tafas track again, to windward of the dark village. Nuri Said and his staff were riding the same road in advance of their mounted infantry, and our parties hurried together till the half-light came. Then my impatience and the cold would not let me travel horse-pace any longer. I gave liberty to my camel, the grand rebellious Baha, and she stretched herself out against the field, racing my wearied followers for mile upon mile, with piston strides like an engine, so that I entered Daraa quite alone in the full dawn. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 35, Joining the British. Nasir was at the mayor's house, arranging a military governor and police, and for an inquisition of the place. I supplemented his ideas, putting guards over the pumps and engine sheds and what remained of tool shops or stores. Then, in an hour of talk, I built up publicly a program of what the situation would demand of them, if they were not to lose hold. Poor Nasir stared in bewilderment. I inquired about General Barrow. A man just ridden in from the west told us he had been fired on by the English as they deployed to attack the town. To prevent such an accident, the Zahagi and I rode up the Buwaib, on whose crest was visible a strong post of Indian machine gunners. They trained their weapons on us, proud of such splendidly dressed prizes. However, an officer showed himself with some British troopers, and to them I explained myself. They were indeed in the midst of an enveloping movement against Daraa, and while we watched, their airplanes bombed the luckless Nuri Said as he rode into the railway station. This was his penalty for losing the race from Sheikh Saad. But to stop it, I hurried down to where General Barrow was inspecting outposts in a car. He said he must post sentries in the village to keep the populace in order. I explained gently that the Arabs had installed their military governor. At the wells, he said his sappers must inspect the pumps. I replied welcoming their assistance. He snorted that we seemed to be at home. He would take charge only of the railway station. I pointed to the engine moving out towards Mezarib, where our little sheikh had prevented the Turks from blowing up the Tel el-Shahab bridge, now become Arab property, and asked that his sentries be instructed not to interfere with our proper working of the line. He had no orders as to the status of the Arabs. Clayton did us this service, thinking we should deserve what we could assert. So Barrow, who had come in thinking of them as a conquered people, though dazed at my calm assumption that he was my guest, had no option but to follow the lead of such assurance. My head was working full speed in these minutes, on our joint behalf, to prevent the fatal first steps by which the unimaginative British, with the best will in the world, usually deprive the acquiescent native of the discipline of responsibility. and created a situation which called for years of agitation and successive reforms and riotings to mend. Barrow surrendered himself by asking me to find him forage and foodstuffs. In the square, I showed him Nasir's little silk pennon, propped on the balcony of the charred government office, with a yawning sentry underneath. Barrow drew himself up and saluted sharply, while a thrill of pleasure at the general's compliment ran round Arab officers and men. In return, we strove to keep self-assertion within the bounds of political necessity. On all Arabs, we impressed that these Indian troops were guests, and must be permitted, nay helped, to do anything they wished. The doctrine took us into unexpected places. Every chicken disappeared from the village, and 3 sowars carried off Nasir's pennon, having coveted the silver knobs and spike of its dainty staff. This pointed a contrast between the English general who saluted and the Indian trooper who stole, a contrast welcome to the Arab race hesitation towards the Indians. Meanwhile, everywhere we were taking men and guns. Our prisoners could be counted in thousands. Some we handed over to the British, who counted them again. Most we boarded out in the villages. Azrak heard the full news of victory. Feisal drove in a day later, a string of armored cars following his Vauxhall. He installed himself in the station. I called with my record of stewardship. As the tale ended, the room shook with a gentle earthquake. Barrow, now watered and fed, was due to leave for his meeting with Chauvel near Damascus, that they might enter the city together. He asked us to take the right flank, which suited me, for there, along the Hejaz line, was Nasir, hanging on to the main Turkish retreat, reducing its numbers by continuous attack, day and night. I had still much to do, and therefore waited in Daraa another night, savoring its quiet after the troops had gone. For the station stood at the limit of the open country, and the Indians round it had angered me by their out-of-placeness. The essence of the desert was the lonely moving individual, the son of the road, apart from the world as in a grave. These troops, in flocks like slow sheep, looked not worthy of the privilege of space. My mind felt in the Indian rank and file something puny and confined, an air of thinking themselves mean, almost a careful, esteemed subservience, unlike the abrupt wholesomeness of Bedouin. The manner of the British officers toward their men struck horror into my bodyguard, who had never seen personal inequality before. I lay each night with my men upon the old aerodrome. By the charred hangars, my guards, fickle-surfaced as the sea, squabbled after their wont, and there, for the last time, Abdullah brought me cooked rice in the silver bowl. After supping, I tried in the blankness to think forward, but my mind was a blank, my dreams puffed out like candles by the strong wind of success. In front was our too tangible goal, but behind lay the effort of 2 years, its misery forgotten or glorified. Names rang through my head, each in imagination a superlative. Rum the magnificent, brilliant Petra, Azrak the remote, Batra the very clean. Yet the men had changed. Death had taken the gentle ones, and the new stridency of those who were left hurt me. Sleep would not come, so before the light I woke Sterling and my drivers, and we 4 climbed into the blue mist, our rolls tender, and set out for Damascus, along the dirt road which was first rutted and then blocked by the transport columns and rearguard of Barrow's division. We cut across country to the French railway, whose old ballast gave us a clear if rugged road. Then we put on speed. At noon, we saw Barrow's pennon at a stream where he was watering his horses. My bodyguard were nearby, so I took my camel and rode over to him. Like other confirmed horsemen, he had been a little contemptuous of the camel, and had suggested, in Daraa, that we might hardly keep up with his cavalry, which was going to Damascus in about 3 forced marches. So when he saw me freshly riding up, he was astonished, and asked when we left Deraa. "This morning." His face fell. "Where will you stop tonight?" "In Damascus," said I gaily, and rode on, having made another enemy. It a little smote me to play tricks, for he was generous towards my wishes, but the stakes were high, beyond his sight, and I cared nothing what he thought of me, so that we won. I returned to Stirling and drove on. At each village we left notes for the British advance guards, telling them where we were and how far beyond us the enemy. It irked Stirling and myself to see the caution of Barrow's advance, scouts scouting empty valleys, sections crowning every deserted hill, a screen drawn forward so carefully over friendly country. It marked the difference between our certain movements and the tentative processes of normal war. There could be no crisis till Kisweh, where we were to meet Chauvel and where the Hejaz line approached our road. Upon the railway were Nasir, Nuri Shah Alan and Auda with the tribes, still harrying that column of 4,000, but in truth nearer 7, marked by our airplane near Sheikh Saad 3 busy days ago. They had fought ceaselessly throughout this time of our ease. As we drove up, we heard firing and saw shrapnel behind a ridge to our right, where the railway was. Soon appeared the head of a Turkish column of about 2,000 men, in ragged groups, halting now and then to fire their mountain guns. We ran on to overtake their pursuers, our great rolls very blue on the open road. Some Arab horsemen from behind the Turks galloped towards us, bucketing unhandily across the irrigation ditches. We recognized Nasir on his liver-colored stallion, the splendid animal yet spirited after its 100 miles of running fight. Also, old Nuri Shah Alan and about 30 of their servants. They told us these few were all that remained of the 7,000 Turks. The Ru'ala were hanging desperately onto both flanks, while Auda Abu Tayyeh had ridden behind Jebel Manya to gather the Wuld Ali, his friends, and lie in wait there for this column, which they hoped to drive over the hill into his ambush. Did our appearance mean help at last? I told them the British, in force, were just behind. If they could delay the enemy only an hour. Nasir looked ahead and saw a walled and wooded farmstead barring the level. He called to Nuri Shah Alan, and they hastened thither to check the Turks. We drove back 3 miles to the leading Indians, and told their ancient surly colonel what a gift the Arabs brought. He seemed not pleased to upset the beautiful order of his march, but at last opened out a squadron and sent them slowly across the plain towards the Turks, who turned the little guns their way. 1 or 2 shells burst nearly among the files, and then, to our horror, for Nasir had put himself in jeopardy, expecting courageous help, the colonel ordered a retirement, and fell back quickly to the road. Stirling and myself, hopping mad, dashed down and begged him not to be afraid of mountain guns, no heavier than Very pistols. But neither to kindness nor to wrath did the old man budge an inch. We raced a 3rd time back along the road in search of higher authority. A red-tipped aide told us that over there was General Gregory. We blessed him, Stirling's professional pride nearly in tears at the mismanagement. We pulled our friend aboard and found his general, to whom we lent our car that the brigade major might take hot orders to the cavalry. A galloper hurtled back for the horse artillery, which opened fire just as the last of the light fled up the hill to its summit and took refuge in the clouds. Middlesex yeomanry appeared and were pushed in among the Arabs to charge the Turkish rear, and, as the night fell, we saw the break-up of the enemy, who abandoned their guns, their transport, and all their stuff, and went streaming up the col towards the 2 peaks of Manya, escaping into what they thought was empty land beyond. However, in the empty land was Auda, and in that night of his last battle, The old man killed and killed, plundered and captured, till dawn showed him the end. There passed the Fourth Army, our stumbling block for 2 years. Gregory's happy vigor heartened us to face Nasir. We drove to Kisweh, where we had agreed to meet him before midnight. After us came the press of Indian troops. We sought a retired spot, but already there were men by the thousands, everywhere. The movement and cross-currents of so many crowded minds drove me about, restlessly, like themselves. In the night, my color was unseen. I could walk as I pleased, an unconsidered Arab. And this finding myself among but cut off from my own kin made me strangely alone. Our armored carmen were persons to me, from their fewness and our long companionship, and also in themselves, for these months unshieldedly open to the flaming sun and bullying wind had worn and refined them into individuals. In such a mob of unaccustomed soldiery, British, Australian, and Indian, they went as strange and timid as myself, distinguished also by grime, for with weeks of wearing, their clothes had been molded to them by sweat and use, and had become rather integuments than wrappings. But these others were really soldiers, a novelty after 2 years' irregularity, and it came upon me freshly how the secret of uniform was to make a crowd solid, dignified, impersonal, to give it the singleness and tautness of an upstanding man. This death livery which walled its bearers from ordinary life was sign that they had sold their wills and bodies to the state, and contracted themselves into a service not the less abject for that its beginning was voluntary. Some of them had obeyed the instinct of lawlessness. Some were hungry. Others thirsted for glamour, for the supposed color of a military life. But of them all, those only received satisfaction who had sought to degrade themselves, for to the peace eye they were below humanity. Only women with a lech were allured by those witnessing clothes. The soldier's pay, not sustenance like a laborer's, but pocket money, seemed most profitably spent when it let them drink sometimes and forget. Convicts had violence put upon them. Slaves might be free, if they could, in intention. But the soldier assigned his owner the 24 hours' use of his body and sole conduct of his mind and passions. A convict had license to hate the rule which confined him, and all humanity outside if he were greedy in hate. But the sulking soldier was a bad soldier, indeed no soldier. His affections must be hired pieces on the chessboard of the king. About the soldiers hung the Arabs, gravely gazing men from another sphere. My crooked duty had banished me among them for 2 years. Tonight, I was nearer to them than to the troops, and I resented it as shameful. The intruding contrast mixed with longing for home to sharpen my faculties and make fertile my distaste, till not merely did I see the unlikeness of race and hear the unlikeness of language, but I learned to pick between their smells. The heavy, standing, curdled sourness of dried sweat and cotton over the Arab crowds, and the feral smell of English soldiers, that hot, pissy aura of thronged men in woolen clothes, a tart pungency, breath-catching, ammoniacal, a fervent, fermenting naphtha smell. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Revolt in the Desert. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. Revolt in the Desert by Thomas Edward Lawrence. Chapter 36. Entry into Damascus. Our war was ended. Even though we slept that night in Kisweh, for the Arabs told us the roads were dangerous, and we had no wish to die stupidly in the dark at the gate of Damascus. The sporting Australian saw the campaign as a point-to-point, with Damascus the post. But in reality, we were all under Allenby now, and the victory had been the logical fruit solely of his genius and Bartholomew's pains. Their tactical scheme properly put the Australians north and west of Damascus, across its railways, before the southern column might enter it, and we, the Arab leaders, had waited for the slower British, partly because Allenby never questioned our fulfilling what was ordered. Power lay in his calm assumption that he would receive as perfect obedience as he gave trust. He hoped we would be present at the entry, partly because he knew how much more than a mere trophy Damascus was to the Arabs, partly for prudential reasons. Feisal's movement made the enemy country friendly to the Allies as they advanced, enabling convoys to go up without escort, towns to be administered without garrison. In their envelopment of Damascus, the Australians might be forced, despite orders, to enter the town. If anyone resisted them, it would spoil the future. One night was given us to make the Damascenes receive the British army as their allies. This was a revolution in behavior, if not in opinion. But Feisal's Damascus Committee had for months been prepared to take over the reins when the Turks crashed. We had only to get in touch with them, to tell them the movements of the Allies and what was required. So as dusk deepened, Nasir sent the Ruala horse into the town to find Ali Riza, the chairman of our committee, or Shukri al-Ayubi, his assistant, telling them that relief would be available on the morrow if they constructed a government at once. As a matter of fact, it had been done at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before we took action. Ali Riza was absent, put in command at the last moment by the Turks of the retreat of their army from Galilee before Chauvel. But Shukri found unexpected support from the Algerian brothers, Mohammed Said and Abd al-Qadir. With the help of their retainers, the Arab flag was on the town hall before sunset, as the last echelons of Germans and Turks defiled past. They say the hindmost general saluted it, ironically. I dissuaded Nasir from going in. This would be a night of confusion, and it would better serve his dignity if he entered serenely, at dawn. He and Nuri Shah Alan intercepted the second body of Ruala camelmen, who had started out with me from Dara'ah this morning, and sent them all forward into Damascus to support the Ruala sheikhs. So by midnight, when we went to rest, we had 4,000 of our armed men in the town. I wanted to sleep, for my work was coming on the morrow, but I could not. Damascus was the climax of our 2 years' uncertainty, and my mind was distracted by tags of all the ideas which had been used or rejected in that time. Also, Kisweh was stifling with the exhalations of too many trees, too many plants, too many human beings, a microcosm of the crowded world in front of us. As the Germans left Damascus, they fired the dumps and ammunition stores, so that every few minutes we were jangled by explosions, whose first shock set the sky white with flame. At each such roar, the earth seemed to shake. We would lift our eyes to the north and see the pale sky prick out suddenly in sheaves of yellow points, as the shells, thrown to terrific heights from each bursting magazine, in their turn burst like clustered rockets. I turned to Sterling and muttered, "Damascus is burning," sick to think of the great town in ashes as the price of freedom. When dawn came, we drove to the head of the ridge, which stood over the oasis of the city, afraid to look north for the ruins we expected. But instead of ruins, the silent garden stood blurred green with river mist, in whose setting shimmered the city, beautiful as ever, like pearl in the morning sun. The uproar of the night had shrunk to a stiff, tall column of smoke, which rose in sullen blackness from the storeyard by Kadem, terminus of the Hejaz line. We drove down the straight-banked road through the watered fields, in which the peasants were just beginning their day's work. A galloping horseman checked at our headcloths in the car, with a merry salutation, holding out a bunch of yellow grapes. "Good news! Damascus salutes you." He came from Shukri. Nasir was just beyond us. To him we carried the tidings that he might have the honorable entry, a privilege of his 50 battles. With Nuri Shah Alan beside him, he asked a final gallop from his horse, and vanished down the long road in a cloud of dust, which hung reluctantly in the air between the water splashes. To give him a fair start, Sterling and I found a little stream, cool in the depths of a steep channel. By it, we stopped to wash and shave. Some Indian troopers peered at us in our car, and its ragged driver's army shorts and tunic. I was in pure Arab dress. Sterling, but for his head covering, was all British staff officer. Their NCO, an obtuse and bad-tempered person, thought he had taken prisoners. When delivered from his arrest, we judged we might go after Nasir. Quite quietly, we drove up the long street to the government buildings on the bank of the Barada. The way was packed with people, lying solid on the sidewalks, in the road, at the windows, and on the balconies or housetops. Many were crying. A few cheered faintly. Some bolder ones cried our names. But mostly they looked and looked, joy shining in their eyes. A movement like a long sigh from gate to heart of the city marked our course. At the town hall, things were different. Its steps and stairs were packed with a swaying mob, yelling, embracing, dancing, singing. They crushed a way for us to the antechamber, where were the gleaming Nasir and Nuri Shah Alan seated. On either side of them stood Abd al-Qadir, my old enemy, and Muhammad Said, his brother. I was dumb with amazement. Muhammad Said leaped forward and shouted that they, grandsons of Abd al-Qadir the Emir, with Shukri al-Ayubi of Saladin's house, had formed the government and proclaimed Hussein king of the Arabs yesterday into the ears of the humble Turks and Germans. While he ranted, I turned to Shukri, who was no statesman, but a beloved man, almost a martyr in the people's eyes, because of what he had suffered from Jamal. He told me how the Algerians, alone of all Damascus, had stood by the Turks till they saw them running. Then, with their Algerians, they had burst in upon Feisal's committee, where it sat in secret, and brutally assumed control. They were fanatics, whose ideas were theological, not logical. And I turned to Nasir, meaning through him to check their impudence now, from the start. But there came a diversion. The screaming press about us parted, as though a ram drove through, men going down to right and left, among ruined chairs and tables, while the terrific roaring of a familiar voice triumphed and stilled them dead. In the cleared space were Auda Abu Tayyeh and Sultan al-Atrash, chief of the Druzes, tearing one another. Their followers bounded forward, while I jumped in to drive them apart, crashing upon Muhammad al-Daylan, filled with the same purpose. Together we broke them and forced Auda back a pace, while Hussein al-Atrash hustled the lighter Sultan into the crowd and away to a side room. Then I looked round for Nasir and Abd al-Qadir to set in order their government. They were gone. The Algerians had persuaded Nasir to their house for refreshment. It was a good hap, for there were more pressing public things. We must prove the old days over, a native government in power. For this, Shukri would be my best instrument as acting governor. So in the blue mist, we set off to show ourselves, his enlargement in authority, itself a banner of revolution for the citizens. When we came in, there had been some miles of people greeting us. Now there were thousands for every 100 then. Every man, woman, and child in this city of 250,000 souls seemed in the streets, waiting only the spark of our appearance to ignite their spirits. Damascus went mad with joy. The men tossed up their tarbushes to cheer. The women tore off their veils. Householders threw flowers, hangings, carpets into the road before us. Their wives leaned, screaming with laughter, through the lattices and splashed us with bath dippers of scent. Poor dervishes made themselves our running footmen in front and behind, howling and cutting themselves with frenzy. And over the local cries and the shrilling of women came the measured roar of men's voices, chanting, Feisal, Nasir, Shukri, Orans, in waves which began here, rolled along the squares, through the market, down long streets to East Gate, round the wall, back up the Maidan, and grew to a wall of shouts around us by the citadel. They told me Chauvel was coming. Our cars met in the southern outskirts. I described the excitement in the city and how our new government could not guarantee administrative services before the following day, when I would wait on him to discuss his needs and mine. Meanwhile, I made myself responsible for public order, only begging him to keep his men outside, because tonight would see such carnival as the town had not held for 600 years, and its hospitality might pervert their discipline. End of chapter 36.